Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. I hope everyone's having a great evening. This is a breaking situation. We currently have a tornado warning in effect for areas in northwestern Kansas. This warning just got issued. It has a very significant hail core along with it. Again, this storm's currently heading down to the southeast. A lot of hail with this storm, and there's also an ongoing tornado warning. Let's head over to the velocities as well as the hail radar, give you an idea of what we're looking at in terms of those. Again, this cell is currently heading down to the southeast. Let me go and bring up the radar here. And let's hop over to the tornado warning. Again, here's a look at the velocities right now. Our rotation is currently centered right about here. It's not strong at this current time. It's still in the moderate stage, but it might be starting to strengthen a little bit. Over the last few scans, we've started to see it kind of strengthen a little bit. So this will be a cell to watch very closely. The main areas in track this right now will be Selden and eventually toward Dresden as well. This will be going toward Highway 383 over the next several minutes. We also have very strong downburst winds with this cell. You can see the brighter greens. That's representing fairly high wind speeds with this system as of right now. So very dangerous storm that we have ongoing right now. And again, if you look at the reflectivity right now, let's go over to the reflectivity. This storm is producing a load of hail. You can just see it right here. All the whites are representing the potential for very large hail. As of right now, this warning is for up to hen egg sized hail, but again, I can't rule out that's even a little bit higher than that. This is a very significant cell that we're looking at right now. This is currently again heading down to the southeast. We have a few other cells as well. We've already had two confirmations of land spouts earlier, only about a couple hours ago. So we've already actually had technically two confirmed tornadoes in the form of a land spout back out closer to Goodland as well as Brewster. So we already had a couple of those confirmations. Now we have another tornado warning ongoing. So we're gonna keep you updated with the latest on this. Again, if you're just tuning in, hit the like button down below, subscribe. We'll keep you updated with the latest on all the severe weather tonight. Again, tornado warning just got issued for those near just to the west of Highway 83. Again, it'll be going towards Dresden as well as Selden over the next several minutes. So again, make sure you're seeking shelter immediately away from windows and lowest floor possible. It's not just producing that ongoing tornado threat, but it's also producing some significant hail and potentially some very high downburst winds as this moves down to the southeast. Let's go over to the hail radar as of right now. I'm curious to see what the hail radar is indicating. It might be pretty large. The latest radar scans are currently showing right around baseball-sized hail potentially with this cell. Now, again, that's just an estimate. As of right now, the National Weather Service does have this at a hen egg-sized storm. So that's what we're looking at as of right now. Let me hop over to my other radar. I got now a new setup here, so we're going to go over to this real quick. Again, very significant cell that we're looking at right now. Again, this is moving down to the southeast in northwestern Kansas, just for reference. Again, very significant cell that we have ongoing here. All right, there we go. Yeah, and make sure you're sharing this with anybody that might be living in this area. Again, this is currently located in northwestern Kansas. It's moving down to the southeast. Again, we've already had confirmation of a couple of land spouts today, so we very well could see more from where this came from in terms of maybe having another tornado threat, and we might see another tornado or two or maybe some sort of land spout during this evening. And obviously, we have a few other cells ongoing. Just real quick to cover these, do have a severe thunderstorm warning ongoing. This is down near, it looks like northwest of Scott City. This is producing 70-mile-per-hour winds and a little bit of nickel-sized hail. We also got a cell over near Oakley producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. And again, our ongoing tornado warning is currently located off to the northeast of Goodland. Again, this is just west of Highway 83. It is moving down to the south east as of right now, just to the southwest of Oberlin as of right now. And again, there's also a severe thunderstorm warning up this direction, mainly winds with anything up that direction, but definitely care about maybe a little bit of large hail as well. Here's again a look at the radar as of right now. Definitely a dangerous cell. We have very high downburst winds along with it, so it's not just a tornado threat. It is also an ongoing pretty significant damaging wind threat as well. We could definitely be talking as high as 70-mile-per-hour winds with this, maybe even a little bit higher than that. Again, tornado warning ongoing until 7:30 Central Time. Again, that's setting down to the southeast as of right now. And actually, the severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, just got canceled. All right, let me go over here real quick. I did not do this real quick. Let's do this. Again, if you're just tuning in, make sure to hit the like button. I would appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and do this real quick. There we go. Again, this cell's currently moving down to the southeast. All right, let me get some chat questions here. Hope everybody's doing well, by the way. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic evening so far. Hopefully everybody's staying safe. Again, currently in Kansas, but we'll be watching other storms as well. We have another complex of storms expected to develop in North Dakota in about an hour, so that'll be between the 8 to 9 o'clock Central Time hours. I have more storms developing as well back out into the Midwest. That'll be another area to watch pretty closely. So we have several areas to watch tonight. Northeast is starting to wind down now, and there's severe weather, and there's a couple of severe storms. I know somebody just said in chat there's one in Georgia. I know there's one over in Florida as well. So we have a few ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings over that direction as well. How you doing, Wilson? Welcome back. Hey, Virginia, how you doing? Welcome back as well. Thank you, Runway. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it. Appreciate that a lot. Anything happening on Monday in Maryland? Monday. I'm not entirely sure about Monday. I'll look into it probably more tomorrow. Again, I'll have a forecast tomorrow morning. That'll be going over the next 3 days in terms of severe weather and whatnot. Yeah, and this tornado warning's ongoing. It's basically in northwestern Kansas as of right now. And again, we've already had 2 confirmations from earlier of land spouts over near Brewster. We also had one near Goodland, by the way. So we had a couple of them. It shows 4 icons. There was only 2. But we had 2 land spouts at this point, at least, confirmed back out near Goodland from earlier. I was not live for those, and I was actually not around at that time, so I was not aware of it until just recently. So that's what we got going as of right now. Again, we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings back down to the south as well. 70-mile-per-hour winds, a little bit of quarter-size tail with those. And again, we'll be watching a little bit later tonight for that ongoing complex of storms coming out of Canada that will be heading into North Dakota. So a couple areas to watch pretty closely. And again, this is a very nasty storm. We're looking at extreme hail right now. Again, it might be as high as Hennig, might even be a little bit larger than that, especially right here. That's again west of Highway 83. That's our main area currently of some very large hailstones. Also, again, we have that ongoing tornado threat. On the latest scans, I'm not seeing a whole lot in terms of strong rotation at this given time. We have a little bit of rotation on the back end here. This may be a little bit of that clockwise rotation that we might be looking at here, which is a very rare sight to see in most instances. There might be a little bit of that. I think that might be more of the hail, though, more than anything. I think the overall, at least the rotation has remained fairly minimal so far, but we're definitely looking at a very significant hail threat with this. Let me go back over to the velocities. Let's take a look a little bit higher up. And yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot on the right side of the storm. It's a little bit high up, but at this current time, I'm seeing more of just a hail threat with this right now. Again, we're definitely looking at some significant hailstones with this cell. Again, let's take a look at the hail radar. And it's still estimating possibly as high as baseball-sized hail. So we're looking at extreme hail potentially still here. Let me go back over to the warning details and see if they updated it all. It's still hen egg-sized hail as of right now. Definitely, again, could be a little bit larger than that. I believe this is in a fairly rural area, if I'm not mistaken. So we might be looking at a fairly rural spot here. But we're looking at very high downburst winds without a doubt here. You can see the greens, those brighter greens, looking at very high wind speeds. Again, that's northwest of Selden. It will be moving down to the southeast, so those in Selden, make sure you're getting ready just in case there is that tornado warned storm coming your direction. Bring your car into your garage. Again, prepare for damaging winds because this cell definitely will be producing that threat as well as it heads down to the southeast. Our most significant cell as of right now. Again, we have a considerable threat back out to the northwest of Scott City with 70-mile-per-hour winds. We'll be watching that pretty closely as well. We also had a report up here of a wildfire apparently up in Herndon, Kansas. That was a new report there. We also had a little bit of penny-sized hail, up that direction. Again, we had a couple of tornadoes confirmed back out near Goodland a little while ago. Those were land spouts to be specific, but we had a couple of those reports as well. Hey, David, how you doing? Welcome back. This is currently Kansas. Thanks, CR, by the way. Appreciate it. New thunderstorm warning in New York? Really? Okay, I'll take a look at that. Where'd my phone go? Back here. Go and take a look at it. We have had a few warnings over in New York. We actually have 3 ongoing as of right now. Most of them are just quarter to $half size hail at the most and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So we will be watching them pretty closely, though. Here's a look at the hail, by the way, as of right now. Again, significant hail core right now. It is a huge area. It's also very heavy rain. That could lead to some flash flooding concerns for sure. Let me go back over to the velocities. Let's go and take a look here. And this is where the rotation, I would say, is right now. It's definitely a little bit more of a clockwise rotation. Here, your wind's going away from the radar. Here, the wind's going toward the radar. A very rare sight to see. You don't see this that often, but there is a little bit of that clockwise rotation as of right now. Again, it only happens with very limited amount of storms that ever do produce tornadoes. It usually never happens, but it's a very rare instance that we're looking at right now if there were to be a tornado. Let's go over the correlation coefficient, and there's an extreme amount of hail. You can just see all these blues and greens going all up this direction. That is definitely really well indicative of a lot of hail falling with this cell. You don't see that very often either. I mean, we're looking at a lot of hail falling with this. Whether it is large hail or it's a bit more small hail, but just in a lot of, chunks, basically, it's kind of to be determined. Again, this is a pretty rural area, I think. I'm going to take a look and see if we have anything on Twitter as of right now. Again, the storm's currently heading down to the southeast towards Selden. So definitely a storm to watch very closely. Yes, this is basically anticyclonic. Yeah, that's what we're looking at as of right now. All right, let me go over to, let's take a look. This is near Selden, Kansas. I'm going to see if anybody has any reports from Selden as of right now. I'm assuming not, though. Nope, nothing there. Okay, let's go over to Tornado, Kansas. Let's take a look. This could be baseball-sized hail. I'm not 100%. As of right now, the warnings for hen egg, I would say it's probably closer to baseball size, though. But again, regardless of the hailstone size, it's going to cause some pretty serious damage to these areas. Let's take a look. Guys, right now it still says 2-inch size hail. I'm not seeing any reports as of yet. We'll definitely keep you updated though. Got a fairly rural area that we're in right now. Near Selden though, we'll be going toward a little bit more of a population. I'm not sure if we have anything. Does anybody know what the National Weather Service is over here? Let me take a look. I'm not sure which one issues this one. I'm gonna take a look here. Goodland. Okay, it's Goodland. That would make sense. I don't know why I even asked. All right, Goodland, Kansas. Let's go and take a look at their National Weather Service. I'm curious to see what the population is in this tornado warning. Let's see. It includes 21 people. I'd say fairly large amount of people. Let me go over to the Google Maps here. Again, Selden's a little bit more populated, as well as Dresden. Those two areas, a little bit more of a population there. Again, there is ongoing hail threat. Let me go back over to the velocities. Let's take a look at that. And this is a look at as of right now. And it looks like the winds overall are more of a concern. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation at the back end at this current time. We'll watch it still closely. Again, it may recycle. It is extremely discreet, so it definitely could very well redevelop at some point. Let me go back up here and let's take a look a little bit closer. I'm going to see what areas might be here. Yes, 21 people. All right, let's go over to the map here. I'm going to take a look what we might have in this area. Decent amount of it looks like farmland at least. Take a look if we have any businesses in this tornado warning. Leoville, Selden, as well as Dresden are all on the track basically after this. Okay, so we got Leoville right about here, Selden's right here, Dresden's right here. So those are the areas on the track after the tornado warning basically, so not in the warning yet. As of right now though, we're not seeing, it looks like, anybody in this tornado. It's a very limited area. It looks like a lot of farmland, which is again it's good news that it's not impacting a lot of lives at this point, but I mean it is definitely a significant storm that we're looking at. Could very well damage crops in this area. Let me go back over to the, yes, it is only 21 people, just for reference. Thank you, Storm Chaser. Yes, there was confirmation of land spouts earlier, back out near Goodland. I know there's two. We've already had 2 confirmations of tornadoes today, or at least land spouts. I keep calling them tornadoes. They're pretty much the same thing, and so there's small differences. But again, the very large hail core that we're looking at, this is a significant hail core. Again, it's heading towards Selden, and again, Selden's a bit more populated, so we'll have to watch the storm very closely as it heads down the southeast. Thank you, Sniper. I gotcha. If there's a new warning, you only have to post it once in chat. I'll be able to see it the first time. All right, let me go over here real quick. By the way, if you're just tuning in, we're 25 likes away from 100. Make sure the like button will keep you updated again with the latest. Let me go back over to the hail radar as of right now. Let's take a look at the latest hail scans on this. And we'll get an idea of what the hailstone sizes are still. Again, the radar has been estimating baseball-sized hail at this current time. Again, 2.75 inches in diameter is baseball size. Tennis ball is 2.5. And then hen egg is, again, 2-inch diameter. So we are probably at least looking at hen egg size. It might be a little bit larger. It's really going to depend. Again, this is a fairly rural area. I'm not assuming many people are out here looking at the storm. But I would assume that we're looking at some fairly large hail with this storm regardless. It's definitely going to be at least hen egg sized. With how big this hail core is, too. I mean, this is a lot of heavy rain without a doubt, too, but I mean, we're looking at extremely high values. Let's go and take a look at the DBZ values. They're pretty close to 75. They are very, very high that we're looking at here. So yeah, 75 right now, DBZ. So definitely a very high value overall in terms of how much rain we're probably seeing as well. Reflectivity picking up on a lot with this cell. And it's not too far away from the radar site either. It's a little bit of a distance, but nothing too crazy. We have a new update, by the way, near Oakley of now ping pong ball sized hail. So this warning near Oakley and Monument just got updated, just for reference. And again, we have a few other severe thunderstorm warnings. We're primarily going to focus on this tornado warning. It is a significant tornado warning, by the way. Again, not any confirmation of a tornado. We do have a wind gust report just coming in of 59 miles per hour. That's, again, this is Decatur County, Kansas, near Selden, about 12 miles to the northwest of Selden. That's where we have that report coming in. It's currently Kansas. Yeah, this is a crazy hailstorm that we're looking at right now. Okay, let me go back over here. Our correlation coefficient, again, showing a lot of hail. When you see these colors, by the way, usually red just represents rain. When we start to see a lot more of these yellows and greens and blues, now in some instances it can mean a tornado. This is definitely not like that at this given time. We're looking at a lot of hail though. I mean, you can just see all the hail right here. It's primarily composed in this area here. You can see the values here. They just go down as it goes off to the north, as it gets further away from the radar site, but it's primarily comprised right now just off to the west of Highway 83. So we're seeing a lot of hail with this. Or obviously it might be large hail, very large hail. It could also just be a lot of smaller stone-sized hail, but in much more, you know, larger chunks, if you will, kind of like a lot more hail falling at a given time. So definitely could be a lot of hail falling with this. Again, it's in a pretty much a farmland at this point. Let me go back over and see if we have any update on this tornado warning. Let's take a look. All right, no update it looks like as of yet. I gotta go over to the velocities here. Let's take a look. And here's a look at the velocities. More rotation, more than anything on the back end. Let's go a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. Let's take a look at that as well. And yeah, I'm seeing more rotation, kind of for the most part on the back end. There's a little bit in here too, but it's more on the back end, I would say, more than anything. But as of right now, we're definitely looking at a lot of hail. I think the main threat of this cell as it heads down to the southeast is going to be a pretty significant hail threat. And we're, again, hail threat and damaging winds being the main concerns today. We already had 2 land spouts confirmed from earlier, so we've already had confirmation of a couple of those. Well, again, tornado threat's not out of the question today by any means. Thank you, Dark, as well as Storm, by the way, for subscribing. Appreciate it, guys. Yeah, this is a lot of hail without a doubt. Also, it looks like it's being outflow driven a little bit. You can see the outflow boundary here. There's definitely a little outflow boundary. That might help to limit the overall tornado threat with this cell. It might be more of just a very large hail threat at this point. I'm going to see if there's any new updates on this tornado warning yet. Let's take a look. And nope, still high egg size as of right now. No updates quite yet, but we'll keep you updated with the latest. Hey, Shelly, how you doing? Welcome back. And by the way, there was no tornado threat today, at least listed by the Storm Prediction Center. There was several instances of where there was going to be a slight risk added today, but it never got added for any areas. There's one expected to be issued for up near Illinois and also up in North Dakota this afternoon, but they didn't issue it just because of lower confidence overall, which again, there's probably a good chance that we're going to see some severe weather up in North Dakota and over near Illinois tonight. Not even for tomorrow's severe weather, it's more for tonight. So definitely something to keep in mind as well. I do apologize, I'm missing a lot of questions, but everybody's doing well. Tim, I can see you, thank you. Hey Todd, thank you for subscribing, I appreciate it. All right, let me go back over here. Let's take a look. Again, this storm right now, moving down to the southeast. Go over to the... We do have, again, a mesoscale discussion, by the way. Let me go put these up real quick. We do have a couple of those ongoing. Here's a look at that as of right now. If that's not the thing. This is the mesoscale discussion. A watch may be issued. It probably won't at this rate unless we see more storms develop, which there is another one developing near McCook. And there's also another potential for maybe a watch up in northeastern Nebraska, western portions of Iowa. We also got another one potentially up in North Dakota. So we're gonna have to watch a few areas tonight. It's not just here. And also back, by the way, we did at least have a severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma. I'm not sure if that one's still ongoing. We have one ongoing back out near, we have a couple, I think, in New York. We have, I think, one maybe in New Mexico, if I'm not mistaken. We have at least one in Arizona, maybe Utah, one of those 2 states. We have 6 ongoing, so it's kind of sounds like naming off too many states, but funnel cloud in the panhandle of Florida. Was there? Is that recent? I don't see any storms ongoing that would be producing that, I would say. Unless there's one maybe. Yeah, I don't see any storms ongoing over there. They're too crazy. Tim, possibly tonight. A little bit low-end chance for severe weather tonight in Iowa. All right, let me back over here. Let's go to the velocities on this cell. Again, I'm seeing a lot of high downburst winds. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation, but again, it could very well have a potential for maybe a land spout. We've seen that a little bit. Again, we've already had 2 confirmations of land spouts today. Definitely not out of the question. We have a little bit of rotation there. It's nothing crazy. Land spouts do occasionally have these little setups where they don't look like they're rotating a whole lot, but they actually do sometimes produce at least a brief sort of land spout. Again, this is just off to the west of Highway 83. Selden will be in the track of this. I will put a track on this in just a second. Again, we're looking at pretty significant hail here. Those blacks and whites representing very large hail, especially in this area here, really right along the county line. Again, west of Highway 83. Let me put a track on this, though, give us an idea of where this might be heading over the next several minutes. Give you an idea of where you can expect this storm to be arriving here pretty soon. I'm going to go and do that real quick and just do this. Zoom out a little bit. Storm's currently moving about 15 to maybe 20 miles per hour. We'll go ahead and put 20 or about 18 just in case. So Selden, as of right now, is currently forecasted for 7:32. Definitely Carolina gets a little bit earlier than that. Dresden, 7:41, and Hoxie right around 8:19. That's your timing there as well. If you're just tuning in, make sure to hit the like button. I would appreciate it. And if you're new here, by the way, hit the subscriber. 200 subscribers away from 12,000. We'll keep you updated with the latest tonight. I will be live probably for a while. We have a lot of severe weather to cover tonight. It looks like we'll have a decent amount of severe weather. Again, all marginal threats, by the way, of severe weather tonight, but there is a lot of areas to watch, and this is just one of them. And we have several cells ongoing. This was an area that was actually, I believe, considered for a slight risk of severe weather today. But again, a couple of cells back down here to the south, one producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's northwest of Scott City, one near Oakley with ping pong ball-sized hail. And again, this is our main supercell as of right now, producing a potential for a tornado as of right now. And again, it's heading down to the southeast. Selden's next in track of it. Again, we have a little bit of rotation on the back end of the cell. I'm seeing a lot more potential for maybe a land spout with this, though, more than anything. This is currently northwest Kansas, by the way. Hey, Shane, how you doing? Welcome back. I am using a new chat today. I'm looking this direction. You might notice that I have a new chat to look at, so I can use my little monitor for looking at other stuff for weather. Makes it a little bit easier. All right, let me go back and see if we have any new reports on this as of yet. Again, very large hail is going to be the main threat throughout the evening in this area. Maybe some strong downburst winds as well. It's probably going to be our main concern. I definitely cannot rule out, again, maybe an isolated tornado or a land spout of some sort. That's definitely kind of in the forecast at this point. We've already had 2 confirmed land spouts. Not from too long ago. Again, we had one an hour ago back over near Goodland. We also had one just off to the east near Brewster, back out here, not very far away. I mean, we had a confirmation over that direction. Looks like we have another storm as well forming back out southwest of Oakley. That'll be another cell to watch as well. Very high lapse rates tonight, by the way. We're looking at lapse rates, I believe, around 8 or 9. Let me take a look real quick. Actually, I wonder if I can show the lapse rates on here. Let me take a look real quick. Lapse rates, by the way, are how basically how fast we see the temperature drop as we go up in the atmosphere. Has a big play on hail threats. Very big play. The higher a lapse rate is in terms of degrees Celsius per kilometer is going to indicate potentially higher hailstones. And a lot more hail. It looks like I don't have it on here, though. All right, let's take a look real quick on here. Let's take a look at the lapse rates for tonight. Over in Kansas. Can I do it on here? Not so hot. Let's do it a little bit more brighter here. Let's take a look at the lapse rates, though. Thank you, Brandon, by the way, for subscribing. I appreciate it. The storm's currently moving southeast. Selden and Dresden will be in the track. This is not going toward Oberlin, for reference. I know a few of my viewers are from that area, so it is not going that direction. Definitely can't rule out, though. There's definitely a lot of lightning with this storm, most likely, so definitely a threat right now as this moves down to the southeast. All right, let me look at the lapse rates. Let's take a look. And the lapse rates in western Kansas tonight are right around 8.5 degrees Celsius per kilometer, which is definitely pretty decent values for hailstones. So the main hail threat will likely, again, probably be in this area here. That's probably the main area. If any storms develop, which these are the main storms that we'll see develop, these ones have the best chance for producing some fairly large hail tonight. And most likely it's going to be, storms that are right now ongoing. It's going to have that best chance for some hail. Also maybe in far southwestern Nebraska, but I think the overall storms are now moving off to the east of there. Definitely carry out a little bit of hail, by the way, up in northeastern Nebraska or northwestern Iowa. Lapse rates are also right around 8 up that direction, so definitely another area to watch pretty closely. Let's go back over here again. We had our latest report of a wind gust of 59 miles per hour by a mesonet at 6:57, so that was about 13 minutes ago. That was, I believe, when the storm was kind of getting close to that area, so we definitely saw some damaging winds with this storm, at least at 60 miles per hour. Definitely can't rely it was a little bit higher, though. Go back over to the base velocities. We're seeing some very high winds with this storm, as I said before. Again, these brighter greens are representing your higher wind speeds. Let me go back over here to the reflectivity, and here's a look at the winds as of right now. We have very high winds. These are very bright greens, which again, representing that potential for maybe winds up to 70 miles per hour. Let's go to the correlation coefficient and take a look. Again, I'm seeing a lot of hail as of right now. That's without a doubt. We're seeing definitely a lot more hail than anything with this cell. Don't see a whole lot, though, to determine at least at this given time that we have something on the ground. And by the way, this is a lot of farmland in this area. Again, population of 21 in this tornado warning. But beyond this tornado warning, again, Selden and Dresden and Rexford and anywhere over here near Leoville as well, there's a little bit more population here right along Highway 83, so as well as 383. So these areas will definitely be areas to watch as we get closer to a little bit more population as it heads down to the southeast. Let me go back over here to let's take a look. Let's see if we have anything new on Twitter yet. And as of now, nothing yet. Again, this will be going towards Selden and Dresden here pretty soon. Again, damage to roofs is expected. Let's go over to the radar. I'm curious to see, is this updated yet? It's still 2-inch sized hail. So the latest update is still showing that we have ongoing hail up to the size of hen eggs at this point. It's currently in eastern Rawlins County. It's actually now moving into southwestern Decatur County, by the way, just for reference. Seriously, they don't have any timing on this either. Okay. So, again, no locations in the tornado warning, but Selden and Dresden are the next areas in path, maybe even Rexford, and possibly even as far east as over near Leoville as well, kind of in the tracking of 383. But at this given time, we don't have any confirmation, again, of any tornado yet. Again, it's a fairly rural area. It might be even rain wrapped at this given time. We have a lot of rain here. Obviously, the potential for some significant hail does exist as well. Very high winds. Again, strong downburst winds could damage some crops in this area. Let me go back over to the reflectivity. Again, your main hail core is currently existent right there. Again, that's still far west of 83. Selden, again, in the track of this over the next several minutes. And while again, I'll have to watch this very closely. Let me back over here to the... if you have any reports, I know a lot of you guys probably are in this area, but if you have any reports of any severe weather, any weather in general, feel free to post those on our Discord server or tweet me on Twitter. Those links are in the description below. And I check that pretty frequently, so if you have any photos or anything like that, feel free to send those in. We're up to 7 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way. We still have 1 tornado warning. This is the one that we have ongoing. I wouldn't be shocked if we don't get a new tornado warning. We might get another severe thunderstorm warning that has like a tornado possible label on it. That would be probably the most likely occurrence I see happening because it looks to be more of an outflow driven storm at this point. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that got issued for ping pong ball sized hail back out down to the southwest of Oakley. That's ongoing for 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. We also got a cell back down here northwest of Scott City producing the same threats in terms of winds at around 60 and as well as, or 70, excuse me, as well as maybe some quarter sized hail. So a couple of severe storms also back down to the south. Again, we have a couple ongoing back up closer to the northeast. We also have, I believe, some entering into North Dakota now, if I'm not mistaken. Take a look real quick. So yeah, we actually have one in southern Arizona. We have one in Utah, and we have 2 up in New York. And none in the southeast, by the way. We do have one that the storm that's going to be coming out of Canada pretty soon that might enter into North Dakota. It likely will. That might bring some severe weather as well in the northern North Dakota over the next few hours. Again, we'll be monitoring that very closely as well. So stay tuned. Keep you updated. It's currently northwestern Kansas. Again, we are in this. Again, if you're just tuning in, there's only 21 people that live in this big box, but again, it's going toward more populated areas, and obviously the hail threat and the damaging wind threat, there's a lot of farms here, so it's going to impact farms. That's the more concerning part at this point at this given time. If there's a tornado, obviously that could make things a lot worse, but we're definitely looking at a lot of hail out of this. Very large hail core here, probably producing at least 10 egg sized hail, and obviously the damaging wind threat around 60 to 70 miles per hour is still ongoing. Again, Selden and Dresden, most likely, it looks like Selden might be more on the track of this. Looks like the cell is kind of drifting a little bit more down to the south. It is taking a little bit of a turn here down this direction, so it might go closer to Selden. If not, it might even go as far south, or west, I should say, as Rexford. So, again, Highway 83 will be next on track of this without a doubt. Yeah, it's definitely a very strong area of wind, though. That's without a doubt right now. There's also a lot of, there's severe thunderstorms and whatnot ongoing over there near Utah as well. We got a lot ongoing over that direction. We do have 2 flash flood warnings ongoing, by the way. I'm not going to touch on those too much yet, but we'll definitely take a look at those here pretty soon. If you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. I'll try to get to some of them. All right, the storm's starting to take a turn. Let me go back over the velocities. Let's take a look. And it looks like we have more rotation on the northern part of the storm. Let me go back over to the base. Yeah, you can kind of see the overall rotation has primarily been up here. Again, it might be more of a potentially, I don't think it's anti-cyclonic. It might be more of a sort of landspout situation. We've already had 2 landspouts today, and typically with landspouts you see a lot more grays on one side and then a little bit more like greens or reds on one side as well. So there might be rotation more right here more than anything. Let me go right over to the, let's go slightly higher up here, and that's what it looks like. I mean, we're seeing more rotation at this given time over here. Slightly higher up, there might be a landspout here. That's definitely not out of the possibilities. Again, landspouts are more comprised of downbursts, but there might be a landspout possibly embedded in here. That's possible. That's definitely a possibility. And landspouts and tornadoes have pretty big differences. But landspouts are usually pretty brief. Let me go over to the correlation coefficient again. Let's take a look. Yeah, just a lot of hail. It's going to be really hard to tell because, again, we have a lot of hail. That could be interfering as well with the velocities with this storm as well. So a lot of things ongoing with the cell, including, again, that hail threat. So we're definitely going to have to watch this very closely, though. Again, it's going to be going toward Highway 83 here pretty soon, probably in about 10 to 15 minutes or so. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that got issued, so it looks like this will be replaced. Instead of having a tornado warning, it will be down to a severe thunderstorm warning, but we're looking at significant threats with this storm still. Still an ongoing threat for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, as well as hen egg sized hail. It does include Dresden. I don't know if it'll go really that direction. It looks like it's kind of starting to go a bit more to the south-southeast, but again, Dresden, make sure you're getting to your safe place and staying away from windows, as well as the ongoing threat, again, for hen egg sized hail, and also Selden. Again, you're right in the path of this, it looks like. Rexford as well. Stay on alert. The storm storm might go down your direction as well. Leoville as well. I know Leoville's included in this warning. You're definitely not out of the question for this as well. Again, Highway 83 will be in the track of this here for the next several minutes. And Selden has a little bit more in terms of places there. There's actually a realty place there as well. Let me go back over to here. Let's go and take a look if we have any new information on this. And this is Selden and Dresden. Let's take a look though if we have any new reports coming in on this storm yet. Yeah, we have a lot of rain around this storm. It's gonna be definitely hard to tell if we actually have something, because again, if there's any storm chasers out there, it's most likely rain wrapped. But we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning again for the potential for a large amount of hail still, possibly up to hen egg size, and as well as damaging winds up to 70. Let me go over to the Goodland National Weather Service. Let's take a look if they have anything there. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning was issued. Population's a bit higher here, as I said before, 579 included in this. That does not include Rexford, so we're a little bit higher in terms of population. Again, more people do live in Selden and Dresden. I think Leoville's a little bit more of a small place there, small town. We also have one school as well, just for reference. Again, where we just wore this tornado warning is only 21 people, but again, a lot of farmland around this area, a lot more damage to potentially some farmland more than anything in this area, unfortunately. And again, this heading down to the southeast. This is currently northwestern portions, as I mentioned before, of Kansas. That's where we're at as of right now. All right, we're up to 7 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way, so just for reference, keep changing the number. Again, warning count is at the bottom of your screen, bottom right. Florida, there's a tornado possible storm. Is there? Oh, is that severe thunderstorm warning? Let me take a look. Take a look at my phone real quick. Ocala. Ocala's a bit more populated area. Yeah, there's a tornado possible on it, isn't there? Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation just south of Bellevue. I'll have to watch that one pretty closely. It is going off to the northwest, which is quite interesting. It has some rotation there. By the way, do not spam in chat. I am going to just time you out or hide you from the channel. I do apologize. I need to get him on because it's getting out of hand nowadays. Let me see if he's on. Thank you, Laura, by the way, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. By the way, thank you, Shiley, for the subscribe. I appreciate it. Welcome. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Welcome back, Lucas. How you doing? Souls BMA Productions. How you doing? Welcome back. All right, again, this storm's currently heading down to the southeast. Let me go over to put the track on this storm again. We'll kind of give you an idea of where this is heading as of right now. Here's a look at the track. Tornado warning just got canceled, by the way, so we're no longer on a tornado warning. I'll have to fix that here in a second, but this is going down to the southeast. Here's a look at the track as of right now. So Selden within the next couple of minutes. Dresden probably within the next few minutes as well. I don't think you'll get a whole lot in terms of hail. Storm seems to be going a little bit further to the south now. Hoxie as well, right around 804, and Moreland right around 840. But this storm may be going a bit more down to the south more than anything, so we might be seeing a little bit of a directional change on this. All right, tornado warning just got canceled. Let me back over to here. Change back over to the severe thunderstorm warning. Good news, again, no tornado warning as of right now. Definitely current, again, tornado possible is still on this, so we definitely can possibly see a potential for a tornado with this. So that's not out of the question, but tornado warning just got canceled for the given time. We'll have to watch it closely though. We'll be moving down to the southeast. Tornado possibilities on this storm as well as one over in Florida. So we have a couple of storms there that are ongoing with tornado possibles. Let me go back over to the velocities. Let's take a look. And yeah, overall, not a whole lot in terms of rotation. We're seeing a lot more wind than anything. Definitely 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Again, a large amount of hail coming out of this storm, though. It's been estimating right around baseball size, but it is hard to determine that when we don't have any spotters around the area. But it's definitely at least 10 egg size, I would say, in this storm. All right, let me get over here to this. I'm going to go back down to the south real quick. We have another warning with a tornado possible label on it. I do want to go check that out. That's over in Florida as of right now. We actually have funnel cloud reports coming in on this storm. This is over from a little while ago, not too long ago, but we actually have funnel cloud reports coming in over near Bellevue. We do not have the right radar site on. Where's the... Oh, it's down here near Tampa, I'm guessing. Actually, it might be one up here near Jacksonville. All right, here's a look at the storm ongoing. This one has a tornado possible label on it. We have a couple of funnel cloud reports from this. Also, a possible tornado was reported at 6:38 over in Wearsdale. So we actually had a confirmation, at least of funnel clouds in the area. There may have also been a tornado touchdown around 6:35, 6:40. That's just southeast of Bellevue. I believe this is near the Turnpike, if I'm not mistaken. And this is, again, just south of Ocala. Let's go over to the velocities real quick. And this is where the rotation, I would say, is right now. There's a little bit of rotation there. Nothing that strong. Again, if there were to be a tornado, it's probably be very weak, but definitely a little bit of a system there to watch if you're over in Florida. That's, again, your Bellevue, and also pretty close just down to the south of Ocala. That's moving off to the northwest. So, again, a couple of funnel clouds came in terms of reports. We had one at 6:30 of a funnel cloud and also one back at 6:40. And again, we also had a thunderstorm wind damage, possible tornado reported as well. So we've had a couple of reports at this point in terms of potentially some sort of, at least, you know, tornado or something like that possibly happen, or at least some strong downburst winds. But I would assume that might have been at least some sort of brief or weak tornado over that direction. Doesn't look like the wind speeds are overly that high though there. All right, we're going back up here to the north right now. We have other cells ongoing as of right now. Again, primarily going to be covering Kansas for a little bit. We will be watching the other storms, though, very closely. We got some up in New England. Let's go down to the other storms. I haven't really touched base on these really much. This is another cell ongoing west of Scott City. This one seems to be losing a little bit of its overall hail core, but it is producing at least potentially some quarter-sized hail, maybe up to ping pong ball-sized, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is going down to the southeast as well at about 20 to 25 miles per hour, and it might also be weakening. So that would be some good sign, at least for those over in Scott City. But overall, again, warning goes until 7:45. Again, we'll be watching that one fairly closely. It did have a recent report of 61-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Also back up here near Oakley, the overall cell that was going toward Oakley kind of looks like it kind of drifted down to the south. You look fine for now, but there was at least a little bit of penny-sized hail over this direction. It looks actually, on the report, it says P to dime-sized hail was reported, and time was estimated by radar, so that was about 7 o'clock. Hail is now drifting down to the south. It's south of Highway 40. I have a couple of little areas of hail here. Main areas, though, is right here. That's just off to the east of Winona. Again, that's heading down to the south as of right now. I'll have to watch that one pretty closely as well. Again, ongoing severe thunderstorm warning and tornado possible label on this one. Again, it's heading towards Selden as of right now. We'll have to watch this one again closely as it moves down to the south and southeast, as it may have some redevelopment of maybe a possibility for maybe a low-end tornado threat. But overall, the hail threat's definitely more overpowering than anything at this point. Yeah, I don't know about, again, there was a report that it may have been a tornado. There's no confirmation on that yet, but we'll keep you updated, figure out if there was one or not. Let me go back over to Twitter. Let's take a look at the Selden storm. Take a look if we have any recent reports on this. This warning, by the way, goes until 8 o'clock Central Time for reference. So, again, it's moving down to the southeast. A pretty dangerous storm right now. Again, it's still producing some fairly large hail for Selden. By the way, thank you, Christopher, Tom, as well as Judy for subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. Welcome. Thank you, thank you. All right, let me go back over to this. Yeah, we have pretty high lapse rates, excuse me. So there's definitely a possibility that we do see. We have a tornado warning that just got issued for Wichita, Kansas. We have a new tornado warning. Let's go over to this. I'm glad I looked at Twitter because I didn't see this. There looks to be a decent amount of rotation on this too. This is, again, a brand new tornado warning that just got issued down over in Leoti area. This is, again, moving down to the southeast. Let me go over to here. I need to fix this real quick. Again, we're on a tornado warning. Brand new tornado warning just got issued. Again, this is near Scott City. I'm going to go down to this radar site for right now. Let's kind of take a look at the velocities here. And it seems like we have a decent amount of velocities on this storm. Actually, I'm going to go to the other one. It's higher def. Let's go to here. All right, tornado warning west of Scott City, though, as of right now. This is an ongoing tornado warning, just got issued. Looks like the rotation seems to be pretty strong here, at least on the initial look. But as of right now, tornado warning was just issued west of Scott City, going toward 96. Again, seek shelter immediately away from windows and lowest floor possible. Yeah, the setting down right now to the southeast. Again, brand new tornado warning just got issued. Again, heading down to the southeast. I'm going to take a look if we have any reports on this one in terms of what we're looking at here. Again, I believe the Goodland National Weather Service just issued this tornado warning. Let me go and take a look. Yeah, they did. So the new tornado warning does include a population of 20, but it's going down to the southeast. Again, ping pong ball sized hail also possible with this storm. Let's go back to the velocities. Let's take a look. And as of right now, the rotation is currently here, but that's a little bit outside of the storm, I would say. It's right about there. So there might be a little bit of rotation here. Correlation coefficient also indicating possibly something there. Might also be hail, so that's something we have to keep in mind. Again, the radar sites back up here to the northeast have their hail core here. That might be interfering a little bit with the correlation coefficient, but there is definitely a decent amount of rotation with this cell. Again, here's a look at the rotation as of right now. Again, just north of 96, heading down to the southeast. Again, brand new tornado warning. Sea shelter immediately. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, for reference, this is western Kansas on the latest warning. All right, thank you, Jason, for subscribing. Let's go back over here. Okay, we have a little bit more rotation here. That's the rotation area here. Let's go back over to the reflectivity. That's what we're looking as of right now. Correlation coefficient. I'm not seeing anything that's definitive at this point. Again, this is from the other radar angle as of now. Again, this is the Goodland radar site. That's the closest one we got. We have also one down here near Dodge City. We'll have to watch this very closely. There may be some sort of tornado with this. It's definitely hard to tell, though. Overall, it's a fairly rural area. A lot of farmland, as I mentioned before, again. But it is close to Leoti, as well as just off to the west of Scott City. So those areas, again, make sure you're being aware of the storm. It's, again, moving down to the southeast as of right now. Definitely a decent amount of rotation, though, on this cell. We're definitely seeing a good amount of rotation with this. Very much more well-defined storm than before. Here's a look at the past few minutes, by the way, on the storm. Kind of see how it's developed. Let me just kind of go here. Just kind of see how it develops here. From 25 down to the south. Pretty well-defined storm at this point as it moves down to the south and southeast. Here's a look at the velocities as well in comparison to that. You can just see the velocities not nearly that strong back there. They started to strengthen a little bit more, and the tornado warning got issued when they were they're definitely looking pretty strong right now. But again, it's just one radar angle, so it's definitely a little bit hard to tell. It very well could be interfering again with that hail that we have off to the north of this storm. Let's go back over to the velocities again. Here's a look at it as of right now. I'm back over here, back to the live radar. So this, again, look at the velocities. They definitely look pretty decent, though, right now. Again, just off to the northeast of Leoti. Back over to the base velocities. It looks a little bit better on the base velocities. Now, here's our rotation as of right now. It is going to be going toward 96 here over the next several minutes. Thank you, Roadhouse Chronicles, for becoming a hurricane chaser, by the way. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. That is a huge commitment. I really appreciate you becoming a hurricane chaser. Thank you very much. Appreciate your support. All right, let me back over here. By the way, if you know anybody in this area, make sure you're informing them. Again, this is west of Scott City as of right now. Again, western Kansas. It is, again, moving down to the southeast as of right now, producing some decent hailstone sizes as well. We have a recent report of 55-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well. This is, again, Wichita County, excuse me, Kansas. Moving down to the southeast. All right. I'm going to take a look if we have any new reports coming in on this. Over here, let's see. Okay, no new report on this storm yet. Again, this is near OT. Let's take a look here. Yeah, as right now, again, no new reports in terms of what we're looking at here. I'm gonna take a look if we have any. Actually, I'm gonna look if we have any view on this storm. I'm not sure if we have any camera views on this storm as of right now. And it's a pretty rural area, so I'd be surprised, but never know. Yeah, we're not gonna see anything. I'll look at Healy, Kansas. Healy, Kansas says it looks like a couple of cameras, but it's pretty far to the east, and yeah, I'm not seeing anything. It's pretty low camera as well. Yeah, no good view on this storm at this given time, but we will be watching this again very closely for you. Again, ongoing rotation seems to be pretty strong on this cell. Let's go back over to the velocities and take a look. And again, we have a good amount of rotation currently ongoing here, just off to the northeast, or really east-northeast now of Leoti. It's going to be crossing over 96 over the next couple of minutes. Again, area of rotation is currently centered here. Here's a look at that correlation coefficient for you, and it is showing something, but honestly, at this given time, that's a lot more of the, you know, when we start to see these greens and blues also mixing in there, like lighter rain, sometimes we see some of those dark blues come into play, so I can't completely confirm it again, but we definitely have a decent amount of rotation here. Definitely a cell to watch very closely. Again, heading down to the southeast as of right now. Take a look if we have any new details on this. As of now, we don't have any new warning details at this given time. It's definitely heading down to the southeast, though. We definitely have ping pong ball sized hail along with that, by the way, just off to the northeast of Leoti, moving down to the southeast, excuse me. I appreciate that, Roadhouse. Appreciate that. You're in hurricane territory. And moving down to the southeast. Let me go over here to this. Let's take a look. Just real quick. All right, we're in Kansas. I'm going to put it on our screen so we don't keep getting the same question. I'll put this down at the bottom left. There we go. I'll just put that there for now. Again, this is currently moving down to the southeast. It's western Kansas. Again, this is near Highway 96. That's our ongoing tornado warning. And it looks like up here we have a little bit of an inflow going back into the storm. I'll have to watch that one pretty closely, too. We had two storms ongoing. Again, that one was previously tornado warned. And this rotation, again, looks pretty decent right now. Next radar update should be coming in pretty shortly. This is the 728 radar update, still about to cross over 96, so we'll still have to watch this pretty closely. Yep, weather, you're correct. Yeah, we'll have to be watching tomorrow too, very closely. Again, there will be a possibility. There's most likely going to be an MCS tomorrow, so that's going to be across the Midwest. Definitely a significant severe weather event to watch tomorrow. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Forgot to add that. And I did not mean to do that. Over to here. I do occasionally forget to update these warning counts, but okay, we're at 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, 1 tornado warning. Again, we have 1 ongoing tornado warning. We have a couple of ongoing storms though that have tornado possibles on them because they do have a little bit of rotation. 1 ongoing near Ocala, Florida, and we also have another one up in northwestern Kansas. We have a couple of them ongoing, but ongoing for Kansas, it's more of a hail threat more than anything right now. Again, very high lapse rates in this area are going to equivalent to very large hail. So this storm particularly is currently producing potentially some ping pong ball sized hail along with the ongoing tornado threat for reference. So we got going as of right now. Next radar update is going to be coming in right now, so we'll get an update on the velocities and live radar here in just a second. Jake, no, not really. Yeah, MCSs are definitely something to keep in mind. Very well destructive events in some cases. Again, they're pretty close to derechos. They're not exactly the same thing, but MCSs are very similarly compared to derechos. But they're not the same. Again, MCSs are a little bit on the lower end in terms of severe weather, but they are definitely still destructive severe weather events overall. And we're going to probably see that tomorrow, unfortunately. Again, that's across portions of the Midwest. Get more details on that in our latest video. Where's Christian? I don't know. Here often, though. Guys, please do not spam, otherwise you're going to get banned. Thank you. Do not spam the same thing more than once in the same minute. I don't have a mod right now, so I can't really do everything on my own, but... What's an MCS? It's basically a mesoscale convective system. It's pretty much a derecho, but on the lower scale. They happen a lot more often. I mean, they're pretty similar to a derecho. It's kind of hard to it's pretty much, they're compared very similarly, but derechos last longer. They're much longer in terms of scale. Like they, instead of, MCS could be like 100 to 150 miles. Derechos are sometimes 2 to 250, possibly even a little bit more than that. We had a derecho a few weeks ago. We've had MCSs. MCSs happen a bit more often than derechos. They are more common, but... All right, let me go back over here. Let's go take a look at the velocities here. Yeah, the latest radar scan still showing a pretty decent amount of rotation here. You're just off to the east of Loyalty. It's getting near 96. Moving down to the southeast. Let's take a look at the hail core real quick. I'm curious to see what the hailstone sizes are looking like. Radar is currently estimating right around maybe $half sized hail. So that's what we're looking at right now on this cell. Back to the velocities here. Oops, did not mean to do that. Here's a look, guys, right now. Again, moving down to the southeast. We have a confirmed tornado. Okay, we have breaking news. We have a confirmed tornado that just got apparently confirmed here near Hoaxie. This is, again, confirmed tornado of some sorts. Take a look at what this warning says. Confirmed tornado is located about over Selden, 13 miles northwest of Hoaxie. All right, so we have a latest report. We had a confirmed tornado by public. So seek shelter immediately. Again, this is near Selden. We just had a confirmed tornado. Again, repeat, this is a confirmed tornado that we have ongoing near Selden. This came really out of nowhere. This storm was rotating, but didn't have a whole lot of rotation on the last scan. Let me go over, take a look at Twitter and see if we have anything coming in here. Again, this is confirmed tornado as of right now. Moving down to the southeast. Let's take a look. I'm just trying to see if we have anything here confirmed. Population of just over 2,000. Hoaxie, by the way, is included. That is a little bit more populated of a town now in that direction. Again, we have a confirmed tornado here near Selden on our latest report. I'm going to see if we have any photos or anything like that of it. I don't see any as of right now. Again, this was confirmed by the public. Let's take a look at the velocities as of right now. And there is definitely a little bit of rotation. You can kind of see that back up here near Selden. That's probably where the rotation is as of right now. Or maybe a little bit further down to the southeast. Might be back. Here's where the inflow is. I would probably assume it's there. Go to the velocities again. And yeah, it's probably here. That's where we're looking. Hail core is back up here. There's a little bit of a mixture there. But that's where potential tornado is right now. It likes to usually sit in these little, where the inflow goes in. Again, your little hook. Usually the tornado likes to sit right about there. That is where the potential tornado is right now on the ground. So again, make sure you get in shelter immediately, away from windows and lowest floor possible. Again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground as of right now. Again, this might have already lifted up, but we very well might have one still on the ground. Again, this was just reported a couple of minutes ago. And again, it's moving down to the southeast. Try to see if we have any new reports here of this, but and this is a observed tornado. This is not radar indicated. It's an observed tornado by the public. And here's a look at the cell right now. Again, we have some significant hail here just off to the southeast of Selden. Very significant situation ongoing here as it moves down to the southeast. Again, we have 2 tornado warnings ongoing, and we have this ongoing confirmed tornado that is now on the ground. This is our 3rd confirmed tornado or landspout of the day, so we now have 3 today. A very significant storm ongoing, moving down to the southeast. Back here over to the velocities, and here's where that tornado likely is. Let's go over to the correlation coefficient. Let's see if it's still on the ground. It's hard to tell. Again, there's a lot of farmland, but it probably is still on ground with how tight those velocities still are. Again, pretty tight rotation here as of right now. Again, just west of 23. It's heading down toward Hoaxie as of right now. Yeah, public did confirm this, by the way. Again, this is a confirmed tornado by the public. I'm pretty sure this was not by any trained weather spotters, but it might have been. It said public, though. Usually when it says public, it means somebody observed it. That was not a current storm chase or anything like that. This warning, by the way, goes until 8:15. Again, public confirmed this tornado, so it was most likely somebody that lived in the area. And we have an ongoing tornado warning over near Leoti as well. There's 2 tornado warnings ongoing. Again, both of them in Kansas, one in northwestern Kansas, and one currently ongoing over in portions of western Kansas. Again, look at the velocities as of right now. Our tornado's likely sitting right about here. Again, just to the southeast of Selden, moving down to the southeast toward Hoaxie right now. Definitely a very dangerous storm that we're looking at right now. Again, 2 tornado warnings ongoing. This is just one of them. Hoaxie, by the way, again, is a bit more populated, so definitely something to watch for very closely as it moves down to the southeast. David, I know it. It's crazy how much how far it's come. Wasn't there a landspout near Houston, Texas earlier? Not that I'm aware of. Was there? I'm entirely sure. I didn't hear about that, though. There was one today. We're talking about today? Take a look real quick if they confirmed anything. Hey, if you're just tuning in, this is an observed tornado. This is, again, a confirmed tornado moving down to the southeast as of right now. We actually did have one. Apparently, there was a confirmed landspout in southeast Texas. That was a little earlier today. I didn't even know that. Again, this is going toward Hoaxie. I'm going to take a look if we have any new reports coming in on this. An observed tornado as of right now. No photos of this yet, but definitely a dangerous storm as it heads down to the southeast. Again, our rotation is currently centered right about there. And for reference for this storm, it looks like it's becoming a little bit more rain-wrapped. Again, here's your inflow going to the storm as of right now. Again, very dangerous cell overall here. Let's go to the correlation coefficient. Still not showing anything very well defined, but we definitely could be looking at some sort of tornado or even a landspout still. I got a lot of farmland in this area, so it is pretty hard to tell at this given time whether we do have a tornado or not still on the ground. But we definitely have a fairly strong rotation still ongoing with the cell. And not just that, but a lot of hail still with this as it moves down to the southeast. Again, Hoaxie is in the track of this. Or Hoxie. Hoxie or Hoaxie. I'm not sure what the name is, but hopefully I'm not butchering the name. Hey, Border, how you doing? Welcome back. Thank you, Ozzy, by the way, for subscribing. It looks like this storm is becoming a bit more rain-wrapped, and it looks like the inflow is starting to get cut off a little bit, which might be good news, but it is definitely a bit more rain-wrapped than before, so it's just something to kind of keep in mind. Again, heading down to the southeast as of right now. Let me go back over here. This is, again, going toward... Kansas pronunciation is weird. That is a good way to sum it up. Let me go over here and take a look. We have cameras down in near Interstate 70. It's a bit further south of Hoaxie, but I'll take a look if we have any cameras that have decent angles on this. We have one over in Jennings. That's not looking the right direction, though. I'm not seeing anything along Interstate 70 of at least any good cameras. We have one down in Oakley, but it's definitely rained a good amount in Oakley. The rains are definitely rained over there. Tornado warning was just updated, by the way. We're now down to a just ongoing tornado warning. It's no longer at least observed at this given time, but definitely can't rule out that we still have a tornado warning going. Again, 70-mile-per-hour wind gust report just came in Selden, so we've at least had some damaging winds as high as 70 with this storm. Again, here's a look at the rotation as of right now. It still seems to be pretty tight there, but again, correlation coefficient is just not matching up with the rotation. Latest scan, slightly broader, but again, that's where your rotation is as of right now. Looks like the overall inflow did get cut off on that last scan, though, as I mentioned before. And your inflow is a bit stronger going into the storm before. Again, if there were to be a tornado, it'd be located in much more rain wrap more than anything. But it looks like the rotation on the last scan did weaken slightly. Again, we have another tornado warning ongoing down here to the south. This has been ongoing for a few minutes now. Let's take a look at the velocities on this one real quick. And we still have some rotation ongoing with this. This is just along 96 now. It's just crossing over 96. Again, moving down to the southeast. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient on this. Again, nothing very definitive, but I definitely can't rule out that we've seen something with this. Maybe a land spout or even maybe a little brief tornado with that. That's near 96, as I mentioned before. We'll probably be getting more information on this tornado that was confirmed over in Selden here pretty soon. I'm still waiting more reports on that. I would assume we're going to get something here pretty soon, though. Yeah, tornado warning continues until 8:15 Central Time for those in Hoaxie. Thank you, James, by the way, for the report. It could be cycling, yes. That's definitely a possibility. There's actually, yeah, again, the Storm Prediction Center did not have any risk today, but again, high elapsed rates were more of a concern. There was obviously going to be a potential for, obviously, some hail, so... All right, we have a report coming in from the tornado that was confirmed that I'm seeing. Look at this real quick here. Yeah, so we had a report from public at 6:30 or 7:30. Yeah, 7:30 Central. So about 13 minutes ago of a confirmed tornado that was relayed to the Rexford deputies, I believe, or something like that. That's what it looks like, at least on Twitter here. That was the report that we got on this storm. Again, this is the one that just produced a tornado a few minutes ago. And public reported this tornado. Deputies were dispatched. Okay, that's what happened. So deputies were dispatched off after that, obviously, because a tornado can definitely cause some damage. Again, over in Selden, so that was not too long ago. We have a lot more hail. It looks like the rotation, I believe, is starting to weaken a little bit. Yeah, we're not seeing anything defined anymore. Again, it was a bit tighter before. Let me go back a few scans. I am curious to see when it was back in Selden, how strong it looked. Now, let's stop here. Let's go here. It was reported in Selden. It may have been here. I'm going to circle this spot real quick and match it up at 717 with the correlation coefficient. If I can. Go over to the live radar. Yeah, the radar's just glitching out now. Here's a look at the live radar at that given time. The inflow is way back up there, though. That wouldn't make any sense. Go to the correlation coefficient and go over a few scans. I think that's defined in this instance, but and it could have been something brief. It might have also happened in between radar scans as well. It's not out of the question. It is definitely be hard to tell, though. Again, this is an ongoing tornado warning still, though. So those in Hoaxie, just make sure you're still in shelter immediately away from windows and lowest floor possible. It looks like we have rotation still ongoing with this anyways. It's definitely not out of the question that we see another tornado with this at some point. A lot of hail, though, with this as of right now. Again, moving down to the south and southeast. I appreciate that, Cleek. Appreciate you tuning in. No problem, David. Appreciate you tuning in. All right, let me back over here. I have another screen that I'm reading chat from, but it's kind of small. I have to look at my other screen here. Hey, Roy, by the way, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Have a good night, Matthew. Appreciate you tuning in. Okay, let's go back over to the other tornado warning real quick. I'm not sure if there's any new updates. And that tornado warning back down to the south did it get canceled. So we're down to one tornado warning as of right now. That's again near Hoaxie, moving down to the southeast. Again, we just had a confirmation of a tornado about 15 minutes ago with the cell. It is back down to just a normal radar indicated tornado warning. I have a lot of hail still, possibly up to hen egg size. And we also have a couple other cells still ongoing with potentially some significant hail and damaging winds. So that's what we got as of right now. Again, we are currently in northwestern Kansas. It's again moving down to the southeast. Hoaxie, again, a bit more populated. It's moving down to the southeast. Highway 24 as well. Going to be in the track of this over the next several minutes. Back over to the velocities. I'm not seeing a whole lot in terms of rotation on the latest scans. It looks to be much more of just a hail threat. The rotation as of right now is currently centered here, but overall rotation has been pretty minimal. Here, your winds going away from the radar, going toward the radar. I'm not seeing a whole lot here at this given time. little bit of rotation, but nothing too strong. It was definitely stronger before, and that's also where a lot of hail is. Hail might be interfering as well with the velocities, as I mentioned before, so we definitely could be looking at more of that more than anything. We should be getting a bit more information on what this tornado was when it was on the ground here in a little bit near Selden. I am waiting more reports on that. Take a look if we have anything over on here. Let's take a look at Selden. I'm not seeing any reports yet on the tornado. Okay, we had actually a confirmation. Selden, okay, let's see. Okay, nothing actually new that we just... this is in Sheridan County, by the way, Kansas. So it says 6 miles east of Selden. That's where the confirmed tornado was. Which is quite interesting. That was about 17 minutes ago. It's our latest report. Thomas County Dispatch forwarded report of tornado to east of Rexford. Again, deputies dispatch. So that was our latest report on the tornado that was confirmed. Tornado warning just got condensed, by the way. Now only includes Hoaxie, so just for reference. We're down to the southeast. There's a severe thunderstorm watch in North Dakota. Okay, thank you. Roy, as of right now, nothing really in the short term that's expected, unfortunately. But we might have a little bit of cool down going to mid next week, so stay tuned. Let's look at the velocities as of right now. Again, rotation's not that impressive anymore. It's more broad more than anything, but and definitely this storm again could recycle. We had more rotation beforehand. Looks like it might be weakening a little bit though. And my program crashed. Nice. Apparently my RAM usage was high. I gotta figure out what the RAM usage thing is, but we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch, by the way, for North Dakota that just got issued real quick. 70-mile-per-hour winds up to baseball size or tennis ball size tail, excuse me, possible up that direction. That is the latest on that. Also, we have an outflow boundary that got shot off. We have a couple of them ongoing. One coming out of Colorado. We also got one going off to the west. So definitely could see some storms form off of that. But overall, again, tornado warning still ongoing here over in Hoaxie. Currently, again, moving down to the southeast. Let's take a look at how many warnings we got as right now. I think we have a little bit more warnings than before. All right, we have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 tornado warning. And I think they're all actually in Kansas right now. Hey, Texie, how you doing? Welcome back, as well as Dobbs. How you guys doing? Welcome back. Hope everybody's doing well, as always. Yeah, other 2 storms, by the way, are having a pretty good amount of hail back down this direction. We're definitely seeing some pretty large hail. No reports on the Leote storm in terms of at least any sort of tornado at this point. Again, this one just had a confirmation of a tornado 19 minutes ago, so we definitely had some sort of tornado with this already. Going to PDF's tornado. I keep accidentally doing that. Let's go back over to the velocities. Again, rotation overall is pretty minimal. Moving down to the southeast as of right now. Severe weather for tomorrow, that's going to be across the Midwest. So again, if you want more information on that, make sure to check out my latest forecast. It has all the details for you. Large hail core, by the way, going toward Hoaxie as well. That's extremely large hail, probably hen egg sized at least, heading down to the southeast. That was 6 tornadoes possible and a 1 out of 5 risk. Dolly, it does occasionally happen, but overall, the tornado threat was supposed to remain low today. But the overall setup, we had high lapse rates. We had a lot of instability as well. So we had a decent setup for severe weather today, which obviously equivalated to, potential for a few tornadoes. But overall, the threat was not supposed to be that high. Now, honestly, I wasn't expecting much in terms of tornadic activity. I was expecting a much more of a hail threat. We've seen a couple of landspouts, though. Landspouts are not necessarily the same thing as tornadoes. And this may have been a tornado. It also may have been another landspout. Landspouts occasionally, they happen more often with downburst winds, but what we're seeing here is probably more of that sort of situation with that, I would assume, but it might have also been a tornado. The other 2 I know over near Goodland were, at least as we know, were landspouts. That's what was confirmed out that direction. And this is only our 3rd one, by the way, confirmed. We haven't had 6 tornadoes. We've only had 3. We did have technically at least possibly a tornado over in Florida. It was very brief and weak. And we had one down, another landspout down in southeast Texas. So we've technically had 5 possibly today. Possibly. Again, one of them is not confirmed, but yeah, that's what we have so far. And again, most of those were landspouts as well as of what we know so far. James, most likely. We'll see though. Yeah, it's not common, but it does happen once in a while. It's pretty rare though. Thank you, James. Thanks, Christian. Appreciate it. Anything for the Texas Panhandle? I'm not entirely sure. We saw a severe storm earlier, but I don't think there's too much going on down that direction. I'll keep you updated, though. We'll see. As for what I know, I think there's pretty minimal activity down that direction. I'll look at the cell down in Scott City here in a second. Actually, I'll look at my phone real quick. There isn't a whole lot of rotation. It's more downburst winds looking from the other radar site. That's what it's primarily comprised of right now. Overall, Texas Panhandle, only a couple of isolated storms back out in the western Texas Panhandle as of right now. Stream's buffering. Fix that real quick. It's not just, yeah. I'll have to fix that real quick. Yeah. Hopefully it does. I think it'll fix itself. It's a hot, sunny day. Yeah, it's definitely hot out there. Buffering occasionally? Okay. I'll try to fix it here in a second. Should hopefully fix itself, but we'll see. Again, tornado warning still ongoing for Hoaxie for another, at least potentially as much as 20 more minutes, but I would assume that either gets expired or something like that. Again, velocity's not very strong, very broad rotation as of right now, moving down to the southeast. This given time. Good for the moment. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it looks better now. I will have to fix that issue off stream. I'm gonna have to do some stuff to fix it, but it shouldn't take too long. Just a small issue that doesn't probably take much effort. I just gotta figure it out. Are you ready for the Wisconsin pronunciation tomorrow? Man, I've dealt with crazy states in terms of pronunciation, and honestly, I don't think Wisconsin's the worst one. I've seen much worse. At least when I remember covering the Wisconsin one a few weeks ago, and it wasn't too bad. But overall, at least it wasn't too bad. We should be in our new Storm Prediction Center outlook here pretty shortly, by the way. We'll see if anything does change. At this point, I don't think we'll see too much changing, because again, I think most of the severe weather down in Kansas will be winding down, most likely in a couple of hours. But back up to the north, again, North Dakota, we're going to start to see severe weather up that direction as well. Thank you, KD Video Productions, for becoming a Hurricane Chaser member as well. Man, 2 Hurricane Chaser members today. I really do appreciate that. Thank you very much. You're our second one today, and I think you're our 8th or 9th ever Hurricane Chaser. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. That's a huge commitment again. I really do appreciate that. By the way, if you are a member, you can actually gift memberships now if you ever want to gift memberships to the community, but that is a new option. I have a video on that, I think, on the channel, but just got newly introduced to YouTube. It's also a way to support our page, but otherwise, I do appreciate it again. Thank you. Let me go back over here and take a look. Again, we had a couple of reports of a tornado. I'm trying to see if we have any new reports on this storm from Selden. And we had a confirmation of a tornado. Let's see. Latest report in Selden, by the way, was quarter-sized hail. There was a trained weather spotter that reported sizes, or hailstone sizes around the size of quarters. Some, though, were slightly larger than quarters. Maybe $half size up to ping pong ball sized hail, potentially. Winds were near 50 miles per hour, but that was estimated as well. So, again, Storm Chaser just reported that back up near Selden. I'm not sure if that report's on here yet. It's not, but we had that report just come in. So just for reference, again, we probably still have some pretty large hail with this, potentially in the near center, but that's our latest report. Again, Storm Chaser was in the area, Storm Spotter. Just confirm that. Thank you, Luna, as well as Chris, for subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. Welcome. Yeah, I might get upgrade to moderate. We'll see. It's going to be mainly a damaging wind threat, though, than anything. But I'll probably go live at some point tomorrow. We'll see. I have some plans probably tomorrow morning and possibly early afternoon. That might interfere, but hopefully I don't. See what happens. And the storm's currently moving down to the southeast. So let me take a look at how many warnings we have. We have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, I believe. We actually are up to 4. Here's the number 1. Still have a tornado warning ongoing for another 19 minutes. Again, the setting down toward Hoaxie as of right now. And Highway 24. But overall, again, the rotation has remained, at this given time at least, has not remained that strong. We're seeing a lot of broad rotation at this point. I would assume we're going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning, though, on this cell. As it moves down to the south, it'll likely be ping pong ball sized hail and maybe still 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. It'll probably still have a tornado possible label. That's my guess, but see what happens. Thank you, Eric, for tipping $3. Let me take a look. I don't have my thing open. Hey, Devin, welcome back. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. All right, well, did you guys just see what happened there? Look at how accurate I was. Ping pong ball size tail, tornado possible, and 70-mile-per-hour winds. I did say 60 to 70, but okay. So new severe thunderstorm warning though did just get issued. This will replace the tornado warning. I cannot talk, but that does include areas along Highway 24 as well as Hoaxie. And again, that's moving down to the southeast as of right now. Nice music. What do you mean? Oh, music on, right? I know. All right, let me take a look at the tip. Thank you, Eric, for the $3 tip. You actually didn't send a message, but I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Also, Robbie yesterday tipped $5. I missed that. I don't know if Robbie's here, but thank you, Robbie. I actually completely missed that. That must have happened after stream. Appreciate that, Robbie, though, if you're still here. Also, Christopher yesterday had a $5 super chat. Did I miss that too? I missed like several things. All right, the tornado warning just expired, which is good news. Let's go back over here. But we're on to severe thunderstorm warning here. Still ongoing threat here of severe thunderstorm warnings. So we'll keep you updated with the latest. We have also another area to watch tonight up in North Dakota that's ongoing and developing. So we'll have to watch that closely too. All that moving down to the southeast. Where's the storm going next? It's going to be going down southeast. I'll put a track on this. Waukene will probably be the next in track for this. I'm going to put a track on this again. But again, I do appreciate that tip, by the way. Thank you very much. Again, Eric, I really do appreciate that. Oh, Eric, you're the one that tipped yesterday. I just realized that. You have the same icon. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, let me go over to the tracking here. Let's go and take a look and track this out. Again, ping pong ball size tail is the ongoing threat with this cell. Here's a look at the track as of right now. Again, I'll be moving down to the southeast. Quinter 857, Collier right around 909, and Waukene right around 934. That's your timing on this storm at this point, moving down to the southeast. So again, definitely a storm to watch. And I think the storm will probably weaken a little bit as it goes down to the southeast, but that's our main threat as of right now. We got a couple other warnings, by the way, over near Scott City and one south of Oakley that we're watching as well pretty closely. But those threats still quarter to maybe $half size tail, maybe some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well along with those. All right, take a look at chat here. Heard the music too. That's not good. Oh, was it? Oh, was it the sound? It might have been the sound effect. Oh, yeah, that's when somebody donates. Sorry. Yeah, that's what somebody donates. That's like if you okay, so it's on our Discord server, the thing, but if you become a hurricane chaser or you do a tip through the donation link or you super chat $20 or more, that's the sound effect. Sorry, that's what it was. Yeah. Thank you, Dan, for the $5 super chat as well. I appreciate that. Better than TV and the. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. I get called an auctioneer a lot, so appreciate that though. Thank you. W2, this is currently over in Kansas. Most of the severe weather that we're looking at is in Kansas right now. No, Zero, I saw him. He actually, Reed Timmer followed me on Twitter too. He just followed me last night. And Brandon Kopik both did. Yeah. I did see Reed, yes. I actually responded to him. Reed Timmer was in our chat last night. He's actually been here twice now, so. This is the second time at least. At least of what I know. He might have been here more than that. I don't know. I have no clue. Thank you. I don't know how to say your name. Nick. I'll call you Nick. Appreciate you becoming a Storm Chaser member. Really do appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate you supporting the page. Thank you. Thank you. Got down here to the Leote storm real quick. TVS might be on this storm if you're looking at the other radar angle. I don't think we have a whole lot of rotation on this though. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of rotation. It's more of downburst winds right now. Moving down to the south as of right now. We'll watch that closely, but overall, I think the main threat of that will be damaging winds. The rotation is not that impressive. If you look from the other radar site, definitely nowhere close to the same magnitude. Thank you, W2. I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. Is there any severe weather for Wichita, Kansas tomorrow? I don't think so. If there is, it's very low. No, nothing tomorrow. There might be something possibly early to mid next week. We'll have to watch that closely. Again, I'll have more details on that probably on our Sunday forecast once we have a little bit less severe weather. If I have a forecast on Sunday. If it's not Sunday, it'll be Monday. But that's what I'm looking at as right now. Let me go back over here. Again, we have a marginal risk of severe weather on Sunday as well. That's across the Midwest and Northeast. I probably won't go live for that, but if I do, it'll probably be something like this where it's going to be not too long, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, and we actually have a severe thunderstorm warning that got issued up here. Let's take a look at this real quick. This coming out of Canada. This is up in North Dakota. This is 60-mile-per-hour winds, and as well as some ping-pong ball-sized hail. This just got issued. This moving down to the southeast toward Mohall, as well as Sherwood. That's moving down to the east-southeast, though. Max Bass is also on the track of that pretty soon. Thanks, Christian. I appreciate that. Sorry, I'm missing some questions here and stuff. There's a ton of tornado reports now. Let me look it up here. Yeah, we had 5. Again, we might have had as many as 5 or 6 tornadoes today, or at least landspouts / tornadoes. I'll kind of put it to that point because again, landspouts are fairly similar to tornadoes. They're made differently. Basically, they develop differently than your tornado stuff. Sounds good, Storm Chaser. That actually sounds like a really good idea. Appreciate you tuning in. Have a great rest of your night. Yeah, we had a landspout reported down east of Houston, Texas, and we've had 5 reports over in Kansas, but I believe 2 of them are correcting. So I think so far we've had 4 at least confirmed. I don't think we've had 6 or 5. I mean, wait, yeah, we have 6 reports. I think 4 are the ones that we've had confirmed. I think 2 are just recorrecting though. Radar Omega, is Radar Omega a good radar? I've never used it, so I can't give you any opinion on it. Can't give you an honest opinion. Hey DFW, how you doing? Welcome. I got you, Storm Chaser. See you again soon. Appreciate you tuning in. And again, this severe thunderstorm watch goes until 9 o'clock. Or wait, no, that's the morning. Goes until 1 a.m. That would make more sense. So ongoing severe thunderstorm watch until 1 a.m. up at North Dakota. Again, includes a pretty decent area. We'll have more storms most likely developing tonight. Low end chance for a tornado. I'm awaiting the next Storm Prediction Center's outlook for tonight. I think it may just be coming out now, or it should be coming out here pretty shortly. So we'll wait for that. It just came out now. So the new additions to this outlook, which kind of came late, but I mean, I understand where they're coming from. But here's a look at the outlooks that we just got introduced. This is not it. Has not updated on here yet. Should be updating here in a second, though. See if it updates here in a second. Let me go over to the tornado threat, see if it pops up on here. No, it doesn't yet. All right, well, wait a second. But the new outlook basically says that we have a slight risk of severe weather now up here, which is where the severe thunderstorm watch is as of right now. And also the marginal threat for severe weather. I'll kind of draw it out until we have it. But we have a slight risk down here for the storms ongoing as of right now. Still a low-end chance for a tornado. We have a marginal risk, though, that extends back out this direction. Again, once it comes up on my map, I'll be able to show you, but has not updated yet. We'll keep this on until we have an update. We also have a special weather statement apparently down in Oklahoma for 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Here's a look at the storms down this direction, though, as of right now. Again, we got several severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing here, and we'll keep you updated with the latest on these. I will wait until we get that new update, though. Tornado possible label is on this, by the way. We do have a little bit of rotation still. A lot to watch still as all these storms unfold. Guys, I'm aware of the buffering issue. Again, I'm going to try to fix it as soon as possible, but as of right now, it does not seem to be too bad. If it gets bad, though, I obviously have to change something, but I don't know what you mean by that, Nick. Lots of action, I know. It's crazy. What's the weather in Minnesota tomorrow? If you want the more latest information on that, again, watch our latest forecast. Has all the details on that, for you. Should be getting a new outlook here in a second. Again, marginal threat of severe weather does exist across the Midwest tonight. We'll see more storms probably later this evening into the overnight hours. We have a new slight risk for this area, but it has not come out, or has come out. It's just not on this yet. We'll be waiting for that, though. Yeah, but the new slight risks are basically, at this given time, it's more of the damaging wind threat at this point. So western portions of Kansas currently under a little slight risk. It's very small, but there's a slight risk ongoing. We have a slight risk up in North Dakota that just got issued for tonight as well. And a 2% probability of a tornado threat also exists in both up there in North Dakota and also down here in Kansas. So those are 2 little updates that we have so far. The hail here, the latest report we had was up to quarters, maybe a little bit hard. This actually, the report just came in. So, Train Weather Spotter reported hail around the size of quarters. Some were slightly larger. So, as I mentioned before, it's probably somewhere around $half size to maybe ping pong ball sized hail that might be falling right now. I don't think it's as high as hen eggs since we had somebody right in the middle of that hail core. Seems like they reported that. So, that's what we have as of right now with this cell. So, I would assume it's around ping pong ball. All right, here's the latest Storm Prediction Center outlook, by the way. We do have a slight risk. Again, that does include areas near Scott City, Waukene, Plainville. Hayes is included in a marginal risk, as well as Russell. I don't think these storms will make it that far off to the east. They might go for the next couple of hours, but they won't make it off to central or eastern Kansas. Marginal threat of severe weather across portions of the Midwest. That does include Iowa, as well as southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois, and northwestern Indiana and southwestern Michigan. We actually have a special weather statement up here for 30-mile-per-hour winds and half-inch sized hail. And a slight risk of severe weather got added up here for the ongoing severe weather threat that's going to start to increase for the potential for some large hail and as well as damaging winds. Hail up to the size of tennis balls, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, I believe it was. Yeah, 70, as well as the potential for maybe an isolated tornado does exist. Here's a look at the radar up here as of right now. Let me take off the mesoscale discussion, or the convective outlook. Let's go over to the velocities on this. And yeah, mainly winds as of right now. Watch this pretty closely, though. Definitely can't rely on maybe an isolated tornado tonight with maybe that line of storms as it develops. So a lot of severe weather still ongoing. Again, the most severe weather that we've had so far has been in Kansas. We've already had 5 confirmed, or at least 4 confirmed, I think. Let me know if we're back. Making sure we're back. I think we're back. All right, looks better now. Sorry about that. Again, I got to figure out this issue. It happens way too often. That should be good now. Sounds good, James. We'll see you again soon. I know, wrong way. It's crazy. We're pretty close to that. We're back. Yeah, okay, cool. Looks a lot better, honestly. I'm not seeing any buffering at all. Meteorology, I usually use radar scope or my radar. It's my 2 ones to go to. 5 out of 5. Okay, I'll take a 5 out of 5. Your house may have dodged a bullet. There you go. There you go. That's always good news. I wonder if we have any new warnings. We have 3 ongoing here. We have none others over in the we don't have any over in the West Coast area anymore, which is good news. This hail core looks like it's strengthening again. We might have some large hail again coming with this, possibly up to golf ball size. That's just along Highway 24 and just east of 23 on our latest scan. So it's our latest here. Christian, I am planning on being live, but it's not a guaranteed. I have to figure out what I'm doing tomorrow. We will see what happens. I'm hoping to be live. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a lot of people live anyway, so if I'm not live, it won't be the end of the world. There will be somebody covering on YouTube, most likely. But we'll see. Again, it's going to depend on my schedule. I have some stuff going on tomorrow already, but we'll see. I'm hoping to go live. I'm really hoping to, because I do want to cover that event. Yes, James, we have 5 confirmed tornadoes today. Five confirmed, at least land spouts. We've had, I think, or excuse me, 4, not 5. 4. I mean, it's not a big difference. We have 4 confirmed land spouts or tornadoes, and we also have 1 that may have happened over in Florida. So we've had at least, 5 reports, 4 of them at least being confirmed to this extent. Most recent one was not too long ago. It was over in Sheldon. Again, Selden, excuse me. We had that one just recently. We've been live for this one. We had 1 over here near Goodland. We had 1 near Brewster. I believe that's there. So those were a couple of reports. We had a tornado warning down here near Leote. I'm not sure if there was 1 confirmed, though, down that direction. We had a tornado warning there. We had 1 down near Houston, Texas, east of Houston. And we also had 1 over in one in Ocala, Florida, I think, or south of Ocala. That was a possible tornado, but not confirmed yet. Yes, we're currently in Kansas. Let me go over to make sure my warnings are currently updated. I think we got 4 right now. Yeah, we got 4. We have 3 flash flood warnings, 2 ongoing, or 4, excuse me, ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings. I cannot talk tonight. Again, large hail core, though, ongoing just east of Hoxie. We have a new report coming in of 70-mile-per-hour winds, by the way, over in Hoxie. So, or Hoxie. Hoxie, whatever it is. I do apologize if I'm mispronouncing. If you know the pronunciation, though, feel free to put that in the chat. But we just had a report of 70-mile-per-hour winds from that location. That just came in. There's a tornado threat tomorrow. Today, or you're talking about tonight, Courtney? because tonight there is still a low chance for a tornado. That does include North Dakota, and it also includes the areas down here in Kansas for the next couple of hours as these storms move down to the southeast. We only got a few storms. We got a little cluster kind of ongoing here with one obviously very severe storm. Got another discrete one down here. We got a discrete one down here. This one will likely weaken quicker. This one might weaken over time. This one will probably survive the longest, I would say, just due to how the setup is tonight. It's kind of just more potent up to the north at this given time, at least. Kansas pronunciation in a nutshell. There you go. Yeah, tonight it's pretty low. And we've already had 5 confirmed landspouts or tornado, or 4, excuse me, I keep saying 5. 4 confirmed landspouts or tornadoes though today. So this cell, by the way, is now down to quarter-sized hail. I'm kind of surprised. It definitely looks a little bit larger than that, but we still have at least 70-mile-per-hour winds with this. The hail looks very large though still. And that's near Hoaxie. It's going toward Moreland, by the way. Moreland will likely be the next area in track of at least some rain. The storm that's severe may just go down to your south, but we'll see. It's going into a lot of farmland as of right now. Thanks, Shelly. Appreciate it. By the way, if you're just tuning in for the first time, I would appreciate if you hit the like button down below. It really helps our page out a lot. And also, if you're new here, hit the subscribe button. We are 150 subscribers from 12,000. Would appreciate if you hit the subscribe button if you're new here. Again, we'll keep you updated with the latest. We do live streams like this all the time. So I would appreciate if you hit the subscribe button down below. Do appreciate all the support recently, by the way. Again, I appreciate all the new members so far today, as well as the super chats and donations. Again, we will keep you updated with the latest on the severe weather tonight, probably for at least the next hour or two. We'll see what happens. We have some more severe weather going to be developing back up in North Dakota, so we'll be watching that as well pretty closely. There will be a low-end tornado threat up that direction. Main threats, though, will be large to very large hail and maybe a low-end tornado threat. So we'll be watching that very, very closely for you as well. A lot of severe weather still to come tonight. And also, if you're new here, join our Discord server. I would appreciate if you join our Discord server. Again, our whole community is over on our Discord server. I'll put the link in the chat. Again, I don't remind you guys too often of it, but if you have a Discord account, or if you want to join our community off stream, go to our Discord server. Again, you can join our community. Click the link that Nightbot posted if you want to join that. You can send in photos, videos, and we also put some reports out about tornadoes and stuff like that on there as well. Alrighty. That's the plugin for me. Sounds good, Click. What's the latest subscriber count? It should be right here. Right here, maybe? Or right here, I can't remember. I think it's right here. I'm not looking at my software. So 11,800 is the... I think it's 11,850 or something right now, though. I think it rounds down or up. Oh yeah, by the way, we did celebrate this on a Discord, but we actually just recently hit 1 million total views on the YouTube channel, which I never thought would happen. We had 100,000 on its own in the past 48 hours, so I do appreciate everybody watching our videos and whatnot. 1 million, it's crazy to think, though. We do have a new update, by the way. This warning down near Scott City, this is a weakening storm, as I mentioned before. It's now down to 40-mile-per-hour gusts and half-inch size hail. So good news on this cell. It was recently tornado warned. It brought some damaging winds between 60 to as high as almost 65 miles per hour. But that cell seems to be weakening at this point, which, again, very good news. This cell, though, has been remaining very potent with its damaging wind threat. Jay, Ohio won't see much tomorrow, so nothing to be too concerned about for Ohio tomorrow. It'll primarily, there might be a low-end chance for severe weather, but it'll primarily be back out into portions of Wisconsin and whatnot, and maybe even Michigan, but Michigan will probably have a low-end threat. It's going to be mainly the Midwest, though, tomorrow. I can't rule out isolated damaging winds or large hail, though, if you're over in Ohio, especially west, mainly west and north of Columbus seems to be the main area tomorrow. So it's kind of my thoughts at this point in terms of the severe weather potential for tomorrow. Obviously, we'll have to watch that pretty closely. Thank you, Texie, for the $3 super chat. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Have a great rest of your night. Appreciate you tuning in. See you again soon. You have a great rest of your night as well. How likely is a tornado in southeast Minnesota and southwestern Wisconsin? The highest threat is likely actually going to probably be in that area tomorrow. It's still not that high. The main threat is going to be damaging winds, and why I say the threat for overall tornado threat is not going to be extreme tomorrow by any means. This is going to be an MCS. It's going to be a mesoscale convective system. I can't say any words today, but that is what we're going to be seeing tomorrow. That is what's going to be potentially like, it's almost like a derecho. It's just basically like a Boeing line of storms. It's pretty similar, but it's a little bit on the lesser scale of a derecho. It's not necessarily a derecho. Again, it's a little bit lesser than that, but it brings the overall component of numerous damaging winds, and that's going to be the main concern. We're going to see 60 to potentially as high as 80 to 90 mile per hour damaging winds across a complex of storms, and what that's going to do is potentially cause some significant scattered to numerous damage to some locations. So that's my concern at this point for tomorrow. More than anything, it's gonna be damaging winds. There might be some significant hail as well early, probably late morning, early afternoon hours, and there might also be a potential for maybe a few tornadoes, but those will likely not, the tornado threat is not the main threat. If any tornadoes do occur, they likely will not be that long lasting. I don't expect them to be that strong either. That's my thoughts at this point, at least as of right now. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm forecasting at this point. No problem, James. Appreciate you tuning in. You have to, by the way, you don't have to spam the same message. I see it usually the first time. Yeah, I got you, James. I got you. How dry is Jackson, Tennessee? I have no clue. I'm pretty sure some areas in Tennessee, I think Knoxville saw a bunch of rain. I think that's in Kentucky, but there was a lot of rain over, there was a huge flash flooding event that happened over that direction. This cell, by the way, down here near Highway 83 is definitely producing some significant hail there. As west of 23 near 83. It's moving down to the southeast. Definitely a pretty significant storm there. No, you're good, James. No problem at all. I'm sorry to hear that, Fisher. Yeah, unfortunately, it's going to be a pretty active day tomorrow. But not, again, the timing, it's not going to be an all-day washout for most areas, unless you're in like southeastern. I think, were you the one that said southeastern Minnesota? But if you're in that area, it might be a little bit more elongated. But if you're over like, let's just say Milwaukee, for example, you have a pretty clear morning and possibly the early afternoon. Storms won't arrive to that location probably until a little bit more into the mid to late afternoon hours. So again, check out our latest forecast if you want the full timing details. It'll give you an idea of when you can expect storms and whatnot. For your location. Sounds good, Luke. Appreciate you tuning in. Well, Luke Skywatcher. I like that name. Thanks, Baldy. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate it, Christian. No problem. Appreciate you tuning in, baby. Welcome back, oh yeah, by the way. Isaiah, one that's breaking down. That's all I gotta say. All the expenses I have right now. Car is not going well. Car is going to break probably at some point pretty soon. All right, let's go back over to, let me take a look. Again, we have no severe thunderstorm warnings up in the Northeast. That should be winding down at this point. I believe there's no threat of severe weather up in the Northeast anymore. Again, it's primarily North Dakota, we will be covering a bit. Let me go back up here real quick, actually. I don't know if there's any update on this warning. It's up to golf ball sized hail, so we're on a considerable threat now up near Mohall. Again, this will be an area that to watch for an ongoing damaging wind threat, potential for some large to even very large hail. Again, tennis ball sized hail may occur with an isolated storm tonight into the early overnight hours, as well as the potential for an isolated tornado does exist. So those are our threats as of right now. Chance of severe weather threat that moves north, into Minnesota tomorrow. Not really north Minnesota. You'll probably be fine. It depends on where you are in North Minnesota, but if you're like near the Canada border, I don't expect much. I don't really expect much up that direction. The line, the MCS is probably going to form in southern and maybe southern central Minnesota. James, which day are you talking about? When early in the week? I don't know which day you're talking about. Yeah, Virginia, I totally agree. It's crazy. Unfortunately, my car is it's dying, and with the car market right now, it's so expensive to get a new car too. Welcome back, David. I have so many expenses; it's unbelievable. Especially as a college student, it's insane. Yeah, James, they did update a little bit. It wasn't anything too crazy though from the last outlook. It's pretty similar to what was before. No major changes at this point, but there are a couple of notable ones. 62 mile per hour wind report came in from Tolly, by the way. Just the latest update there. Wednesday. Today's Friday, right? We had a confirmed tornado over in Shreve, Ohio. That was an EF1 tornado of sustained winds of 105 miles per hour. We did have that confirmed. I'm not sure, though, if we had anything beyond that. We had a couple of tornado warnings, but that was one of them. Shreve, Ohio, that was a radar confirmed tornado too. I was live when that happened, and it was very clear on the correlation coefficient. But overall, I don't think we had any more tornadoes than that. There may have been one other one, but I don't think we saw any others. At least from what I know. I know we had one confirmed in Shreve. Oh, really, Virginia? That's crazy. Yeah, that's insane. There's like the storm, by the way, over near Hoaxie. It's moving down to the southeast as of right now. Yes, Leah, that is correct. Yep, there's still a tornado possible label on this. I think the overall threat, though, is mainly damaging winds. I haven't seen a whole lot of rotation on this recently. And there's a little bit. It's not much, though. It's pretty broad still. And it's kind of down in the hail. Hail might be interfering with it, but we definitely have a decent amount of hail still falling. Move down to the southeast. And definitely damaging winds. We had a recent report of 70-mile-per-hour winds up in Hoaxie, so. James, no, I've not. Hey, Andre, how you doing, by the way? Hey, I appreciate that, Tank. I appreciate that a lot. I'm glad I'm inspiring you at least. Appreciate that. Yeah, weather's not for everybody, but, you know, if you get into the right field, honestly, I do encourage, you know, getting into, you know, kind of learning stuff, getting to classes and stuff like that. And, you know, there's camps out there too, summer camps. If you ever want to, you know, pursue weather a bit more, always look into those. Skywarn classes, for example. Or, by the way, 78.2 to DBC value. That's insane over here. That's possibly very heavy rain or large hail right now falling near Highway 83. Look at that white. That's insane. I've not seen a DBC value that high in a while. But back to the question, or back to the comment. Yeah, I definitely recommend like Skywarn classes, for example. First, try to go into those. I've never actually done one, I'm not gonna lie, but Skywarn classes are a great way to learn more about weather. I'm pretty sure every National Weather Service has it, but they happen typically more during the spring more than anything. There's also some other camps out there, summer camps and stuff like that for weather. There's classes too, books on it even. I mean, I've read books about weather too before. So there's a lot of stuff out there. One person that really, and this is just a YouTuber, that really got me into doing more forecasts like this back really in 2020 more than anything was actually Weather Decoded. And he doesn't do forecasts much anymore, unfortunately, but he was a fantastic weather YouTuber. I mean, he just made the best explanations. Unfortunately, he doesn't do forecasts anymore because he was really my favorite weather YouTuber. I don't watch any others. He was really the one and only weather YouTuber I've ever watched, other than Reed Timmer. But yeah, and as well as Brandon. I've started watching him a little bit recently. But yeah, Weather Dakota, I really miss him. I don't know if anybody knows him, but I think he at least had 50,000 subscribers. He just doesn't really do anything. I don't think he makes any forecasts anymore. He made the best explanations though on, you know, why things are happening. It almost felt like I was in college. It almost felt like I was learning a lot, and it was very entertaining. It's kind of my whole spiel, I should say, on it. Hockey, yes, most likely north of Chicago. Is North Carolina going to get anything this week? Probably not. At least over the next few days, no. In terms of severe weather. Awesome, Brian. Yeah, that's awesome. Skywarn Train Spotter. That's awesome. I'm not gonna lie. I've actually never taken a Skywarn class, and I really want to. I just haven't. I want to do that sort of stuff too. Watch a lot of Storm Chasers. I really never watched any until recently. Isaiah, the person's name is Weather Decoded. He doesn't do forecasts anymore, unfortunately. But he's the one that really got me into doing more weather forecasts, and he made great explanations. I actually watched one of his forecasts today from about 2 years ago. Not gonna lie, I actually did. His weather forecasts, though, were so entertaining. They were long, and they took a while for him to go from slide to slide and whatnot, but man, you learn a lot from those. Thanks, JB, I appreciate it. Christian, no, I've actually not watched Vince yet. I typically don't watch Storm Chasers that often to begin with, but when I do, it's typically Reed or Brandon, at least as of recently. I've started watching Brandon a little bit. Brandon's a great guy, and as well as Reed. They're great guys. They do a great job with what they do. I'm not sure about Vince, so I still haven't watched him yet, but I'll probably watch him someday pretty soon. I know those are the three main Storm Chasers. I think they're the three main ones on YouTube, if I'm not mistaken. Back up here to North Dakota for right now. Let's go back over to the velocities. What in the world happened to this radar? Oh, there we go. Definitely got some high winds on this storm. It's definitely a pretty impressive cell right now, moving down to the east-southeast. Brandon, Reed, and Vince. I got you. Yeah, those are the three main. I think those are the three main ones though on YouTube. Maybe one day they'll give me access to putting their storm chasing on stream, but I'm not going to ask them. Honestly, I kind of like what I do anyways. I would like to start getting, you know, maybe someday, if I grow more, I might be able to start branching out a little bit, maybe getting some, you know, little storm chasers, even volunteers potentially, kind of doing some of the storm chasing here and there. But hopefully one day. We'll see, though. Again, I have nowhere near enough money to ever try to afford, you know, licensing and stuff like that, though. Licensing is crazy expensive. I mean, we're talking a couple $1,000s easily for a storm chaser per month for licensing. Vince has always been my favorite YouTuber. That's awesome. Or storm chaser, I mean. That's awesome. I'll have to watch Vince. I haven't watched him yet, but I'll definitely have to watch him. Shelly, no. I wish. Nah, they don't. Honestly, doing this really, it helps at least keep me focused on weather more than anything. Helps my grade overall. That's awesome, G. I'm glad I'm inspiring you as well. Very calm. That's interesting. And most storm chasers are pretty crazy. They're not crazy. They're just very, like, you know, they're yelling when there's a tornado on the ground and stuff like that. But yeah, some people are calm. I used to be a lot more calm than what I am now. I've gotten very energetic, excuse me, with my live streams recently. And really everything in general. If you watched one of my forecasts from a couple of years ago, they were horrible. They were so dull. I mean, I'll have to show you guys one day, but it was just, they were horrible back then. They were really boring for some reason. No, Brady. I've actually never heard of them, actually. Sounds good, James. Appreciate you tuning in. We'll see you again soon. Have a great rest of your night. I will see. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm going live yet tomorrow. It's going to depend on what I do tomorrow, but we'll see. Thanks, Janice. I appreciate that. I have not dreamed as well. I have not watched them. Refill my water. That's why the water jug comes in handy. Branded to max velocity. No, it's not actually. But yeah, I have a water jug here, just in case I need to refill it. Still got a little bit left. But the honestly, this has been pretty interesting severe weather event today. Honestly, I was gonna go live. This storm's starting to strengthen again down here near Leote, but you know, I wasn't planning on really going live tonight until I started to see a tornado warning. I was like, I gotta go live. I made a post earlier today. I made a little poll. I was like, should I go live? And so many people were like, yes, you should. And I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm gonna go live. I just posted it just because. And you know, storms really ramped up today. We've seen some pretty serious storms up here in Kansas. We've already had 5 or 4 confirmed land spouts and whatnot. It's been crazy, to say the least. And we still have another weather event going to happen up here in North Dakota, and more storms overnight and even late this evening over in the Midwest. So it's not really over until a long time from now. I don't think I'll be live for the entire thing, but there's going to be a lot still ongoing for tonight. Oh, really, Brady? I didn't know that. I got you, Moxie. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's always good to get into weather. And not enough people, unfortunately, are into the weather. Like, people just look at the weather app and say, oh, it's going to be sunny today. Whatever. Now, it's not for everybody. You don't have to watch, you know, a bunch of live streams or stuff like that for it, but yeah, unfortunately, though, not enough people really pay attention to the weather in the world. Now, obviously, not everybody does, but those that do are more prepared for severe weather and stuff more than anything. I'm funny. I'm not trying to be funny if I'm being funny. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll have to watch him, James. I haven't heard of him until now. He's an EMT? Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know that. It's awesome, Ilya. Sounds like he's a great guy. I'll have to watch him. I'm assuming he's going to be going live tomorrow, so I'll have to watch him. Isaiah, I'd be live streaming if there was one. And I would be making sure people are staying safe. I'll look in a second for change. I didn't see a whole lot in terms of velocities on that cell. This is the one up here. We're seeing very high winds with this cell. Very broad rotation. It's more downburst winds here more than anything. At least up here in North Dakota. I'll take a look, though, here pretty soon on the cell down there. Just eating my chicken nuggets and barbecue sauce. I'm guessing that was from McDonald's. That sounds like a McDonald's thing, honestly. By the way, new update on this warning. It's up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. That looks like pretty high velocities on this. I'm assuming the highest downburst winds right now are near Mohall. So, it's the latest update. Pretty severe storm here. Hey, Sierra, how you doing? That's interesting, Brady. That's interesting. Hey, thanks, Patty. I appreciate that. Tanks, I really have never watched him before, so I can't give an opinion on him. I really only can give opinions on Reed and Brandon, and they're both great people. They do a great job. But yeah. But yeah, I've never watched Ryan yet. Maybe one day, but I still haven't. Tornado threat's low tonight, Sierra. We've already had 4 confirmed land spouts tonight, but there is, at this given time, a fairly low chance for a tornado threat. We still have a potential, but the potential will be mainly up here in North Dakota, and maybe a low-end threat down there in the south a little bit later. Or over the next hour, I should say. Might be a low-end chance. The Joplin tornado was one of the most, probably one of the ones that I remember the most watching on TV one day back in 2011. That was a crazy storm. And watching, you know, I think it was Jim Cantori that was there on the scene. That was insane. So unfortunate too. Really horrible tornado that went through that region. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, real quick. This is including areas south of Gove. Currently for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This warning goes until 9:30 Central Time, by the way. So moving down to the east-southeast. We also have one north of Quinter, as I mentioned before. This one's producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. No tornado possible label on this. Velocities, let's take a look real quick. And rotation, it's really not anything organized at this point. It's mainly just going to be downburst winds and hail at this given time. Let's go back up here. This is definitely the more concerning storms right now. We have a recent report of ping pong ball sized hail northwest of Mohall. That just came in over that direction. Brady, not yet, but I will pretty soon. Oh yeah, Ohio should be fine. If you're in Western Ohio, low chance for severe weather tomorrow, but a pretty low end chance. Oh, Ohio is not in the tornado alley, no. Yes, Christian, I do. I actually watch my forecast quite often back. The only classified one is an EF5 tornado. Yeah, they don't get that many often up there. I mean, they don't usually have strong tornadoes in Canada. But yeah, I'm not surprised there's only ever been one. In not Texas, in the United States, there's been, you know, at least a couple dozen, I think. But yeah, they're not common by any means. They are very rare. But when they happen, obviously, they do have a lot of damage with them. Hey, Rye Guy, how you doing? Welcome back. I know it's 0. I know it. I am excited for what max velocity brings in the future as well. I love what I do. As of right now, by the way, we have no massive scale discussions on any of the complexes of storms. Again, this is the one up in North Dakota. Mohall, as well as Lansford, Sherwood, as well as Antler, Tully, and Lorain are all included, I should say, in this warning. I'm going to put a track on this, give you an idea of what the timing is if you're up here in North Dakota. And this is a line of storms that we've been watching pretty closely tonight. Severe thunderstorm watch is ongoing until 1 a.m. Central Time. It's about 30 miles per hour or so. Here's the timing on the left side of your screen. Got a new warning that just got extended back down here to the south, so we'll get to that in a second. Timing as of right now: Antler 8:38, Lansford 8:50, Max Bass 9:01, West Hope 9:02, Glenburg 9:12, Newburgh 9:19, Source 9:31, Cramer 9:38, Upham 9:43, Willow City 10:16, as well as Dunseith right around 10:27. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued. This does include areas now down just to the south of this warning. This does include Donnybrook as well as Carpio. This is for 60-mile-per-hour or 70-mile-per-hour winds, as well as golf ball sized hail. The hail threat right now existing primarily in this area here, just off to the east of 28. That'll be going towards Lansford, by the way, over the next several minutes. What we're looking at is right now. Pretty significant hail threat ongoing with this, as well as the damaging wind threat. We're definitely looking at a lot of damaging winds with this area's storms. Again, all moving off to the east and east-southeast as it enters, again, out of Canada, coming into North Dakota now. It's been good, Rye Guy. How about you? That's crazy, AD music. It's crazy to think. You know, some of these EF5 tornadoes. It's crazy. Crazy how they level homes and stuff, and you know, luckily as many people as they do, you know, get into shelter when a tornado warning is issued. Because if it weren't for tornado warnings, I mean, we would be really in a bad spot in terms of tornado, you know, damage and stuff like that. Potentially more fatalities in tornadoes. This hurricane season has been quiet this year. It has. It actually has been fairly quiet so far. I do expect it to increase, though. Going into early next month, I do think we'll have an increase in activity in the tropics. Hey, Fox, how you doing? Quentin, I got you. Welcome back. Started to rain randomly in Tampa. That sounds about right for Florida, Tom. Sounds about right. Let me take a look real quick for you. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning down in Kansas. We just got a new one. Yeah, there's actually a downpour over Tampa right now. All right, let me take a look at the new severe thunderstorm warning. We got now 6 severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. We're starting to increase in warnings now. This cell, by the way, is looking very intense, but we have a new one. I'm just going to get to this real quick. I'm surprised we didn't have one earlier on this, but this is quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This storm started to strengthen a little bit. It is moving down toward Deerfield at this point, so a pretty rural area for the next few minutes. It's going to be going along 25, and it'll be moving down to the south. Again, we got a few other storms ongoing. For the most part, those will likely be weakening. We got a new one down in Arizona, by the way. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Let's go back to these storms. I'm kind of curious to see. These storms are really intensifying now, back up here in North Dakota. Yeah, we have very high downburst winds. This is where your highest downburst winds are, potentially as high as 70 to maybe even 75 right now in that area. It's kind of right in front of the area where we have potentially some very large golf ball sized hail here. Let's take a look at the ongoing hail threat. Almost 80 dBz. That is a huge value there. So very heavy rain, potentially some very large hail as well up this direction. Right, guy, we've had 4 confirmed landspots so far today. Thanks, Lucas. I appreciate that. Appreciate you subscribing or liking and putting on post notifications. I appreciate that. And if you're just tuning in for the 3rd time, I would appreciate if you hit the like button and subscribe if you're new here. Would appreciate it. Helps our page out a lot. Welcome back, Meteorology. That's crazy music. I mean, that's obviously what you got to do in most instances, unless you have a basement. Bathroom is always a safe place, as long as it's in the interior room of your house, too, or building. I got you, James. I got you. Feel the same way, honestly. Sounds good, Hunter. Appreciate you tuning in. See you again soon. I don't know what you mean by that, Shelly. You mean like, if you're under a tornado warning, should you go close your windows? Is that what you're asking? Hey, Beatrice, how you doing? We will be staying safe tonight. Appreciate you tuning in. Hope you're doing well there over in Maryland. Sounds good, Moxie. Yeah, David, it's been crazy. We've at least had 4 confirmed tornadoes or landspouts. We may have had a 5th one in Florida today that is unconfirmed. That was over near Ocala, I believe. That's north of Orlando. None or noon. I'm probably going to at least be saying there's going to be some sort of storms tomorrow night, but then there will probably be some storms in Michigan tomorrow. I don't know where you are in northern Michigan, but there's a pretty good chance we'll see a little bit of storm activity up that direction. So it might not be the safest to do. Check out my latest forecast and look at the timing. Kind of give yourself an idea on it. Because again, where you are in northern Michigan really depends on if you'll see much. But I think most of northern Michigan will probably see some storm activity tomorrow. Now, will all of it be severe? Not necessarily, but we'll definitely see some gusty winds out of it. There'll be a good amount of rain, though, without a doubt. If you're in, like, Michigan, like the northern Michigan, or if you're talking about, like, just off to the northeast, like the Michigan Panhandle, if you're talking about that, rain chances will be a little bit lower, but they're still going to be pretty high. I mean, overall, almost all of Michigan will probably see rain late tomorrow night into the following early morning hours next morning. So that's kind of what we can expect there then. Thanks, Lucas. Appreciate it. This hail core is insane right now. Look at this, how, like, this is a very pronounced area of hail, I would say. Let's take a look at the hail radar. The extreme amount of hail just off to the west and northwest of Lansford. The latest radar scans, this is a couple minutes behind, but we're around hen egg sized at least. So very large hail up this direction right now. It's an insane amount of hail that's coming with this storm right now. Very insane, very potent storm, without a doubt, moving off to the east southeast. Going toward Highway 83 here pretty shortly. And Minnesota, Grace, check out my latest forecast. I've been saying that a lot. Just make sure to check out my latest forecast here on our YouTube channel. It gives you all the details on tomorrow. And depending on where you are, again, a lot of stuff going to happen tomorrow. I'll link it in chat for those that are wondering about tomorrow's severe weather event. Again, click that link in the chat if you're interested in tomorrow's severe weather event. Again, it has all the details, timing, intensity, all that. It's in that forecast. All right, let me back over to the velocities. Let's see if they've upgraded all year. We have very high winds. I'm trying to see, can I get the live radar and get over to the velocities without them glitching out here? I'm not probably going to be able to, but the winds are extremely high here. They're at least 75, maybe 80 miles per hour now here. Just not upgrade. It's not updating correctly on here. They're at least 70, 80 though now. They're definitely very high winds right now going towards Lansford. Let me see if I can get a view here on Twitter of this. Lansford, let's take a look. Yeah, we're definitely looking at winds probably over 70 with this right now. Going to Lansford. And also possibly hail as high as potentially tennis balls with this. It may be going up. It might get upgraded here in a second. Take a look. Golf ball size hail, 70 mile per hour winds. That says what we have now. Train weather spotter reported 62 miles per hour and hail back off to the west. That was a while ago, though. That was not recent. This might get upgraded. We'll see. This is a pretty significant storm, though, heading off to the east-southeast. Welcome back, Hunter. Welcome back, Hunter. Man, I can't talk. Yeah, this storm has been really intensifying. Again, Lansford's right now in the direct path of this. And the warning's now up to hen egg size tail. So it just got upgraded to hen egg size tail in the latest. Here, again, that main hail core is down here south of Mohall, moving down toward Lansford. Let's go back over to the hail radar. I'm not sure if this is updated yet. It may have. And it's still updated. It's still around hen egg to maybe up to maybe hen egg plus size tail. Hen egg size plus size tail is basically just 2.25 inches in diameter. So that's what we're looking at here. Again, the latest radar update pretty much showing probably right around that tailstone size, but it's probably, I would say, some very significant hail right now falling with this storm. DBZ values are extremely high here too. Very impressive storm here near Lansford. Yeah, moving down to the east-southeast, very significant storm heading toward Highway 83 and Glenburn over the next several minutes. Again, make sure you're staying away from windows. Treat it as if it's a tornado warning. We have 70 mile per hour winds with this as well. Very significant winds and very significant severe weather ongoing with this storm right now, as well as potential again for hail up to the size of maybe as high as tennis balls, but as of right now, it's warned for hen egg-sized hail. Very significant hail with this storm. We're up to 8 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way. We have actually 8 now. We've been going up. White typically indicates very large hail, but depends on where we're at. Yeah, very high downburst winds are currently happening with this storm. I'm curious if we can look at the downburst wind potential on here. And this is a few minutes ago. They're showing about 60. That's not accurate. 67, almost 70 over here near 28. Downburst wind potential is not necessarily the same, but there are very high winds with this. You can see it here. Extremely high winds. Those greens are representing very high winds. Now it's going to Lansford right now. Do we have an airport in this area? Let me take a look. This storm is extremely potent, though. Over to the gusts. Let's take a look. And let me take a look if we have any airports in the area. I don't think we do. Yeah, we have the close ones down to the southwest. So we have no airports in the area, but yeah, Lansford, again, get away from windows. Glenburg, you're going to be next in track. Get away from windows. Very dangerous storm right now heading down to the east-southeast. Thank you, Roger, for the $20 super chat. I really do appreciate that. Thank you for your support. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. No comment, but I really do appreciate your support, Roger. Thank you very much. Really do appreciate that. Very generous donation. What color indicates hail? It begins with pink. It's very situational, though. It's more of DBZ values more than anything that we're looking at here. So DBZ values over 70, I believe, are white. 60 to 70, I believe, is black, if I'm not mistaken. Let me take a look. Yeah, about 65 to 70, I would say, is black, and it goes to white from 70 and above. But overall, it's more just very heavy rain, but in most instances, we're looking at some sort of hail component or even potentially some very high downburst winds as well. In this case, we have both. So just for reference, definitely some high winds and as well as very large hail with this. And it's heading down to the southeast. Glenburn will be next in track of this. Lansford's currently getting hit by the highest downburst winds as well with this cell. Again, highest downburst winds currently located right here, moving right now through Lansford. So very dangerous storm here right now. And moving down to the east-southeast. Thank you as well, Roger, again for becoming, now this time, a tornado chaser. I appreciate that, Roger. Thank you very much. Appreciate you becoming a tornado chaser here on our YouTube channel. Appreciate you becoming a member. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. Appreciate your support again. $20 super chat and becoming a tornado member. Really do appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Yeah, there'll be a new severe thunderstorm warning, I'd be assuming, coming out here pretty shortly on this. Again, the cell right now, the damaging winds are going through Lansford, I would say probably right about now. So I'm assuming we're going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning. And the winds may be as high as 80, as I said before. So we're possibly looking at very high winds here. Oh, my water here. And Christian, I don't know if you're still here, but I just filled up my water for you. Don't worry. Got my water jug in hand. All right, there we go. All right, let me take a look at some chat questions here real quick before. Oh, we have a new damage report of 65 miles per hour over in Grano. That was before, though, the storm really intensified, so it still could be as high as 70 to 75. Might be as high as 80, but that's our latest report here. Also, quarter-sized hail was reported back there near Grano. And again, that was, I think, before the start intensifying. Let me go back here a second. Let me circle this here, and let's go back a few scans and take a look. And yeah, it wasn't really, the intensification really just happened just after that. So we possibly are still looking at maybe around Hennig-sized hail, and potentially still winds around 70 to 75. They might also be a little bit higher now. The downburst winds look like they went up a little bit here in the latest scans. I appreciate that, Anthony. Yeah, I go live a lot for severe weather events. And tonight was actually a marginal risk across really most of the United States where there was risks of severe weather, but it ended up being, again, land spouts and whatnot. We had 4 confirmed tornadoes in terms of land spouts, so it was a pretty active night so far, and it's going to get more active with all the weather that we got ongoing. Latest radar update's a little bit less of a hail core, which is good news. Watch it closely, though. It's probably going to re-strengthen anyways. Maria, this is currently up in North Dakota. It's more of a damaging wind threat right now. We do have a little bit of rotation trying to develop, though, down to the south, it looks like. Yeah, there's rotation beginning to develop down here to the south. Take a look at the velocities here. It's kind of in here. It's not anything strong yet, but there's a little bit of rotation trying to develop down here. You kind of see it here. It's broad. It's not strong yet. This might be able to develop, though. It has a little bit of a hook here. Kind of see it. A little bit of development down here in terms of a little bit of velocities now developing. We'll have to watch this closely. Glenberg's going to be on the track of this, so we'll watch that closely over the next several minutes. Might start to strengthen. The latest scan showed it a little bit more strong, so, or not strong, but it's at least trying to develop, I should say. By the way, there's also severe weather down in Kansas. Again, we've been covering both of them, so this is up in North Dakota, though, right now. We have pretty significant severe weather up this direction. We will be covering both states, so. This storm is definitely very potent. New severe thunderstorm warning just got issued for 70-mile-per-hour winds and as well as Hennig-sized hail. It includes a load of places, by the way, from Glenberg to Deering, Upham, Granville, Gardena, as well as Souris, West Hope, Newburgh, and Max Pass are the main areas included. And this goes as far south as Highway 2. So that's our latest update on this severe thunderstorm warning. Brand new one for North Dakota. Welcome back, Andrew. We're actually up in North Dakota right now. We were in Kansas, so we're going to be watching both areas, but the worst severe weather right now is currently ongoing up here in Nebraska, or excuse me, not Nebraska, in North Dakota, and there's some rotation beginning to develop west of Glenberg, so I'm going to be watching that pretty closely over the next few minutes, see what happens there. We'll see what happens. Definitely a dangerous looking storm, though, right now. Outflow boundary, by the way, very potent here. Very good looking outflow boundary right here. Very well producing, pretty high damaging winds along with that too. Hey Susan, how you doing? Back. Yeah, this southern portion, we're gonna be watching this closely. Next radar update should be coming in here in a moment, so we'll take a look here in a second. Yeah, the velocities were starting to increase a little bit. Just a little bit here. Kind of see it. A little bit of an increase. Yeah, your reds again going away from the radar. Why am I drawing that arrow? Going away from the radar here. Your wind's going toward the radar. Again, broad rotation. Very well spaced apart here, but it has that potential, maybe some rotation developing. We'll see how it shapes out, though, over the next couple of scans. Definitely a very decent looking storm, though, right now. Very potent line of storms, without a doubt. You kind of see it has a decent inflow as well. Definitely an inflow right there. Yeah, Roger, I agree with that. Yeah, 10 minutes is fair. With most instances, kind of depends, but does recycle. Storms like this recycle quite often, especially in a line. Angry, I will be adding that soon. Don't worry. I change states a lot, but I will be adding that here pretty soon. We're currently in North Dakota, though. Again, Kansas also has some severe weather. Hey, 1920s, how you doing? Welcome back. Thank you, Nelly, as Roger, by the way, for subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. Welcome. Thank you, thank you. We are currently 48 subscribers from 11,900. So if you haven't hit the subscribe button, I would appreciate it. We'll get our next radar update here in just a second, and we'll take a look at what we got in terms of this ongoing storm. Warning just got updated by here. By the way, no longer includes Donnybrook. Radar updates can be coming in here in just a moment too. Hey Defender, how you doing? Welcome back. Happy birthday, by the way. Appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, we're gonna look at the hook here in a second, see what the next radar update shows, but there's definitely a little bit of a hook here. See what happens here over the next scan. James typically like pop and stuff. Our next radar update's gonna be coming in about 10 seconds or so, maybe 15 seconds. All right, next radar update's coming in right now. And an update. There we go. Yeah, this is looking like a pretty potent storm here. Inflow is definitely a little bit, it's strong. It's definitely there. We have an inflow right now. Look at the velocities. And the rotation is definitely developing here. We have a little bit of rotation developing. Definitely can't rule out that we might get a tornado warning at some point if it develops. Very potent looking storm right now. Definitely have an inflow. Definitely have a pretty strong inflow here. You got your hook, as I said before. Some rotation down here. It's not strong, but it is starting to strengthen, it looks like. Go back over to the velocities. Now let's go higher up in the atmosphere. Take a look at that. The latest radar scan's not going too high up yet. We're only at the 0.9 update. Here's a look at the 0.9. So rotation is still broad. It's not strong, but there is a little bit there. We'll have to watch this closely. And very high winds overall is the main threat, but we have a little bit of a hook trying to develop here. Decent looking cell still. Yes, Theodore, I am. Hey, Cindy, how you doing? Welcome back. I got you, James. Metal. I don't really ever listen to metal. I don't really ever listen to it too often. Yeah, I'll have to watch this closely. I mean, this is a very large looking hook, too. I mean, this is like a very large area that we're looking at in terms of hook. Sometimes we see these like little baby hooks. Those are usually the worst types of tornadoes, but we got a very decent inflow into the storm right now. Now, that could get it cut off in the next scan. It's not out of the question, but this is definitely an ongoing developing storm here. It's currently moving off to the east-southeast. Glenberg, by the way, right in the track of this. Again, if you're in Glenberg, treat it as if it's a tornado warning, even if there's not a tornado warning right now. Definitely treat it as if there is one, because, again, damaging winds around 70 are still the possibility with this storm as it heads into your area. It also includes areas near Deering, Upham, Cramer, as well as Newburgh and Max Bass. Yeah, this is a pretty dangerous cell right now. Moving down to the east-southeast. Oops, I just dropped my water. I will be showing the velocities on the next scan. I just showed it a second ago. The next scan is going to be coming in like literally right now. So we'll take a look in about a minute. Maybe a little bit less than that. Okay, Glenberg is currently going to probably be in the track of this in the next couple of minutes. Yeah, the overall rotation is definitely starting to strengthen here. We'll have to watch this closely. Do you think Great Bend, Kansas will get storms later? You mean tonight? Probably not. Anywhere in central and eastern Kansas will probably stay dry. We have a tornado warning in Kansas, do we? No, we don't. Oh, yeah, we do. Over in Hill City. We have a brand new tornado warning that just got issued over in Hill City. This is down in Kansas. A brand new tornado warning just got issued. Now up to a tornado warning. Again, this is over in Hill City right now, near Bogue. Seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, a brand new tornado warning just got issued for this location. Moving down to the south as of right now. Go over to the velocities here. And rotation is currently centered back over here near Hill City. Again, seek shelter immediately away from windows, or is it back up here to the north? Because that seems like kind of a weird spot. Yeah, it's actually back up here. That's where the rotation is. It's glitched out on the radar. So it's back up here north of Hill City. It's moving down to the south. Hill City is going to be in the track of this in a second. Is there any better other radar sites here? I don't think there is. area. The closest one's Goodland, I believe. There's one up here, but that's about it. Again, but this is over in Kansas, northwestern Kansas. Again, ongoing tornado warning just got issued. Rotation is back up here near 283. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient, see if we have anything on radar here. Nothing indicative of a tornado yet. It is rain wrap though, so it's not gonna be able to be seen, but again, it's moving down to the south. Brand new tornado warning again for Hill City. 1920s, not really, not to this extent. Thank you, really, by the way, for subscribing. By the way, rotation's still broad on the storm back up in North Dakota. I will be tracking that closely. Because again, that storm is definitely a potential for a tornado potentially later on as well. We also have more severe thunderstorm warnings. I won't be covering those a whole lot, but this is again a tornado warning for Hill City. Seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. Rotation again is currently centered near Highway 283. It's going to be going toward Highway 24 over the next several minutes. And moving down to the south. I'll put a track on this, by the way, here in a second. I'm going to do that actually now. This is currently moving about 12 miles per hour. It sounds kind of slow. Go with about 15 just in case, maybe 20. Put a track on it though. And I'm going to put it on the area of rotation for reference and give you an idea of where it might be heading over the next several minutes. But Hill City, about 9:09, I would go ahead and get shelter node now. I mean, it's over Hill City basically within the next couple of minutes, as well as Bogue, or I think it's Bogue. It's going to be right around 9:20. So that's the timing on this area of storms. We go back over to the velocities. We have a next radar update coming in here in a second. And area of rotation is currently centered, as I mentioned before, up here near Highway 283. Severe thunderstorm warning was just updated to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning as well. We're up to 80-mile-per-hour winds on this cell. Again, latest update, 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That is an observed damaging wind threat, by the way. So we've had confirmation just coming in of 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds with the cell near Hill City. Again, stay away from windows, seek shelter immediately. Even if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, both warnings, you should be in shelter. Damaging winds up to 80 are very destructive, and I can do a lot of damage. Again, 80-mile-per-hour winds have been confirmed, and we have an ongoing tornado warning that just got issued. Again, very dangerous situation here. Again, if you're just tuning in, hit the like button. Hopefully this will get out to more people that might be in this area. Again, very dangerous cell right now heading down to the south. 80-mile-per-hour winds, and again, an ongoing tornado warning here in Kansas. Thank you, Ron, for subscribing. 82-mile-per-hour winds were reported in Hill City. Okay, thank you, Michael. Appreciate you reporting that. So we had an 82-mile-per-hour wind report over at the ASOS. So I don't think METAR data will show that, but I'll put it on here anyways, just in case. Here's look the rotation as of right now. Back over to the live radar. Yeah, it's gonna be a rain-wrapped area of rotation, just for reference. So you will not be able to see it if you're out there. Just again, if you're in Hill City, get indoors, stay in the interior of your house, lowest floor possible. Dangerous cell right now ongoing with potential for a tornado at any time. And along with that, we just had observation of 82-mile-per-hour wind gusts at the ASOS over in Hill City. So high winds with this storm as well. 82-mile-per-hour winds is nothing to be joking about here. Very dangerous storm right now going through Hill City. Again, it's moving down to the south as well. South-southeast is the direction on it. And next radar update should be coming in here momentarily. Again, rotation is currently centered back up here to the north near 283. Over to the correlation coefficient, not showing anything on radar as of yet, but watch it pretty closely. Again, is rain-wrapped rotation as of now. So, just for reference. Again, moving down to the south and south-southeast. We've had confirmation, as I mentioned before, of damaging winds around 82 miles per hour. Very dangerous cell. I'm going to take a look if we have a better radar view on this radar site up here. One might be a little bit closer. No, it's not any closer. Unfortunately, we're being in between three radar sites, so it's a bit hard to see the storm in terms of the velocities, but I'll try our best to keep you updated here. Definitely very dangerous rotation. Again, it's currently heading down to the south, and a very good point was made in chat. It's basically like Category 1 hurricane wind. So if you've ever been in a hurricane before, this is pretty much what we're looking at in terms of wind speeds. 82 miles per hour. Obviously, it's a bit more brief, but that is definitely significant damaging winds in terms of at least being compared to a Category 1 hurricane. That's kind of what we're looking at right now, at least in a brief sense, near Hill City. So, again, stay away from windows. Treat it as if it is a tornado warning. And obviously, if you're in Hill City, you should be in shelter regardless. Again, this is the recent report. 82-mile-per-hour wind gust report came in about 12 minutes ago in northeast Hill City. So, 1 mile north of Hill City was where we just had that report come in. There's a funnel cloud reported. Are you talking about over here? Or are you talking about the storm off to the left? The one back out to the west was a confirmed tornado from earlier. That was not recent, though. That was about an hour ago, at least. We were live when that happened, too. There was a tornado confirmed a little while ago. We've had, again, 5 or 4 confirmed landspouts so far today. But again, destructive warning ongoing, 80-mile-per-hour winds. We've had a confirmation of 82-mile-per-hour winds as well. Let me go over to Twitter. Let's see if we have any report on this yet. Again, Hill City, excuse me, Kansas, currently seeing a tornado warning. And again, we just had a report of 80-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, that's our latest report on this cell. Let's see if we have any reports coming in here. Hill City is actually pretty populated, by the way. This is at least 2,000 people live in this town. A bit more populated, at least in terms of Kansas. We go over to see. I'm going to take a look real quick at the North Dakota storm on my phone. Again, there's rotation back up in North Dakota, too, but again, nothing too crazy yet there. So keep an eye on this storm more closely. It's currently heading down to the south. Ongoing tornado warning, 80-mile-per-hour winds. Have other warnings ongoing down to the south, but this is, again, the worst cell that we have ongoing right now near Highway 24. Here's look at the velocities as of right now. I'm not seeing a whole lot in terms of a tight rotation. I'm definitely seeing high winds, though, still ongoing. We definitely could still be talking about high 80-mile-per-hour winds with this storm. Rotation, though, is still not the strongest. It's a little bit broader than last scan, but we're definitely looking at very high winds with this. Again, heading down to the south. If there were to be a tornado again, it would be rain wrapped, so you're not going to be able to see it. Yeah, I got you, James. I feel the same way, too. This has broad rotation as of right now. It's more of a current damaging wind threat. Roger with the $100 super chat. Oh my God. $100? That is our highest donation of all time, actually. $100 from Roger. That is a serious donation. Hey, I really appreciate that. That means a lot. I really do appreciate that, Roger. That is a crazy donation. I do apologize for getting away from the storm, but man, I really do appreciate that. Everybody clap in the chat for him. Put some clap emojis in the chat. I really do appreciate that, Roger. It means a lot. I really do appreciate your generosity. That is insane. That's insane. I really do appreciate that, Roger. That is, again, that's our highest donation or super chat of all time. $100. Everybody put the clap emojis in chat. That is an insane donation. I really do appreciate that, Roger. That means the world to me. I've never seen that before either. Really do appreciate that. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. That literally just caught me off guard. I'm speechless, but thank you. I really do appreciate that, Roger. Thank you very much. Appreciate your support. All right, well, let's get back to the tornado warning for a moment. Again, this is the ongoing tornado warning here in Kansas near Hill City. And again, we had confirmation of 80-mile-per-hour winds with this. Again, ongoing near Hill City, near Highway 283 and 24. Again, here's our rotation as of right now. It's not strong. Our main threat right now is damaging winds with this cell. Again, we just had a report of 82-mile-per-hour wind gust report at the ASOS station, again, over in Hill City. So that's our latest report. Again, a very dangerous storm right now heading down to the southeast. So again, make sure you're seeking shelter immediately away from windows. The severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, this is, again, observed wind speeds. The ongoing severe thunderstorm warning does include areas near Bogue as well, anywhere along Highway 24, and as well as down here to the south near Highway 283 for reference. So that's what we got going as of right now. Go back over here to the radar here. Thank you, Sean, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate that, Sean. Thank you. Appreciate becoming a member. Enjoy your benefits, and I appreciate you becoming a member here on our YouTube channel. Latest scan on the North Dakota storm is wicked. Okay, I'll look at it real quick on my phone. There's very high winds. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotate. Oh my goodness, look at that storm. Okay, we gotta go look at this real quick. I'll go back to the tornado warning here in a second. You guys have got to see this. This is an insane storm right now. Look at the shape on it. Look at this. Look at that inflow. I mean, that's insane. I gotta take a picture of this. I've never seen like a huge, look at this. This is insane right here. I mean, that's an insane looking storm. I'll cover this again here pretty soon. But that is a serious looking inflow. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation, luckily, but this is a serious looking storm in terms of what it looks like right now. Let's go a little bit higher up real quick. Yeah, rotation's not nearly as strong as we go up in the atmosphere, but man, that is insane. I've not seen a shape like this on a storm ever. I mean, it looks like a huge debris ball, basically. It's obviously, this is not a tornado, but it is a very impressive looking storm here. The high wind, by the way, the winds right now being estimated by radar are currently 86 miles per hour west of Deering. So, yeah, we got a lot of storms ongoing, and we're going to keep you updated with the latest. If you're just tuning in, by the way, we're going to see a lot tonight, so make sure to hit the subscribe button and like the video down below. All right, let's go back over to the tornado warning down here in Kansas. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued. 80-mile-per-hour winds ongoing. This is going to include areas just west of Dammer. So that's a new warning that we have ongoing here, west of Palco. Again, Roger, I really do appreciate your very generous $100 super chat. I still can't believe that, but I really do appreciate your support. But yeah, that is an insane-looking storm. I'll be watching, again, my radar app here pretty closely, and we'll wait to see if rotation really starts to strengthen or not here. That storm back up there in North Dakota, though, I've never seen an inflow like that ever. I mean, that was a insane-looking storm. Again, that is not tornado warned back up there in North Dakota yet. There is not strong rotation, but we will be watching that extremely closely, because we've never seen anything that crazy before. I mean, that was an insane-looking inflow. Hey, Ro, how you doing? Welcome back, by the way. All right, again, ongoing tornado warning. We have high winds, 82-mile-per-hour wind gust report was just reported not too long ago. Main threat with this is going to be damaging winds. There is still a little bit of rotation, but overall, I think the main threat at this point is going to be that damaging wind threat up to about 80 miles per hour. You're a storm chaser for WRTV-X6? Really? Are you? That's cool. I didn't know you were a storm chaser. See if the latest radar update just came in. Man, that storm looks insane. I wish I had a split screen. I have 2 monitors. I need to get more. All right, let's go back up here real quick. We'll keep you updated on that tornado warning. Again, here's a look at the storm up in North Dakota. Latest radar scan is still showing a pretty insane looking inflow. Let's look at it right now. This is just an insane looking storm. Again, the velocities are not that impressive in terms of at least there's a lot of damaging winds. The damaging wind threats mainly in here near Deering. The rotation is actually not nearly as impressive as you would think, though. So yeah, we got a serious storm ongoing here. I mean, it's an impressive and very impressive looking inflow. I've never seen something like this really ever. I mean, we don't see that very often, even with these sort of storms, and especially with this sort of complex. I mean, it's really more discreet right now, but it is a pretty impressive looking cell right now. And by the way, when I first went live tonight, I was not really expecting this much activity to begin with, and we've seen a lot of activity so far. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued for Plainville and Palco for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and as well as nickel-sized hail. Again, our main threat right now down here near Hill City is 80-mile-per-hour winds, and as well as the potential for quarter-sized hail. But again, 82-mile-per-hour wind was just reported. We still have an ongoing tornado warning here. Again, we will keep you updated with the latest on that North Dakota storm. That might start to rotate more as it moves out to the east. But tornado warning actually just got canceled, so we're going to probably focus a bit more on that other one. But yeah, we're looking at some serious storms tonight, obviously. There is a lot of warnings ongoing, as mentioned before. Let me center the warning count here. Tornado warning just expired. We're on 80-mile-per-hour winds, though, still, so very significant storm. Let's take a look at how many warnings we got. We got 9 severe thunderstorm warnings, so I actually might have to shift this again. And we're down to 1, or we're actually down to no tornado warnings, but again, there's a possibility that we see that tornado threat still on go. Still a low-end chance for maybe an isolated tornado tonight, and that also includes North Dakota, by the way. All right. Again, if you're in Hill City, Bogue, those areas, 80-mile-per-hour winds. Again, we just had a recent report of 82-mile-per-hour wind gust. Let's go back up, though, to this insane storm right now in North Dakota. And as I mentioned before, this is producing a pretty hefty amount of damaging winds. But just looking at this storm right now, we have a serious inflow right now going into the storm. I mean, it is just an insane looking cell. I mean, if we go back a scan, if you're just tuning in, I mean, it looked even more insane here a second ago. I don't know if I can get a perfect view on it, but this is what it looked like before. Very strong inflow. I mean, it's a very impressive looking cell. Let me take off the tornado warning here. Yeah, this is an extremely dangerous storm, though. I mean, this definitely could very well become some sort of tornadic situation at some point if it continue to rotate. Right now at the lower levels, it's not rotating a whole lot, but it is a very impressive looking cell right now. Yeah, Anthony, I mean, basically, that's kind of what it is at this point. I mean, really, that's kind of what it comes down to almost. It basically is. Latest radar update just came in, by the way, on this cell, I think. Let me take a look. Maybe it didn't. And again, this is currently over in North Dakota, producing 70-mile-per-hour winds, headache-sized tail. Very decent-looking supercell, though, here. Here's a look at the latest radar scan. And yeah, we definitely, this is a pretty impressive storm. It looks like the inflow is getting cut off a little bit, but very impressive looking cell here. Again, moving off to the southeast near Deering. Again, ongoing cell producing 70-mile-per-hour winds and headache-sized tail. And we now have a tornado warning. Okay, breaking. We have a tornado warning on this. Dude, it's insane shape on it as well. Tornado warning just got issued for those in Glenburg, Deering, and Granville. Seek shelter immediately away from windows and lowest floor possible. Again, we are back onto a tornado warning. Just got issued. This does include Deering and Granville. Radar indicated rotation as of right now. Let me go over to the velocities. We'll take a look at where we're looking in terms of rotation. I'm seeing more rotation more than anything down to the south. I'm trying to see where we're trying to look here. Warning kind of includes back up here to the north. I'm not seeing, it looks like a whole lot of rotation here. Might be a little bit of rotation here. That might be what we're looking at. It's more like, it looks like more of a land spout situation. Down here to the south, there's a little bit, but it's more high winds, I would say. So, but again, tornado warning's ongoing. This is a serious looking cell, as I mentioned before. Again, seek shelter immediately. If you're in Deering, Granville, Surrey as well, seek shelter immediately away from windows. Again, this is an ongoing tornado warning moving down to the east, southeast. And I was expecting there might have been a tornado warning at some point, but it came a little bit earlier than I thought. But yeah, this is definitely a very intense looking cell. And as I mentioned before, very strong inflow into the cell. Very damaging cell as well. I mean, we're talking about 70-mile-per-hour winds. A serious supercell right now moving down to the southeast. Let me take a look at the information on this. Yeah, this radar indicated rotation. Let's see. Deering around 920, by the way. Probably within the next few minutes is when that storm will be there, honestly. Probably going to be actually there. Probably right about now, you're probably going to start seeing that severe storm. Again, ongoing tornado warning just issued. For there, those near Deering. Serious supercell right now moving down to the east, southeast. This is in North Dakota as of right now. Hey, Sheesh, how you doing? Welcome back. Thank you, Hammer by the way, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Appreciate your support. Hope you're doing well, Hammer. Yeah, this is a very insane. Again, if you're just tuning in, you did not see the worst of this, but just a few scans ago, this cell, look at the how it just structurally developed. This is a look at it a few minutes ago. Very strong inflow, and it's obviously a very potent cell right now. Very large supercell. Here's a look at it here. I mean, just a very strong inflow, decent looking hook here. And then obviously over the last several scans, now we have a tornado warning. But yeah, this is an insane looking cell right now near Deering. Yeah, if you're in Deering, seek shelter immediately. Granville as well. Very dangerous storm right now heading down to the southeast. Yes, again, this is currently in North Dakota. Again, the sending down to the southeast. Deering and Granville currently on the track of this. Seek shelter immediately away from windows. Lowest floor possible. Yeah, this is, again, very strong inflow. I haven't seen, again, the rotation didn't look overly strong, as of now, at least. We're getting our next radar update right now. We'll take a look at the velocities here in a second. It might be rain wrapped, excuse me, it's 100% rain wrapped. This is definitely a rain wrap situation. Again, our inflow's here. If there were to be a tornado, it's likely to be located in here, most likely. It's a little bit of a weird situation that we're looking at, but the overall rotation before was just west of Deering. Radar update, I believe, just came in. Let's take a look at the velocities. And overall, the winds have been highest down here to the south. I don't think that's where our rotation is, though. Go to the base velocities. I don't think the radar update has come in. What time is it? 9:11? Yeah, we're going to have to wait a second. Come in here in a second. All right, give me 1 second. It's going to come in here in a second. But yeah, dangerous storm again, heading down to the southeast. Yeah, this is an insane-looking supercell right now. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. Big warnings we got. We have 7 severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 tornado warning. Okay, just update that real quick. All right, here's a look at the cell in the latest scan. This thing is going crazy. It is very close to the radar site, by the way, so that is a concern for the radar site, actually. The radar site hopefully doesn't suffer damage in this situation, because that would be very bad. Again, not seeing a whole lot in terms of a strong rotation. I'm seeing a lot more of a very strong inflow still, but a high amount of damaging winds. I'm still seeing the potential for 70 to maybe even 75 mile per hour damaging winds with this, but we didn't have a tornado warning ongoing. So again, stay in shelter if you're in Deering, Granville as well. Start to get prepared. Again, this is going right toward the radar site, and again, if there were to be a tornado or damaging winds, that could really hit the radar site and possibly damage it significantly. Hopefully that does not happen though, because again, this is a very dangerous cell. Thing down over to the east. Yeah, this has been an insane night, to say the least. Again, this was not forecasted to this extent tonight, and we've seen some serious storms, and this is just another example of it. Very high amount of winds as well. We're just looking at serious storms across the board right now. And we very well are possibly talking as high as 80 mile per hour winds again back out here near Deering. The latest velocity scan that I was looking at on radar scope was as high as 80. So we are definitely looking at high winds. We also have more high downburst winds back out here to the west of Deering. That very well also could be as high as 80 miles per hour. Again, the warning is for 70, but I'm again not going to be shocked if it's up to 80 miles per hour. We're looking at a serious storm right now near Deering. I got a few scans ago, much more defined inflow, but overall, damaging winds being the main concern at this given time. Again, stay in shelter. It's treated, again, all severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. So you should really treat as if they're a tornado warning, because again, damaging winds can very well knock over trees. I'm going to take a look if we have any reports coming from Deering right now on this storm. Let's take a look. Potential tornado near Deering. Our latest report, there may have been a tornado. Just getting that report via person in the public said there may have been a tornado. Let's take a look at the Bismarck National Weather Service. I'm going to take a look at that. The population in this county, or this area, by the way, is currently 8,500. And again, that's where the radar site is, just for reference. The radar site is literally right next to where that's where the tornado warning, or tornado portion of the storm, if there is a tornado, that's where it's going. Very strong downburst winds are about to hit the radar site. So hopefully the radar site does not suffer any damage from this, because again, that's very high winds going toward that direction right now. Yes, Nicholas, that's basically what happened. The storm is, for the most part, literally just came in, and it came out of Canada. It started to really ramp up, though, as it entered in the United States. Thanks, sir. I appreciate it. There's another tornado warning storm in Kansas? No, I don't see one. There was a tornado warning storm in Kansas earlier. It has expired. We still have high, as of what I know, winds are still around 80 miles per hour near Hill City, Kansas. So there's a destructive warning on going over that direction too. Yeah, so we've seen a lot of severe weather. And again, this is just one of the other warnings that we have ongoing right now in terms of very high winds as well. Let me go back over the velocities. Let's take a look at that. And here's a look at the velocities. They're kind of, the more area where we're seeing rotation is down here. Now, if we go back over to the reflectivity, it's kind of on the south end. That's kind of a weird spot for a tornado to be, at least in this sort of scenario. But again, higher winds right now coming out of the west near Deering. These could very well be as high as 80. I'm going to take a look here real quick. They're estimated around 75 in the peak. Latest update as high as 80. So yeah, we're talking possibly 80 mile per hour winds right now heading toward Deering. Again, not seeing a whole lot in terms of rotation. We could see a tornado at some point, maybe brief or weak, maybe in between scans. I'm seeing a whole lot of wind, though, coming right now towards that radar site. I'm seeing a lot of 80 to 85 mile per hour winds. Back here, I think it's a bit more of just radar, which is there. But we're still seeing around 75 southwest of Deering, possibly as high as 75. So there are very high winds coming out of this right now. Again, Deering's in the track of it. We have an outflow boundary right now carrying it into the radar site. So the radar site's going to kind of make it look a little weird here over the next couple of minutes. It's currently North Dakota, by the way. And moving off to the southeast. So we also have severe weather down in Kansas. A lot of those storms right now are producing damaging winds between 60 to 80 miles per hour. As I mentioned before, down in Hill City, Kansas, we had an 82 mile per hour wind report not too long ago. Looks like a tropical storm not too long ago. Yeah, I mean, this is just an insane looking storm overall. It's definitely not a... I mean, the storm, not there. I mean, like, we're talking 10 minutes ago. This storm looked like it had the... I mean, it did have the strongest inflow going. So, it had very high downburst winds without a doubt. Here's a look at the storm, though, overall. Again, I'm not seeing... There's a little bit, maybe some rotation down here, but overall, that's not really rotating at this given time. Let's go a little bit higher up, though. I'm seeing a lot more... Yeah, there's a little rotation here, south of Deering, southwest of Deering. That's kind of where I have a little bit of rotation. I'm seeing a whole lot more downburst winds, though, around 80 miles per hour. Curious if the severe thunderstorm warning has been updated at all. Now, it's still 70 miles per hour, so that has not been updated yet. Correlation coefficient, yeah, I'll take a look at that. And it is just all over the board, so we're not gonna. I'm not sure how good this area is in terms of that. Here's a look a little bit better at it, but yeah, there's a lot of specs popping up. It's a little bit hard to tell, but there's nothing to find at least where the rotation was this given time. Next radar update's gonna be coming in here. It looks like right now, so we'll take a look at that here in a second. Let me go back over here to the ongoing tornado warning again. Here's a look at the velocities. Very high winds near Deering. And next radar update should be coming here in a moment. Stay tuned. Now we have very severe storm here in North Dakota. Very potent storm. All right, I'm going to take a look real quick at Twitter and see if we have any new reports coming in on this. I don't think we have any METAR data in this area, unfortunately. So that's kind of a negative in terms of trying to get the wind speeds on this, but I'm not seeing any reports from Deering yet. Again, Granville's in the track of this, Glenburn as well. We recently had quarter-sized hail reported over at the Air Force Base over a minute. That was a recent report that we just had coming in. Again, hail is not really as much of a concern with this storm. It's more of that ongoing rotation. Take a look at Granville real quick, see if I have any reports from that area as well. At least 75 mile per hour winds is what I'm getting right now in terms of our reports at this point. So at least 75 is probably what's going with this storm in terms of downburst winds. Latest radar update, the storm is now over the radar site. Here's a look at the velocities. And again, we have a little bit of rotation back here. The main area, though, of winds is still back here near Deering. Latest radar scan around 75 near Deering now. Not nearly as high as 80, but it's around 75. Again, that's pretty close to the surface. And around 70 possibly just to the southwest of Deering. So we have a couple of areas of wind right now that are extremely high. Tornado warning was just updated, by the way. It includes Granville, Deering, and Surrey. Again, going toward Highway 2 over the next several minutes. Very dangerous storm. An ongoing tornado warning moving down to the southeast. Highway 2 going to be in the track of this over the next several minutes. Thanks, Kelly. I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll definitely make sure everybody stays safe. Yeah, if you're in this warning, seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. The tornado threat is not the only threat. It is definitely going to be the ongoing damaging wind threat. We're still looking at as high as 75 miles per hour with this cell. Let's see, 924. I'm not sure if we're going to get any good camera views on this. I will take a look if we have anything, but I'm not sure if we're going to be able to find anything here. Funnel cloud was reported. Is that a recent report that just came in? Trying to see. I'll take a look at the warning details. I don't have any report yet of a funnel cloud coming in, but there may have been. If you're talking about this is the radar site, by the way, if that's what you're talking about. This is the radar site. The storm is literally going over the radar site right now. So, again, hopefully it does not suffer damage, but we are talking right now 70 mile per hour winds right now, possibly as high as 75 in Deering, which is possibly going right towards that radar site right now. Okay, let me take a look if we have any new reports coming in. I was also going to look at traffic cams here, cameras in the area. And we have one over a minute. Let's take a look. And that is not looking the right direction. That is a really good camera, but just not looking the right way. It's also not looking the right way. We have cameras mainly facing west, which is unfortunate, over a minute. Maybe Bisbee? Yeah, mountains there. All right, we'll keep you updated. I don't have any photos yet on it. Let's take a look at Twitter. If you're just tuning in, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. We're 150 subscribers away from 12,000. Also, we just had a confirmation there was a funnel cloud reported by the military base. So, breaking at this point, we do have a funnel cloud with the storm. Heading toward, again, Deering is where we had our latest rotation at this given time. Let me go back over to the velocities. Was down here. This is where I'm seeing the rotation at this point, is down over this direction. Now, the funnel cloud was reported at 9:12. That was about 14 minutes ago. So at this given time, there's rotation here. That's the main area I'm seeing. Again, moving off to the east. Latest radar update just came in, so that's going to kind of throw off what we're just looking at. Let's look at the velocities on our latest scan. That's where I saw the main rotation. Rotation is 4 minutes behind. The radar just got updated, so we're not exactly updated yet. We're going to get radar update actually in a second, so we'll take a look at that. We had a confirmation again of a funnel cloud with the cell. So that's the minimum. Again, I was 14 minutes ago over at the Air Force Base. Again, Ward County, North Dakota is where we're at. And yeah, it was reported by a military train spotter, just for reference. So, and confirmation of a funnel cloud with this cell at the bare minimum. Obviously, we might have more than that, but as of yet, we don't have any confirmation of a tornado on the ground, which is at least good news so far, but I mean, it could happen at any time. Here's a look at the velocities. Again, I'm just not seeing anything that's that defined in terms of the overall rotation. I'm going to see if we can go a little bit higher up, though. Take a look at that. Might help a little bit. Yeah, I'm just not seeing anything that defined. Again, just make sure you're in shelter. It's very hard to tell. We're really right next to the radar site. There's very high winds, though. We're still talking potentially as high as 70 to 75 mile per hour winds going through Deering still. We got to go over to the bait. Let me go over to the storm relative velocity. So yeah, these brighter reds, again, this is right around 75 still near Deering. Yeah, about 70, 75 I just saw there. Around 78, almost 80 over near Deering right now. Again, that's going towards the radar site. We're still looking at very high winds here. And obviously, again, that tornado warning is ongoing for the next several minutes. Again, funnel cloud was just reported with this about 15 minutes ago. So where that was exactly spotted, which direction, all that information is really just unknown. Unfortunately, we don't have enough information on that. But that was, again, about 15 minutes ago. We just had a confirmation of that. No, this is not a tornado emergency for reference. This is not an ongoing tornado, but there might be one at any time. There may have also been one, recently. There might be one right now. We just don't know. At this given time, though, we're not seeing anything on radar that would say that there is a tornado right now. Correlation coefficients all over the place, as I said before. We're right next to the radar site, so it's going to be hard to see. Once it goes through the radar site, we hopefully will get a little bit better review on it, but again, seek shelter immediately, lowest floor possible, away from windows. Again, this is a dangerous situation that we're looking at. Again, high winds also with this storm could pose the threat for some trees to be knocked down and also debris potentially go flying. So straight line winds are definitely a threat with this storm. Again, we have a tornado warning ongoing. Again, this is over. Currently, it was originally in Ward County. I'm not sure which county this is, but it's going through Granville right now for reference. And I would not be surprised if we get a new severe thunderstorm warning on this. I don't know if we'll get a new tornado warning, but we're definitely looking at a very significant amount of wind with this. Let's change the warnings real quick. We're down to, or we're actually still at 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. Never mind. Here's a look at the latest radar update. That is a close view. Let me go up a little bit. Yeah, radar is glitched out right now. That might not be a good sign if it's glitched out. Hopefully it didn't go down. I'm going to refresh the radar here. Hopefully it doesn't go down or anything like that. And this radar site, the storm is literally taking a direct hit on it. So I'm hoping that the radar site's not suffering any damage yet, but I don't think it has. It's just not updating for me. All right, let me go ahead and refresh this again. All right, here we go. Let's look at the radar again. And here's a look at the ongoing, keep doing that. Here's a look at the ongoing reflectivity on the latest scan. And as of now, again, the storm's right now moving through the radar site. Very high winds still west of Deering. Those are still coming. We also have a little bit of rotation still on the cell. Go back over here and kind of show you here, back on the velocities. I'll have a little bit of rotation back here on the west. I'm still not seeing a whole lot close to Granville right now. A lot of winds, though. It's still over near Deering. What is going on here? Near Deering, though, as of right now, we have very high wind speeds. But yeah, we're still looking at a very serious storm. Again, this storm's right now heading over the radar site. The main cell, again, is heading that direction. Storm is going through Granville as well. Again, 70 to 75 mile per hour winds are currently moving through the area. Hopefully we get a better radar view in a couple of scans. Again, we are looking at it's really over the radar site, so it's going to hinder a lot of the view that we have right now. But a very dangerous storm. Again, a tornado may happen at any time. We had a funnel cloud again reported not too long ago with this cell. I will put a timeline on this. Yeah, I will put a timeline on this here in a second. Actually, I probably will now. Just for reference, by the way, the radar site luckily so far has not gone down. I'm hoping it doesn't. It's kind of my hope at this point. All right, here's a look at the timing. Let's go and put a track on this for those out in front of the storm. Here's a look at the track as of right now, about 35 miles per hour. As of right now, Towner 955, Balto right around 1029, Esmond right around 1055, Matic right around 1115, and a bunch of those other names I cannot pronounce. But basically, that's the timeline. Again, it's on your left side of your screen right now for this tornado-warned cell. And there's also damaging wind threats ongoing north of this. But again, this is our main cell, and this has the best potential, again, for potentially a tornado or something like that. Again, we had a confirmation of a funnel cloud with this already, so that's what we're looking at as of right now. Yeah, warning, by the way, is now down to ping pong ball size tail. So the hail threat has gone down a little bit, but we're still looking at an ongoing tornado threat down here. Again, near Granville as of right now, moving off to the east. Very dangerous storm right now. And again, possibly could produce a tornado anytime. Also, we're only 2 subscribers from 11,900. If you haven't hit the subscribe button, again, I would really appreciate if everybody hits the subscribe button right now. We might be able to hit 12,000. So I would appreciate, again, if you hit the subscribe button. We do live streams again like this all the time. Keep you up there with the latest. And we'll give you the latest on any reports that we get as well with this cell. We're seeing a lot of winds, though, overall. That's really been the main threat with this storm so far. We will have to watch that potential, though, for a tornado. North Dakota pronunciation in a nutshell again. There you go. Thank you, by the way, Will and Jacob, for subscribing. Again, this look at the timing as right now. Towner's gonna be the next in track. Balta again around 10:30. Rugby right around 10:25 on the timing. If the storm goes your direction, again, we have storms. The storm also back off from the north is producing damaging winds. This is specifically for the tornado warned cell if it is able to continue as with rotation, which as of right now the rotation's died off a little bit. But we did have a funnel cloud reported only about 20 minutes ago back over at the Air Force Base over in Minutes. So we've had already that confirmed. Again, currently heading down to the east-southeast. Esmond, Matic are all going to be in the track of this over the next couple of hours. Again, currently moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. Pretty sure the radar went down? Let me take a look. Hopefully it didn't. I'll take a look. It did? Did it really? It says it's updating still, so I don't think it's gone down yet. Oh, I'm hoping it doesn't at all. The radar update is currently coming in right now, so we'll see if it does update. The 0.3 degree update's coming in. I think it just came in. I'll take the little track off there. 9:30, 9:34. Okay, we'll see if it updates here. Hopefully it did not go down, because that would be very bad news. For especially this dangerous of a cell right now. I don't think it's down because it's still updating on my end. If it's updating on my end, it usually isn't down. I don't think so, Roblox. I don't think it is, or Devin. I don't think it's down. We'll see. It's updating for me right now, so. Still in the 9:30 scan. Let me go and refresh my radar here. I know, Mystic. You missed it. I was shocked myself, too. Yeah, again, I really do appreciate Roger, again, the very generous $100 super chat today. I mean, that's the highest donation, again, we've ever had on our channel. Okay, so the latest radar update, it just came in, by the way, so the radar has not gone down. Good news. But here's a look at it as of right now. Again, the ongoing cell currently moving through areas now through Granville. Here's a look at the velocities. I'm seeing a lot more wind than anything. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation. A little bit of rotation is just along Highway 2 right now, but it's very broad at this point. Again, we did have confirmation, at least, of a funnel cloud with this. But as of right now, luckily the radar has updated. We still have a radar site going, even with the ongoing storm moving through that area. We will wait to see what the next warning is on this, because I don't know if we'll get a new tornado warning per se, but it's a possibility. As of what I'm seeing, though, I'm really just not seeing a whole lot in terms of that rotation. And we're very close to the radar site, so rotation is primarily down here near Granville. And overall, that has been fairly broad, has not been that tight to this extent. Again, we did have a funnel cloud, so possibility that we might have had maybe even a brief tornado at some point in between radar scans too, but as of now it looks like a lot more damaging winds than anything. We're still looking at damaging winds right now around 70 to maybe 75 with this. Yeah, this storm was very intense before. I'm telling you, we had an extreme inflow. I will be posting, actually I'm going to post the photo to our Discord right now of what the storm looked like before. Again, you can join our Discord server. I'll link in the chat. Click on Nightbot, and it'll be in the general chat. Look at the storm from earlier. Before it was tornado warned, it had the most insane-looking inflow ever. And it's also, I'm going to post it on our Twitter. Actually, I'll post it on Twitter right now. I posted it to our Twitter right now. Yeah, tornado warning still ongoing for the next 8 minutes for right now. We're probably gonna get a next warning here in a second, so I'm gonna wait for that. We'll probably get our next warning in just a moment. Over to here. Yeah, I might be going live tomorrow. It's gonna depend on what my plans are, but I probably will. Hopefully, I'll keep you updated again on Discord and Twitter. But we're gonna still be live here for the next probably at least the next 30 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. All right, next radar update just came in. Again, a lot of damaging winds. I'm not seeing a whole lot of as much of a hook that we had before. I just posted the tweet to Twitter, by the way. If you are not on Discord, you can check out my tweet on Twitter. I'm gonna put the link in chat. If you want to check out what the storm looked like before, make sure to go like and retweet, by the way. I would appreciate it. That was an insane, again, looking storm. And it still is. I mean, honestly, the overall, it's not nearly as well shaped as before, but it's definitely still a very destructive cell, probably still producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. Again, we had a funnel cloud reported with this. We will get our next warning, I would assume, here pretty soon on this. Again, the radar site, we might get a little bit more information on as well, because there are obviously probably some National Weather Service employees around this area as well, so we might get a little idea of what's going on here in terms of winds and whatnot. All right, let's take a look at chat. Yes, Devin, I am very concerned about Wisconsin tomorrow. Yeah, that's going to be a pretty significant event, I think. Again, I have all details on our latest forecast, but yeah, that's going to be a pretty bad severe weather event. A damaging wind is going to be the main concern. Probably going to be scattered to numerous tomorrow. Luckily, I don't think it'll be a derecho, but it will probably be pretty bad, unfortunately. It'll probably be a pretty significant event. I'm hoping for the least of damage and whatnot and warnings, but yeah, it's going to unfortunately be probably not the best outcome for some of those areas. Overall, the tornado threat, though, luckily should stay on the lower end, but we're still looking at a pretty significant damaging wind threat. All right. Yes, this is currently in North Dakota. Yes, sorry. Again, this is moving down to the southeast. We still have an ongoing severe thunderstorm watch until 1 a.m. The storm is currently coming out of the tornado warning. I'm surprised there's not a warning yet. I'm assuming it's going to come in here pretty shortly for a new warning on this. It might not be a tornado warning, but it'll probably at least be a severe thunderstorm warning. We do still have some rotation on this, it looks like. Again, this is a look at the cell as of right now. Hail as of right now looks to be right about here. We have a little bit of hail, maybe quarter size near Granville. Here's a look at the velocities as of right now. And again, you can see the high velocities. We have a little bit of rotation back down here. A little bit of it. It's kind of hard to see, but there's a little bit of rotation there. We'll probably get a new warning here in a second. Again, going toward 14. Down to the east-southeast. Definitely still a very dangerous cell right now, overall. We still have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings down in Kansas for reference. But I would assume we're going to get a new warning on this here pretty shortly. Alpha Boundary has been carrying the storm for the most part, by the way. No problem, Jones. Is mid-Michigan getting hit tomorrow? Mystic, you will probably see some storms tomorrow. It's going to be on the low end, though. Again, all of the details for that are on our latest forecast. No problem, Brenda. No problem at all. I'm surprised we haven't gotten a new warning yet, honestly. I would assume we're going to get a new one here pretty shortly, but there might be also a power outage that might have actually happened at the station there. Let me take a look at Twitter. That sometimes tells us what's going on. Well, Bismarck. Oh, actually, no. Bismarck is the one that issues these warnings, so I would assume they're going to be issuing something. Take a look. Yeah, nothing new yet from them. Let's go over to Granville. I'm going to see if we have any damage reports or anything like that coming in. We're not seeing anything new yet, looks like, in terms of damage reports yet. Hey, what pal, you doing? Welcome back, by the way. Yeah, the storm was actually, it wasn't really decreasing in intensity before. The only thing was it was going over the radar site, so, and the storm was specifically going over it, so it sometimes hinders what it looks like. Georgiana, I recommend either radar scope or my radar for your mobile device. Excuse me. Let me look at Deering as well. Again, there may have been a tornado in Deering from what I've heard so far. Again, we had a fallen cloud over by the Air Force Base from the cell. Tornado warning, by the way, just got canceled, by the way. So it actually has been canceled at this point. And we have not gotten a new warning. We'll see if we get a new one. But tornado warning was just canceled. That's from the latest on this. Yeah, the rotation did not look nearly as impressive. We're still probably looking at some high downburst winds, though, with the cell. We are down to now 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. We will, again, be monitoring this very closely, see if a new warning gets issued. Hey, Troy, how you doing? Yes, there was a funnel cloud. Originally, there was a funnel cloud. That's what we know at this point. There may have been a tornado, but that's unconfirmed at this point. There was a funnel cloud reported at about 9:12, which is about half an hour ago now, over at the military base, or the Air Force Base, excuse me, over southwest of Deering. Tornado warning has again been canceled. It's still showing on my map, but it has been canceled. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, kind of as expected, for 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball-sized hail. And that's primarily going to be comprised of this storm here near Towner. And this cell still looks pretty impressive. I mean, this very well could, recycle and potentially develop maybe a tornado threat as well. Definitely cannot rule that out. But our latest update as of right now, showing still a bit of an inflow here. I'll take a look at the velocities. We're not on a tornado warning. I keep doing that. And what in the world is going on with this right now? All right, let's go back over here. All right, here's a look at the storm as of right now. So we got a hail threat here. That's, again, where our hail is. Bit of an inflow still going to the storm. Let me take a look at the velocity. So I don't think they're matching up completely with this. And yeah, we're not seeing a whole lot, it looks like, in rotation-wise. We are still looking at some pretty high downburst winds, though, it looks like, with this storm. Actually, back up here, it looks like our highest downburst winds are right here. Essentially, it looks like as high as 60, maybe close to 70 as well in that little area there. That's just south of Highway 2. Again, that's currently heading to the east-southeast as of right now. Again, tornado warning is going to be expiring here, but a very, very damaging storm still moving down to the east-southeast right now. And stay away from windows. Treat it, again, as if it is a tornado warning, because we're still looking at 70-mile-per-hour winds heading down to the southeast. Goings again towards Balta, as well as, again, right now, going through Granville. Hopefully Granville's all right, though. Let me back over to Twitter. Let's take a look if we have any new reports coming in. As of right now, I'm not seeing anything in Granville as of right now near Highway 2. Are any other areas in this area that might have had reports? Does anybody know if there's... I'm going to look up here. North Dakota. Just not sure if we're getting any reports. We had a fallen cloud, as I mentioned before, but... we actually had a view of the tornado warning cell. It's just hard to see from this angle. There was a pretty decent upper level rotation, by the way. Yeah, we had a very impressive looking storm. Again, an outflow boundary, a shelf cloud was kind of out in front of this, but as of what we saw, again, the outflow boundary was kind of hindering the overall rotation. But it was a very, I mean, again, we're looking at still a pretty potent storm here. Might very, very well be able to redevelop and potentially recycle. So we'll still have to watch this pretty closely. Thank you, Michael. Okay, so 8.3% of the customers in, I don't know how to pronounce that county, but they are without power. So we have some power outages from the storm coming in now. Oh, that's the latest on what we have now. Karlsruhe, thank you. Okay, so this is Karlsruhe. Thank you for the pronunciation, by the way, in chat. So this is just north of Karlsruhe. Just west of 14. That's what we got going as of right now in terms of the cell. Again, it is still severe thunderstorm warning, producing damaging winds around 70, golf ball sized hail. And again, it may potentially start to rotate again in the near future. We'll watch it very closely. Again, the tornado threat, by the way, it's not going to be high tomorrow, but I don't think it's going to be nearly as bad as what we saw so far tonight. We've already had 4 confirmed landspouts / tornadoes. And there's possibly, again, maybe even another one. We had a fallen cloud again with this one. We may have had possibly a tornado with this one, but it's unconfirmed as of this point. We did have a funnel cloud, though, so that was at least confirmed by this point. But we will have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Definitely a very dangerous storm, though, still heading down to the southeast. By the way, we're only 73 subscribers from 12,000. Hopefully we can try to hit that goal tonight. But if you haven't hit the subscribe button, again, I don't want to really convince you too much. But again, we do live streams like this all the time. We have video forecasts every day for you. and we are very consistent with our severe weather coverage. So make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. It's the red button. It's completely free to do. I would really appreciate it. You'll stay updated with the latest on all severe weather, again, across the United States. We cover everything, so not just this. And we're getting our next radar update right now, so we'll get some more updates on that. Ro, the overall storm, it's kind of in a moderate stage right now. It hasn't really been strengthening or weakening. It's pretty much been the same for a while. The overall inflow was much stronger, though, earlier. Let me see if I can bring up a photo of this. Move this over here. And let me take a look. If I can find that photo here. I think I took it on here to downloads. Yeah, it's right here. So let's look at the photo of the storm before. This is what it looked like before. Very strong inflow. This is at 9:06, by the way, so about 40 minutes ago. Very strong storm overall. Again, I posted on our Twitter page as well. Make sure to go like the tweet, by the way, link in the description. And also on Discord. So if you haven't joined our Discord, that's also linked in the description. But this is what it looked like before. And I have it on our Discord page, so you can check it out. And Twitter. Yeah, it was an insane looking storm. I mean, it had a very strong inflow. Very impressive cell overall. And as of recently, though, it's not nearly as organized, but it definitely still has a hail component with it, and definitely damaging winds. Not nearly as much of a tornadic threat, but definitely a lot of threats still ongoing here. Hey, Quad, how you doing? Welcome back. Hey, Wep, how you doing? No problem. Wichita County, Kansas is currently 98% without power? Really? I guess I'll check Kansas here in a second. All right, let me go back down to Kansas. Take a look. We actually have a report of lightning-initiated fire reported by a weather spotter over in El Mello. I can't say that name. That's a new report, though, we have coming in now. Still ongoing severe weather for 60-mile-per-hour winds with this area. Storms going towards Hayes, by the way, so a little bit more populated area here. A couple of cells, though, down here currently in Kansas. So we still have some severe weather down this direction. I would expect this threat will start to diminish a little bit more over the next couple of hours, really over the next hour. I'd expect it to kind of diminish, but 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized tail, tornado threat should stay very low. Again, we had an 80-mile-per-hour wind report up in Hill City from earlier, 82 miles per hour to be specific. We also have social media showing multiple healthy tree branches broken off due to thunderstorm winds. Branches look to be about 4 inches in diameter, and time is estimated, so about 8:55. We also had a little pea-sized hail over in Hill City. So hail threat was not much of a concern in Hill City, but we definitely had pretty significant damaging winds up that or down that direction. And again, this was our tornado warning cell from earlier. We are still on an ongoing severe thunderstorm warning with this cell for 70-mile-per-hour winds, and as well as that potential for, again, potentially some golf ball sized hail. Here's a look at the threat as, again, we're still looking at very high winds with this as it moves off to the east. And it looks like, let me take a look at this real quick. I'm just going to circle this area. We're going to match it up with the radar here. That's more, okay, that's just hail. Looks like there's rotation. That is definitely just hail kind of, making it look like there's rotation. But definitely still an area to watch. Again, we could potentially see this recycle, but it is outflow driven. So it's going to be pretty tough for this to really strengthen and really develop back into a tornado situation. But it very well may happen. We still have a low chance of that tonight. Oh, only 2,000 people in Wichita. That would make sense. Okay. I got you. We're currently in North Dakota. We're also been looking a little bit in Kansas as well. Thank you, Judy. I appreciate you subscribing. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. Hey, Thomas, how you doing? Welcome back. Decent convergence. There's definitely a little bit of convergence out there, too. Hey, Bill, how you doing? Thank you. Appreciate you subscribing as well. You're Michigan. Nice. If you have any questions about any of the severe weather ongoing, any weather in general, feel free to leave those in the chat. Let me go back over to the warnings. We currently have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. So let me drop that count down to 4. No tornado warnings as of right now. Again, this cell definitely could potentially have the potential for redeveloping at some point in the near future, but I would expect this to mainly be a damaging wind event, and possibly, again, golf ball sized hail is still a potential with this storm. Let me go back over to the hail radar here. Let's look at it as of right now. The latest scans are showing near Granville a peak potentially at hen egg size. Recent scans showing right around $half to maybe ping pong ball sized hail. That's our latest reports here near Highway 2. Yeah, definitely a pretty decent storm, as I mentioned before. Again, this storm, this night, I'm going to be honest with you, this was not really expected to this extent. Up here, it was a little bit more expected. Down in Kansas, we were not expecting, 4 landspouts by any means. So we've had a lot of ongoing tornado threats and a lot of hail, by the way, a lot of damaging winds. I'm glad I went live when I did, because it obviously really ramped up. And obviously, we could still have a potential for that over the next hour. Logan, wait, let me see. Logan, Kansas reported at 9:28 a 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. Okay, thank you, Michael. So again, in Logan, Kansas, I'm not sure where that is, but that was a 80-mile-per-hour wind report over that direction as well. Thank you, Judy. I appreciate that a lot. I get that a lot too. Deadlock, we've had 4 confirmed landspots so far. We've also had a funnel cloud. Possibly a little bit more than that, but we're not sure yet. We may have had as many as 6 tornadoes, but tornadoes / landspouts. Theodore, watch my latest forecast. That has all the details for you on that. All the details for tomorrow's severe weather event is on our latest forecast. Let me take a look at the velocities on this again. I'm curious. Interesting. Take a little circle of this. Looks like it's trying to redevelop again. Trying to. It is outflow driven, so I think the overall chance of this really rotating is gonna be pretty low. Because again, it's more outflow driven more than anything, but it's definitely not out of the question. We're still looking at very high winds, by the way. Winds estimated around 75 near our Karlsruhe, I think it was, or something like that, near that area. Again, west of 14, winds right around 75 potentially miles per hour. That's being estimated by radar. So we have very high winds with this cell right now heading off to the east, the southeast. Topeka, as of right now, is not really in the risk for severe weather over the next several days. Hey, Reynolds, how you doing? From Pennsylvania, nice. Thank you, Thomas, Nadine, Eddie, and as well as Sarah for subscribing, guys. I do appreciate it. Welcome. Appreciate all the other subscribers, by the way. If you haven't subscribed, I do appreciate it. We are only 55 subscribers from 12,000. Again, if everybody hits the subscribe button right now, we might be able to hit our goal tonight of 12,000 subscribers. That'd be pretty crazy to hit tonight. But if you haven't hit the subscribe button, I would appreciate it. I appreciate everybody a lot. No, this is actually outflow driven by you. So overall, it's more of an outflow driven storm. So it looks like a hook, but it's not necessarily a hook. We have an outflow boundary right here. There is some inflow though. So again, since it's outflow driven, it's going to have more tough time overall rotating. So it's kind of what we're looking at right now. Hey, no problem, Gipsy. Appreciate you tuning in. Again, I'm live for a lot of these severe weather events. So including this one, obviously this was not supposed to be that high of an event, but obviously it turned out to be. Back over to the mesoscale discussions. I'm not sure if we have any new ones. We actually do have one. Mesoscale discussion was issued about 30 minutes ago. Large supercell may still evolve into a larger organizing cluster of storms accompanied by a swath of strong to severe damaging winds. And that's what we're looking at as of right now. This might organize a little bit more as it heads off to the east. Definitely a possibility over the next couple of hours. But yeah, this storm's producing a significant amount of winds. Thank you, Joe, by the way, for subscribing. I appreciate it. Stormatic, we had 4 confirmed, at least 4 confirmed landspouts today. 3 of them, which were in Kansas. There might have been 1 being a tornado and 2 being a landspout, but that's to be determined. Appreciate it, Shelly. Thanks, Stu. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Glad you're liking the content. Defender, it's to be determined. Again, if I don't go live tomorrow, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, maybe, I don't know if 100%, but I think Ryan's gonna be live tomorrow. So if I'm not live, you can always check out his stream, but it's to be determined. I have stuff going on tomorrow, but we'll see if I can go live. The best chance of me going live would be the late morning, early afternoon, but we'll see what happens. I know a lot of storm chasers will be out there as well, so, but we'll see. Again, I'm hoping to go live for most of the day tomorrow, but I'm just not sure how it'll work out. Let me back over here. Landspouts, the difference, landspouts are more comprised of, they're more of downburst winds. They usually are not nearly as strong as an ordinary tornado, but overall landspouts are typically like under 100 miles per hour. They're kind of like EF0 to EF1 tornadoes in a sense, but they're like, basically it's kind of like this. So let me kind of draw it here on the picture here. So basically what we're looking at with a tornado is more like a shape like this in most instances. When we're looking at a landspout, it's kind of like the opposite direction almost. It kind of spreads out at the surface. It's more comprised of downburst winds. They're usually weaker than a tornado, and they're usually more short-lived. They don't last that long. So there are some differences overall. Some landspouts though, for example, do kind of go a little bit more like this, or a little bit more straight. They're not always like this, but they can go like this. They can also go a little bit more straight like this. But again, most of the time, they're just downburst winds. That's more what they're comprised of. Yeah, tornadoes are definitely more strong in most instances, but overall, landspouts are still noted as tornadoes. Confirmed tornado in Kansas? Oh, we have a confirmed tornado in Kansas. Oh my lord. Okay, we got a confirmed tornado right now on the ground in near Plainville right now. Breaking news. Tornado warning, and there's now potentially a confirmed tornado here near Plainville. And this is, I don't believe, a PDS, but again, tornado on the ground right now. Seek shelter immediately. This is in Plainville. And this is where that tornado is as of right now. Confirmed tornado right there. That is just off to the west of 183. Again, breaking. We have a confirmed tornado, as I said before, right now in Kansas. Seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. I'm going to try to see, do we have any better radar sites here? I think we might. I have this one. It's near Plainville. So yeah, this is our area of rotation. This is a little bit easier to look at. Yeah, that's our area of rotation. Again, we have a confirmed tornado. This is an observed tornado right now embedded near Plainville. This is likely rain wrapped as well. Correlation coefficient's not showing a whole lot here. Let me go back over to the other radar site. Try to see if we have a better one here. Unfortunately, we don't have really great options. Back, yeah, we're in between 4 radar sites. I'm just going to stick with this one for right now. But again, rain wrapped tornado currently possibly near Plainville. This was observed, it looks like, by Public, if I'm not mistaken. Weather spotters actually confirmed the tornado. So this was a confirmed tornado by weather spotters. That's the latest on what we have here. Again, here's a look at the overall tornado. That's where it is as of right now. Correlation coefficient. Let's take a look at that. Not showing a whole lot, but that's where our tornado is as of right now. Again, that's near Plainville. Plainville. So it's moving toward Highway 183 as well as 18. Again, Plainville, I believe, is a bit more populated. So hopefully everybody, again, stay in shelter immediately away from windows and lowest floor possible. And very dangerous situation here. Yeah, this is again in between 4 radar sites, so we don't have the best radar view on this, but we'll see. Let me see if we can get on the other radar here. Take it off this. Nah, it's not gonna look any better. We'll stay on the high def. Again, this is a rain wrap situation, it looks like, near Plainville. Seek shelter immediately away from windows. Again, this is an observed tornado. This is not, again, a radar indicated rotation. We have an observed tornado currently, potentially still on the ground near Plainville. This was just issued a couple minutes ago, so we may still have a tornado on the ground as we speak. So again, if you're in this area, seek shelter immediately away from windows. Again, lowest floor possible. Very dangerous cell here. Again, potentially rain wrapped again in Kansas. But yeah, again, this was confirmed over in, again, this was confirmed by weather spotters. So what we got as of right now on this cell. And also, the storm back up in Nebraska, North Dakota is starting to strengthen a little bit again in rotation. So I'll have to watch that one closely as well. Yeah, the North Dakota cell is starting to recycle. We'll have to watch that one too very closely. Again, very dangerous cell right now going toward Plainview. Again, make sure you're seeking shelter immediately away from windows and lowest floor possible. Again, population in Plainville is currently about 2,400. Again, this is an observed tornado on the ground. If you know anybody in this warning, again, make sure you make them aware of this. Message them in Plainville. If you know anybody around this area as well, just make sure they're aware of it. You don't have to share my stream with them by any means, but just make sure they're aware that there's, again, an ongoing tornado on the ground near Plainville. I go back over the velocities here. Again, our ongoing rotation is currently centered. Again, we're in between 4 radar sites, unfortunately, but it's near Plainville as of right now. That's where our rotation is, just off to the northwest of Plainville. Looks to be rain wrapped, as I mentioned before, so it's going to be very difficult to see at night. Don't try to look out your window. Just make sure, again, you're staying away from windows, staying in the lowest floor possible, interior room of your house. That's what we got to do in this situation. Again, a very dangerous storm right now heading down to the southeast. Hey, Keem, how you doing? Also, a little bit of quarter-sized hail with this, but that's obviously not the main concern. We're definitely looking at a very significant potential for maybe a, again, tornadoes on the ground as of right now is what we know. Again, confirmed by weather spotters in the area. Fortunately, we're definitely looking at a significant situation here in terms of potentially a tornado. We don't know how strong it is. It may have also been a land spout of some sort. If it's a land spout, that's better news because, again, they're usually weaker and shorter lived, but we just don't know. Again, it looked to be pretty decent rotation still as of a moment ago. It did not look to be a land spout, at least by radar. Again, we're pretty far away from radar sites, but that's where the rotation is as of right now. Again, currently heading toward Highway 183 and 18. Again, this is an observed tornado. Warning expires at 10:30 unless otherwise noted or canceled or something like that. So we'll be covering it very closely. Again, this is currently in Kansas. Moving off to currently the southeast. Thanks, sir. I appreciate it. Lots of damage in Plainville, is there? Is that what we're getting there right now? Let me go over to the Twitter. This is northwest of Plainville where the rotation is as of right now. Not seeing anything yet on terms of, again, we have a damaging tornado is what we have as of right now at this. Potentially damaging some buildings, but again, this is probably just northwest of the downtown area. Not seeing anything yet in terms of damage reports, but we definitely possibly have something like that going right now. I'm not seeing, on the latest radar scans, the rotation's not nearly as strong, which is good news, but you never know. It's still ongoing for an observed tornado, so we'll have to wait and see what the National Weather Service says, but again, treat it as if there's still a tornado on the ground. Plainville, again, stay in shelter, lowest floor possible, stay away from windows. And this storm shouldn't last, hopefully, too long in terms of that tornado threat. It shouldn't go too far to the southeast, but again, obviously, it's still a low-end chance for an isolated tornado throughout the evening, so we'll have to watch it still pretty closely. But again, observed tornadoes are what we know right now heading down to the southeast. And again, just off to the northwest of Plainville. It might also be in the Plainville area now, so seek shelter. Okay, damage was reported in Grand County. Okay, thank you. So we have damage reported apparently from this potential tornado here. And this is an observed tornado. What we know, we have some damage reported with this. All right, talking about Grand County. You're talking about the one up in North Dakota. Is that what you're talking about? Is that Grand County? We have a new severe thunderstorm watch up in North Dakota, by the way. We'll get to that here pretty soon. That's what we know so far. Again, as of now, again, tornado is on the ground from a few minutes ago at least. It may still be on the ground. But as of what I'm seeing so far, the rotation is not nearly as strong as before. Wait and see what happens here on the next couple of radar scans here. This is currently southeastern Rooks County, by the way. Kansas. Justin, it has been a very busy night to say the least. Thanks, Cam, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, we've had a very active night. This is at least now our 6th or 5th confirmed tornado. I can't remember what we're up to now. We've had, I'm trying to think. This is our 6th confirmed tornado now of today. That includes land spouts. So yeah, we've had a very active day so far today. We also may have had one in Florida. That is going to be observed. I'm pretty sure that's going to be surveyed tomorrow. Again, this is currently an observed tornado still. Near Plainville, again, hanging down to the southeast. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. Not nearly as concerning. It's a pretty rural area, but that's quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds northeast of Plainville. Bro, not really. The slight risk didn't even get added until the first 3 or 4 landspouts happened. It was originally, though, it was all marginal risks across the board. The storm up in North Dakota right now comprised of mostly damaging winds, possibly as high as 70 to 80 miles per hour still, so a lot of high winds. Yeah. It's been an insane day so far, and it's going to continue. Again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, hit the subscribe button down below. We're 34 subscribers away currently from 34, or excuse me, from 12,000. So make sure to hit the subscribe button. We'll keep you updated again with the latest. All right, 1 second. And if anybody, does anybody have any information on this yet? I'm still trying to look on Twitter. We haven't had any reports yet on this. Again, this is still an ongoing confirmed tornado. I'm still waiting reports on in terms of if we have any damage yet. Obviously, we're not gonna probably get that here for a little bit, but not sure if this was a land spout. Again, weather spotters are confirmed this as of so far. See, it's moving down to the southeast. Again, we're near Plainville, near 18 and 183 is currently. It's kind of in the intersection. Let me go back over the velocities. And it looks like our rotation is still kind of right about here. And that still seems to be fairly broad at this given time. But it is moving down to the southeast, again, going toward Plainville. Again, tornado warning is not going until 10:30. We got going as of right now. Again, by the way, if you're wondering about if this is EF3 tornado, EF1, EF, whatever, again, that does not get determined typically until the following day. We cannot determine that early. We can determine sometimes if it's like a strong or long track sort of tornado during when it's going, but this is more of a situation most likely where it's something that was brief. Because I'm not seeing a whole lot at this given time that we still have a tornado on the ground, but I definitely can't rule out that it's still on the ground. Again, this was a confirmed tornado at 9:56, only 11 minutes ago, northwest of Plainville. And we may have already had some damage, so that's also something to keep in mind. All right, the tornado warning was just downgraded, so we're now down to a radar indicated tornado. So that's luckily what we're looking at now. It looks like the tornado may have either, it's probably lifted up at this given time. I'm not seeing, again, a whole lot of rotation on the radar. We'll still watch it very closely for you. Thank you, Denise, and as well as Darlene, by the way, for subscribing. By the way, if you have any photos, make sure to send them in on our Discord server. Again, links are in the description below, as well as our Twitter or our Facebook Messenger or Instagram. If you have any photos, videos, reports, anything like that, feel free to send those in to us. But make sure to do it safely. Do not try to go outside your house when you're under a tornado warning like this. If you're still in this box, do not get away. Just stay indoors. Stay away from windows, all that sort of stuff. Interior of your house, treat it as if there's still a tornado on the ground. Because, again, this is a very dangerous storm right now. Also has some hail along with it, but more than anything, again, that tornado threat is still ongoing here. By the way, Nightpal will post a link in chat, but !Discord. If you want to join our Discord, if you have any photos, videos, anything like that, feel free to send those in to us. Again, we are also on Twitter. I'm going to take a look if we have any reports coming in yet. And tornado warning continues until 8:30 as of what we know so far with this cell. So, what we got going as of right now. By the way, Brandon Kopik just filled up on gas for tomorrow. 365. Not related to anything that we're talking about, but I know he's going to go storm chasing tomorrow. We're currently in Kansas as of right now. Have a good night, meteorology. Black typically means hail. That in this instance right now, west of 183 is currently likely at least quarter-sized hail. Yeah, it's moving off to the east. It's going to be going crossing over Highway 183 here momentarily. Hey, Spirit, how you doing? Welcome from Minnesota. Hope you're doing well. Definitely a very dangerous cell, though, still ongoing. If there's still a tornado, there's possibly still a tornado ongoing, but as what we know, the rotation definitely weakened out here from the latest scans. Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation anymore, luckily. A tornado warning will likely still be let to on go here for a little bit, though. Thank you, Gloria, for subscribing, by the way. Appreciate it. Welcome. Hey, bro, how you doing? Welcome back. Let me go over here real quick. I have to edit this. We're only 13 subscribers right now, by the way, away from 12,000, so close to another milestone. Again, if you have not hit the subscribe button, I hardly ever ask, but if you do, I would appreciate it. We are extremely close to our next milestone of 12,000 subscribers. It is crazy to think how far we've come, but again, keep you updated with the latest. We do live streams like this all the time. I see this. What in the world's going on here? Okay, never mind. Again, ongoing tornado warning for Plainville. Still stay in shelter immediately away from windows. Lowest floor possible. Again, we still have this storm. It's moving down to the southeast for reference, so still a pretty dangerous cell right now near 18 and 183. Okay, I'm just going back here. 20K? No, nowhere close to 20K. But we're pretty close to 12K. Hey, King Cheese, how you doing? Welcome back. I will go back to North Dakota here momentarily. Once we have a little bit more clearance on this ongoing tornado warning. This warning may be likely to be canceled. It might get canceled. It may also expire. We'll see what happens. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning back down to the south of this for haze for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail, by the way. So that's what we got so far in this. Yeah, I haven't seen any reports yet, Michael. But yeah, definitely keep me updated if you get any as well. Yeah, Devin, we'll see. I'm not sure if I'm going to go live yet tomorrow. It's going to depend on what I'm doing tomorrow morning. If I do, it's going to be... I still don't know when. Again, I'll keep you updated on our Discord and Twitter if I do go live and when and whatnot. But hopefully, I'm hoping that Ryan Hall goes live just in case. Hopefully, I can keep you guys updated. Again, tornado warning's ongoing for another 18 minutes. Again, stay away from windows, lowest floor possible. We will be going back up, as I mentioned before, to the storm over in North Dakota here pretty soon. So, stay tuned. That storm is still producing a little bit of rotation, but it's primarily damaging winds. Thank you, Rosemary. I appreciate that. Thank you. Pot of coffee. Coffee sounds pretty good right about now. Quad, I haven't done that before. I might at some point in the future. We'll see. I don't have really that many. Again, Discord is not really our... We only have, I think, 150 members maybe on our Discord, I think. Maybe if we get to like 1,000 members, I might do that sometime. We have 190, actually. I didn't realize how many we had. But yeah, maybe at some point in the future. That's not a bad idea, though. Thank you, Northern, Christine, Unsolved, Alita, as well as Close, Reversed, and George for all subscribing, by the way. I do appreciate you guys. Welcome. Appreciate you guys a lot. And again, as well as Rosemary, excuse me. I appreciate it. Yeah, ongoing tornado warning for another 16 minutes. We'll see if it gets canceled. And we've officially, by the way, hit 12,000 subscribers. Man, it's crazy how much we're growing. But I appreciate everybody that has subscribed. We have now officially hit 12,000 subscribers. I appreciate everybody. Appreciate everybody's support. It means the world to me. Can't believe how far we've come. And cheers to more. It's crazy to think. I'm telling you, it's mind-boggling. You know, when I first started doing this YouTube channel, I say it every time I hit a milestone, but I never thought I would get past 1,000 subscribers. I just dropped my phone. Maybe getting to 12,000 subscribers will fix my phone. No. But honestly, again, I never thought I'd get past 1,000. And just to think we've gone from 1,900 back in May to now 12,000 is just, it's mind-boggling, to say the least. I do appreciate, again, everybody's support, whether you're a subscriber, just a viewer right now and not subscribed. Totally understand. I appreciate you even just watching right now. And I do really appreciate everybody that's donated as well along the way and become members. All of our members, I really do appreciate, as well as anybody that's super chatted and donated and whatnot. Those are really appreciated as well. Again, it costs a lot to even do this, by the way. The expenses are actually much higher than you might think, but yeah, I do appreciate everybody's support. Really does mean the world to me. Let's real quick go back up here to the North Dakota. I'm curious what we're looking up here. We have a recent report of 64 miles per hour, by the way, at the end-on site of a wind gust. But as of right now, this cell is primarily damaging winds, but we'll keep you updated with the latest on that. I'm going to go back down here for the south for just a moment. We'll primarily cover this tornado warning until it ends, and then we'll go back up there to the north. Have a little bit of very broad rotation here. Here to the tornado warning. Again, this is currently in Plainville. Still seek shelter again away from windows, lowest floor possible. I know. Well, Reed Timmer subscribed. Actually, my channel, I don't think really took off from it, but he did subscribe. He's actually followed me on Twitter now, but him subscribing, I don't think I had a direct correspondence because I was at 8,000, I think, subscribers when he subscribed, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Reed Timmer subscribed. I think Brandon Kopik might be subscribed. I don't know, though. He's not publicly subscribed, but I know they're both. They've at least... Actually, no, he has to be subscribed because my chat is subscribers only. So yeah, Brandon is, and as well as Reed Timmer. They're both subscribed. Yeah, but I really do appreciate them as well. They're great people. Can tomorrow be a moderate severe weather day? Probably not. I don't think it'll get that high, in my opinion, at least. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't think it will happen. I just don't think it will. Thanks, Devin. I appreciate it. Yeah, Reed is awesome. He's a crazy guy. He goes out in every storm. I have not watched Vince yet, Reynolds, but that's on my to-do list. I'll have to watch Vince sometime. Heard a lot of people saying good things about him, so I'll have to watch him. I don't really watch anybody on YouTube up until recently. The only people I've been watching recently was Brandon and Reed. So I'll have to go ahead and check out Vince as well. Again, I started doing weather well before even YouTube. I mean, I've been doing it on Facebook primarily. I didn't do it until YouTube recently, so I never really watched any of these weather guys on YouTube. Other than now, I've been watching Reed for a while, but... Yeah, it's still enhanced risk of severe weather in the Midwest tomorrow for portions of Wisconsin, Iowa, and southeastern portions of Minnesota. Thank you, Brian, for gifting 2 memberships to our YouTube community. I really appreciate that, Brian. Thanks for gifting a couple memberships to our channel. Hope you're doing well, by the way. Congratulations, by the way, Devin, as well as Runway for getting memberships, by the way. Again, make sure to thank him for gifting some memberships there. Appreciate that, Brian. And Brian is our top gifter of all time with 7 gifted memberships. By the way, if you are a member, you can actually now gift memberships. You have to do it on desktop, but it is a new implemented feature on YouTube. So if you are a member, you can always gift memberships to the community if you want, instead of super chatting if you ever wanted to support the page. But other than that, it's a new feature. So again, if you want to ever get gifted memberships, you have to be like whoever has higher watch time or higher amount of comments and whatnot are more favored to get a membership than comparison to people that don't really talk. So people that are more interactive and like the page will likely be able to get it more often than not. So just a reference. But again, I do really appreciate that, Brian. Hope you're doing well. Again, tornado warning goes until 10:30. Let me take a look if the warning got canceled yet. Nope, it's still ongoing, so we'll keep an eye on it. Look back at the velocities. A little bit of rotation. It's nothing that impressive, though. It's still pretty broad. Let me take a look if we have any new updates on the... Okay, my radar glitched out here. There we go. Let me take a look if we have any updates on this storm. I'm not sure if we have any reports coming in yet of this. Let's take a look. Yeah, as of what I'm seeing right now, I'm not seeing any updates again on the storm. We had a confirmation of a tornado from this a little while ago, but how does membership gifting work? Again, if you want to gift memberships, you have to become a member first. You can be any membership level, so the $2.99 one, the $4.99, or the $9.99 perk. Either one you can be, but you have to be a member first to be able to gift memberships. And if you want to receive memberships, if somebody gifts memberships, for example, the more active you are on the channel in terms of watching videos, watching the live streams, and interacting in chat and stuff like that, you'll have a higher chance to receive a gifted membership if somebody gifts memberships. It sounds kind of confusing, but that's how it works. Again, it's a new feature on YouTube, so that's kind of why I have to mention it. Hey, how you doing, Bugs? Appreciate you tuning in. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm assuming this was a brief tornado. I'm thinking. Warning is still in effect, though. It has not been canceled yet. Zero, I'll go and take a look at that here in a second. I'm waiting until this tornado warning ends, and then we'll go up that direction. Yeah, gifting memberships, honestly, if you're a member, I would rather you gift memberships than ever super chat. Like, if you were to super chat 25 bucks, you might as well just gift 5 memberships, because, I mean, other people get the perks. Does the same exact thing as super chatting, just people actually get, that sort of stuff. And also, the gifted memberships are the Tornado Chaser members, so just for reference. You get the $5 perks, which includes blooper access. Any action near Cincinnati, Ohio? I don't think so. Not tonight. There might be a low-end chance tomorrow, but it's pretty low. Devin, click the top link in the description below if you want to learn about the perks of each membership. You are currently the Tornado membership since you got gifted one. So, again, click the top link in the description. It'll show you all the benefits that you get for each rank. So make sure to check out the Storm Chaser one and the Tornado Chaser one, because you get both of them. Thank you, Gino, as well as Cole, Caleb, Jackie, and Tim, by the way, for subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. Welcome. Yeah, I would expect this tornado warning is going to get canceled or something, but as of right now, the pink, by the way, just means usually hail. I appreciate that, Genius. Yeah, I'm a pretty active, interactive guy. Even if I had 10,000, you know, let's just say I had like 5,000 viewers at some point, I would still be pretty much as interactive as I am now. All right, again, 21 still on, going for another 8 minutes. Let's see. Yeah, as of now, it has still not been updated. Anything beyond that. Still tornado warned. I'm surprised that hasn't been canceled though. All right, we'll see you later. Help me. Thanks, Bob. I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. I don't think there's many weather people on YouTube, to be honest. I know Reed Timmer and Bob and whatnot, or not Bob, Brandon, excuse me, and as well as Vince. Those are the main guys I know. They're all awesome people. I love what I do, though. Honestly, I love doing this stuff. Love covering the weather, and obviously, honestly, there's a lot of stuff that goes with this sort of stuff, and I've always loved weather, so it's always been in my blood, basically. And obviously, covering it, broadcast meteorology is obviously my favorite, but yes, I'm aware of Ryan Hall. Again, I've never watched him. I know a lot of people mention his name. Ryan Hall's the other one. I don't think there's any other people, though, for the most part. I know a few other ones that don't think do a whole lot of live streaming, though. There's a lot more people that do videos more than anything. I do a lot of live streaming, though. I've been doing a lot more live streaming than videos overall. I mean, I do a video every day, but live streaming, I mean, it consumes a lot more of my time. Nate Snyder? Never heard of him. I feel like I'm missing something, because I really have not heard of that many weather YouTubers for some reason. Like, the only ones, again, I've ever heard of is Reed, Brandon, Vince, and Ryan, which, again, I still haven't watched Ryan yet. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning at 60 mile/hour winds up in North Dakota. If this has been canceled yet. I'm assuming it's going to get canceled. Oh. Okay, it's going to be allowed to expire. So I'm just going to go ahead and take off the tornado warning label on here. But Weather Decoded was really the only weather YouTuber I've ever watched, actually, like, on a bit more of a consistent basis. Other than him, but he doesn't make videos anymore, though. But it was back in 2020 that he did a lot more of them. Weather Decoded, honestly, was the best YouTuber. I mentioned it a little bit earlier in the stream, but yeah, I miss Weather Decoded a lot. He still did videos, but do as nearly as often as he used to. Here's a look at the North Dakota storms, by the way. We'll take a look at these. These ones were producing some pretty significant threats as well. Yeah, here's the storm back down here to the south. This one's been pretty decent for a while. It's still actually producing the potential for 70 mile/hour winds and golf ball sized hail, so I don't know, Quad. I don't know what happened to Weather Decoded. He just kind of stopped doing it. He's still around. He's not, like, gone or anything, but he hasn't done it nearly as much. I appreciate that, Shelly. Do you mean the movie Midnight, by the way? Twister, the movie? I need to check out Vince. I haven't watched him yet. Yeah, I do live streams all the time. I'm very consistent, and it's not really because, I'm trying to force myself to. I just love doing this. I love being able to live stream the weather. It's always been my passion. And honestly, I'd rather do this than being on a TV station. But obviously, I'm going to be possibly getting something after college in terms of being on a TV station. But we'll see what happens. YouTuber, I appreciate you tuning in. I don't know about that Stormatic. I've learned a lot from Weather Decoded. He explains a lot of stuff very in depth. He's probably, I've still not watched Ryan. I have watched a little bit of Reed, but I've not really watched him explain a whole lot. I've watched a lot of his more storm chasing stuff, but no, Weather Decoded just went on a whole other level. I mean, he basically made it like a college class sort of thing. It felt like I was in a college class. I mean, one of the most iconic moments I've ever had was actually predicting the Hurricane Laura back in 2020 very accurately. I predicted the exact track and intensity of the storm a couple of days before the National Hurricane Center did in most sources. So, but that was well before I ever had any, popularity by that point. I think I had 3,000 followers on Facebook at the time. That was it. And I doubled my following in about 24 hours because of that. So I was so accurate on that. Yes, tornado warning has expired, by the way. Oh, am I still in the tornado warning tab? My bad. I changed over. Bloopers, Devin, are you on our Discord server? You can go into the members announcements and click on our bloopers video. You can also go under the members tab and you can find the whole details on the bloopers. Again, those are for members only. You don't like Ryan Hall? I've never watched him. I really couldn't tell you. I'll have to watch him sometime, though. Well, I'll have to watch him. I have to watch Vince. I still haven't watched Vince. I know, Janice, I know it. I love doing weather, though. I love it. I wouldn't mind doing weather on a TV station, though. I do love doing this. I mean, I love how much I talk on this. Yeah, only having maybe 7 or 8 minutes on TV every hour won't be nearly as exciting as, you know, doing this, talking all the time. I talk a lot. How long does a gifted membership last? It lasts 30 days, I believe. It lasts like an entire month. Memberships, you're going to talk more. Hey, I mean, if anybody ever gives memberships, you'll have a better chance. Hey, Quad, I completely agree with that. I wish it wasn't nearly as bad. It happens to me, too. I've been fortunate. It doesn't crash that often, but it does crash occasionally. I don't know why your message got timed out, by the way, but... Was he, Michael? Yeah, I'm trying to get 4 years in college, and unfortunately with this whole thing in college, by the way, I'm hoping I can do live streams, you know, somewhat often, but they're not going to be nearly as often during, you know, school year as what they are now. But I'm hoping I can still do it to a good magnitude, a good level. I will be covering, I'll make videos daily, though, for sure. That's awesome, official, that's awesome. Glad you're getting into meteorology. And believe it or not, if you're trying to get into broadcast meteorology, there are actually a lot of places out there in terms of TV stations that actually have kind of like a shortage of meteorologists. And also, you know, the National Weather Service is always welcoming people as well. There's a lot of private sectors too now opening up to weather as well. Michael, probably, I mean, I would assume that, you know, with how much experience I have, how much of a following I have and whatnot, it wouldn't probably be that hard to get into a top tier market. But I don't know which market I want, honestly. I would probably want to do local. I wouldn't mind doing something like the Weather Channel or a bit more nationwide, but no. It's a while away. Again, a lot of things will happen in between now and then, so we'll see what happens. Devin, I don't take breaks unless I really have to, which I've never really had to actually take a break. The only break I've taken was because I had trips all stacked up for a couple weeks. There you go, weather. Yeah, weather, I'm half free too. EAS, you have to check with your National Weather Service because I have no clue. They all vary. Yes, Zach. That and a bunch of calculuses. Yes, you used to have to take calculus 1, 2, 3, and 4. I think it's down to just calculus 1, 2, 3, and 3. Or 2, excuse me, 1, 2, and 3. Yes, you used to have to take like 4 calculuses. That's crazy. I don't know why you have to take so much math for it, because especially for the broadcast field, you don't ever use the math. I've talked to a lot of, I know a lot, I have some insider people that are currently working at a station, and a lot of them actually say, you do not use the math at all. Like, literally, you just don't. So, we have a severe thunderstorm, by the way, over in Nebraska. It's currently north of Kearney. Producing some 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. A new warning that just got issued. I'm not sure if tomorrow will be a moderate risk. It might. I don't think it will, though. Oh, really, Michael? That's cool. Orlando market's not bad either. Weather, I've not looked at it yet. I've been live streaming since, you know, those have even come out, so I haven't taken a look yet. Again, I can't agree on a moderate risk tomorrow. I don't think there will be, but you never know. I just don't think it will, though. The damaging wind throw will probably be pretty decent, though, in that area, but I don't think we'll get to a moderate risk. But, again, who knows? It might change tomorrow morning, too. They might start out with an enhanced risk tonight and upgrade it to a moderate risk tomorrow. See what happens, though. I haven't watched Hank either. Well, yeah, a lot of you guys mentioned him, too. I watched him. Is he a storm chaser? Is Hank a storm chaser? Over here real quick. Is there any mesoscale discussions? I know we got a new severe thunderstorm watch. So we have a new severe thunderstorm watch, by the way, for western and northwestern portions of Minnesota, and as well as eastern and northeastern portions of North Dakota. That is for until 4 a.m. Central. So damaging winds up to 70. Ping pong ball size hail are going to be primary concerns. Also, storms may start to develop down here to the south for reference. There may be a watch issued later on for those in eastern and central portions of Iowa. Very low chance of that happening, but we may see some storms over that direction. So just keep that in mind. A couple of new areas to watch tonight. Look at the velocities, by the way. A lot more wind than anything. Hasn't been a whole lot of rotation. It's been primarily outflow driven at this point. So what we've seen so far with this cell. Yeah, it's going to be mostly damaging winds. If we do see a moderate risk tomorrow, it will be damaging winds. Are they, Michael? I haven't really looked into it a whole lot. I know they have a lot of internships, though. Oh, it's a storm chaser. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. I'll have to check them out then. No, wow. Definitely, it's definitely not going to be a high risk on something unless something dramatically changes over the next 24 hours. High risks are hardly ever introduced. They are very, very rare. In this situation, definitely not. It's an MCS. It's not nearly as potent as like a derecho or something like that we're looking at tomorrow. Bob, my long-term goals have changed year to year, honestly, in terms of meteorology. I mean, this, like, recently they've just changed to really either being, you know, on TV or doing this. So we'll see what happens, though. Is there a tornado possible on this warning? Let's see one. Oh, is there a different warning? Thank you, Bro Copper, as well, or Cooper, excuse me, as well as Jason 2 and Music, by the way, for all subscribing. I appreciate it. Oh, also, wait, what? Are we talking about this warning? Did it get updated? Let's see it on here. On the other warning. See a tornado possible label. Oh, there's actually a tornado possible label on this one. Huh. There's a little bit of rotation, it looks like, up here near Cando. We have a little bit of rotation. Not a whole lot, though. It doesn't look very organized. Yeah, outflow boundaries driving this one. This one probably won't be rotating a whole lot. Doc, I haven't really watched him a whole lot. I've only watched him once ever. That was a while ago. How will Devil's Lake get hit? Where's Devil's Lake? Oh, it's right here. You'll probably end up getting some up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. The storm this one storm's probably going to go just down to your south. You might actually get kind of in between storms, but I wouldn't get your hopes too high up. But you might get 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds. It depends on where this storm goes. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, though. This does include areas near Matic as well as Esmond for 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball-sized hail. We are now up to 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. Also, mini walking, that's how you pronounce it, it's also included in that warning. Yeah, I'll have to look at weather. I haven't looked at it. I don't know if I'll have a video forecast tomorrow. If I go live tomorrow, I probably won't have a video forecast. If I do make a video forecast, I probably won't go live tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. It's going to depend on what my schedule is tomorrow. Again, we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in Kansas, 1 in Nebraska, and we also have 2 again up in portions of North Dakota. That's what we're looking at right now. And unfortunately, a flash flooding risk may come into play for those over in Nebraska, for those that are near that severe thunderstorm warning. We'll have to watch that pretty closely. By the way, as I mentioned before, spamming is going to be bannable offense. It is literally in the rules, so please do not spam. Thank you. For chat, I have no clue. He was in and out pretty quick. I'm trying to get a new chat moderator. Again, we have applications on our Discord server, so if you want to become a chat moderator, again, join our Discord server. I'll put it back in chat. Nightbot will post it. Oop, I typed that wrong. Discord. Okay. But we do have chat moderator applications open, so might be eligible. Yes, Michael, I did. I just looked at it. Yeah, I think the overall chance tonight is going to be pretty low, but you never know. Might see a little bit. We have ping pong ball-sized hail, by the way, reported over in Orin. So this storm is definitely producing still some ping pong ball-sized hail right now as it moves off to the east. Devin, 18 plus. Quad, you can still apply. If you've not been subscribed for a month, you can still apply. And if you're not a member yet, but you plan to become a member, you can also apply. So, just for reference. I know, Virginia. I know. I'm trying to get some. We'll see what happens. King, I haven't really looked into it because I still have 3 years until I can even get there. But yeah, I will. That might be a market I'll consider too if I end up going to that sector. By the way, we have a 68 mile per hour damaging wind report that just came in over in Wolford. So a new damage report just came in there. 68 miles per hour. Definitely high wind report there. Actually, this live stream, by the way, has had the highest view duration I've ever had. 4 minutes per view. It's pretty good. I don't know if it's the highest, but it's one of the highest. Any rain coming to South Texas anytime soon? Sam, I'm not seeing much in the future, unfortunately. Let me take a look real quick at the tropics. I haven't looked at that in a little bit. Let me take a look. Tropics will probably be anything that initiates any activity anyways. Yeah, I'm not seeing much. There might be a little tropical system coming off the coast of Africa going into this upcoming week that may go towards potentially the United States. The forecast that tracked by the GFS model keeps it closer to the greater Antilles, but I mean, there's a lot happening between now and then. I'm hoping something, though, happens, maybe like a weak tropical depression or something that maybe comes off the coast of, you know, Texas, brings some rain. Hopefully it moves quick. Gives us a lot of rain, though, beneficial, but you know, we're looking at as right now. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. Nickel, this is not clickbait, by the way. Most people do not put locations in their live streams, but I appreciate you coming by. We'll see you again later. I've not seen a single weather live stream that ever puts their location in the title. I just don't have room to put it in. I put the threats and what we're doing on the stream title. So that's kind of my decision. I do plan on putting something on the screen that says what state we're in here pretty soon. I'm going to try to code something that tells you what state we're in, when, and that sort of thing. Hey, Virginia, we didn't have to go that aggressive, but, you know, it's okay. Back over here. Alrighty. Do I watch weather on the go? I've never watched them. Again, I've hardly ever watched any weather channels on YouTube to begin with. So, you know, maybe someday. Never know. Just haven't done much of it so far. Hey, Tyler, are you... I don't know if Tyler's still here from Twitter. Are you still here, Tyler? I don't know what your name is here on YouTube. I'm curious. Still here. Sounds good, Quad. Severe thunderstorm warning was just issued. This got extended further to the southeast. It does include areas near Harvey, down to Kathy. So 70 mile per hour winds and as well as ping pong ball sized hail possible in this location as well. Still got some significant severe weather down this direction. Oh, so yeah, Tyler. So the tornado cast is kind of, I don't agree with it entirely, but I'm not sure what they do to make their forecast. But the last time they had a tornado cast was back on this New England severe weather event, and I didn't follow it at all. I just, I was kind of wondering how it would compare and whatnot. And there was not a single tornado, I don't think. There might have been one, but there was hardly any in New England. And they had like a 15% or 10% probability up in like eastern New York and stuff like that. So tornado cast or whatever it's called, I just don't see it as a reliable source. Now, is their outlook given right now good? I don't know. I just they're kind of all over the place. I just don't agree with it. Hits and misses, yeah. That's what I would say. It's a big hit or a big miss, because the last one was a huge miss. I didn't obviously make my forecast off of it, but by the way, hey Antonio, how you doing? Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Wind report was between Hayes and Victoria. Wait, did you say something in chat here? 60 mile per hour wind report, where the tornado was reported earlier in Kent. Okay, thank you, Michael. Okay, so there was a 60 mile per hour wind report down over where we were looking. Let me see if I can go down here. I don't think it's here yet, but down near Hayes, there was a confirmation of a 60 mile per hour wind report. That was associated with that tornado warned storm from a little bit earlier. Thank you, Midwest Outdoors, for subscribing. I appreciate it. Hey, Michael, how you doing? We're doing well. Yeah, I got you. Those storms are going to be probably overnight. Bob, let me go ahead and send you a link. Sorry, on climate change. I had a little article on it. Has some information on it. I don't think we're screwed, but you know, we just gotta start doing some stuff differently. I'll post it in chat here, though. Links in chat. That was the heat wave, by the way. That was a heat wave article for North Texas more than anything, but Bugsy, we'll see. Again, it's to be determined because I have stuff going on tomorrow. We will see. Bend, I do not actually. Broad rotation near the Natoma area. Where's that, Michael? That Kansas or not Kansas? I mean, North Dakota or Kansas? This area up here, there was a tornado possible label up here. Again, there's not a whole lot of rotation down this direction near Harvey because this is more outflow driven. So this is more of a golf ball again size tail threat, or ping pong about golf ball size, as well as maybe some 70-mile-per-hour winds. We did have confirmation of ping pong ball size tail. Loss of power also was reported in Orin from this storm. Again, this was tornado warned not too long ago, so just a new update there. Okay, let me go and take a look down there. Kansas. So you send it near Natoma. Where in the world is Natoma? Oh, it's up here. Yeah, we cannot be any further away from radar sites tonight up in Kansas. Moxie, I have no clue. It probably won't be too much longer, but we'll see what happens. This is probably the best radar site, I would assume. Take a look at the rotation on this. Seeing a whole lot. It is very broad. I'm not seeing a whole lot, though. I think the main threat with these from here on out, they will probably just be damaging winds. I don't expect this to last too much longer either. But those that get rain in Kansas, definitely take it. It might help to keep the temperatures a couple degrees cooler. I'll have to go to this radar site. This is the best one. Dramatic, I know. I'm trying to... Again, I know the state issue is a huge issue. I'm going to try to put something somewhere soon. I just need to figure out a place to put on my live stream because there's not really one good place on my screen. I'm just looking at it. I don't see any good place for it to actually be. Maybe underneath or like next to the timestamp at the top left. That might be a spot to put it for a state. All right, let's not discuss somebody else. I don't know who David is, so don't. Let's not bad talk anybody. This is not the place to be bad talking other people. We are very nice people here. We are very respectful to other people. There's no reason to be downplaying anybody. Again, I've never even watched David. I don't know who really most of these people are still, but we are all nice people here. Yes, I came in. There was a confirmed funnel cloud over near a minute earlier at the Air Force Base. And actually, I don't know if I can bring up the photo again. It's on our Discord server. If I can find it. It's also on Twitter. This is a look at the storm from earlier, though. See it here. A very strong inflow. Not a whole lot of rotation on it, but it was a very decent looking cell. This eventually got tornado warned. Yeah, it was a very good looking cell. Well, they're not bad typically. Radar scope's actually always been pretty good, but I don't think there's not a whole lot of people have radar scope to be able to report stuff. Michael, no clue who that is. Hey, Georgianne, how you doing? Welcome back. MPing is not bad, but it's not always accurate, and sometimes people go crazy on those things. Some people sometimes will like report like a tornado where there's no rain at all. It's kind of sometimes comical, but it's also like, why are you reporting stuff when it's just not true? Hey, Brandon Kopik actually retweeted my post from earlier, by the way. Again, by the way, if you're not on my Twitter, I'm going to link it in chat. I posted the photo of that storm from earlier, by the way. Go link it in the chat. Go check it out. Go retweet if you're on Twitter and follow. I would appreciate it. It's a pretty cool looking photo. Yeah, that was from the storm earlier. That was the tornado warning cell eventually, but it was a pretty looking. It was a really crazy cell there. Radar Mega's back. I still have not used Radar Mega. I'll have to check it out sometime. A lot of people comment about that too. I feel like I'm behind in all social media aspects on YouTube and as well as just, you know, radar stuff, because I feel like I just hear a lot of new stuff every day on this chat. Appreciate that, K-Man. Appreciate you following us on Twitter. Not a lot of people use Twitter nowadays, but I got into it recently. Paul, I've not yet watched him. That's on my to-do list. I'll be watching Vince possibly tomorrow if I'm around. Yeah, maybe Virginia, maybe. Thanks, K-Man. I appreciate it. This is nowhere close to Michigan, by the way. We are well off to the west of that. This is North Dakota. This will eventually be like the prerequisite of basically until, like, you know, the prerequisite till tomorrow in terms of what to expect. Obviously, this is just a small version of what we might be seeing tomorrow. We will see an MCS tomorrow, most likely across the Midwest. And damaging winds being the main concern, around 60 to 80, maybe up to 90 miles per hour. Also, the potential for maybe a few tornadoes. The tornado threat, though, should stay overall low. And potential for some flash flooding as well, not out of the question. May also see some significant hail during the morning hours. Yes, Bob, you can check out those links. They're in the description below. Check that out. We are on Facebook, we're on Twitter. We're on basically everything. Yeah, all those links are in the description below. MCS is a mesoscale convective system, by the way, bro. Sorry, I kind of abbreviate it because it's kind of a long term, but yeah, they're just basically big complexes of storms. We see a lot of them. They're a bit more common than you think. They don't happen every single week, but they typically happen, you know, at least once or twice a month on most, not every month, but, you know, once or twice a month on average. They're obviously more common than derechos, but they're compared to derechos a little bit. I got you, Cayman. I know Deanna. I know Deanna. I can't say any words. Diane. I know. I'm hoping for some rain soon. I'm telling you. I'm with you. We need some rain in Texas. We do. Especially portions of DFW and really anywhere in Texas. Honestly, anywhere in Texas needs the rain. A fun fact. Today in Texas. Let's go over to it real quick. I'm going to put the rainfall totals for the last 24 hours here. Throw it on here. There was actually a decent amount of rain on a few spots in Texas today. Let's see if it pops up here. I got you, Doug. No problem at all. No, Georgiana, I'm not. Maybe one day, though. $10.50. Later for me. I'm a night person, though, so I can stay up really whenever. Here's a look at the rain, though, today. And this is over in West Texas, by the way. We saw some significant rainfall totals. We saw it was 4 inches north of Abilene. There was also another area 4 inches up near Highway 82 west of Seymour. So there was actually some significant rain in Texas today. Not everybody saw it, though. There was some also near Tyler, Texas. But unfortunately, not everybody saw it. There was a lot of rain, by the way, from that area of storms last night. We almost had 5 inches of rain north of, actually we had 5 inches of rain north of New Orleans. So there was actually a lot of rain today. And also with these storms, for example, near Hill City, these ones are severe, produced almost 2 inches of rain in some spots. And we're already seeing potential for some flash flooding over here in, we might get a flash flood warning here soon in Nebraska. This has been an ongoing area of rain. Let's go look at the live radar here. This is a stationary area of rain. We might get a flash flood warning, unfortunately. But that is also an area that we have some ongoing flooding concerns there. Obviously, there's not really much of a flooding concern in Texas. There wasn't much. There was one flash flood warning, I think, today, but we do need the rain desperately. It's without a doubt. I wish that just a big rain shower fell right over a lake, so it would be nice in Texas, but unfortunately, it's kind of a struggle right now. Yep, some areas luckily got some rain today. Unfortunately, not everybody, but you know, take what you get. That's all I gotta say. Especially during the summer. Yeah, wait, what time is it for everybody? I'm curious. Is anybody in England? I know I've had a few viewers in the past from areas like United Kingdom and stuff, but I don't think I have nearly as many of those as I used to. Also, I used to have one. I've had a few from Australia too. Sam, I mean, you can blame climate change too on why Texas isn't getting rain, but the big thing is that we had such a dry spring. Like scientifically, we had a dry spring. If we just factor out climate change in general, basically spring was dry, and typically when we have dry springs, that most of the time leads to dry summers. We also have La Nina going on, which typically leads to a overall drier summer, and as well as a hotter summer too. So kind of that's really what the science is at this point. Also, the jet stream is just so far lifted to the north. I mean, it's basically in Canada most of the summer right now. It's been like that since early June, so that's really the main reasons why. Hey, I'll see you again soon, Michael. Appreciate you tuning in. 55-mile-per-hour report over in Rolette County. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. No problem, Sam. No problem. Yeah, I have an article on it, but it's more based on climate change. So unless you want to hear a bunch about climate change, I would just recommend getting the answer from my mouth. Yeah, we got 7 new members today. We actually, I think, are up to 66 total members. We are 9 total members away from our member goal of 75 for the rest of this month. I don't think we'll be able to hit 75, but we need 9 more members. So if you want to become a member, by the way, if you're enjoying the content here on our channel, it starts from as little as $3 a month. I mean, it's basically a little glass of coffee, maybe at Starbucks, maybe a couple of years ago. But if you want to become a member, again, it's pretty cheap. Click the top link in the description below. Really helps our page out a lot. And really helps all the expenses as well. Thanks, Bob. I appreciate it. No, Devin, I'm not scared of it. I think we'll get over the hump. People will take it more seriously as we have more of these significant events, but when that happens, we'll start to go positively more. But there's been a lot of positive news coming out of climate change, honestly. We've had a lot less pollution recently. A lot more people are getting solar panels, using renewable energy, which is lesser to impact, you know, the overall global warming or whatever. But there's a lot of positives, honestly, recently. So we're going in the right direction, which is good news. I'm not going to get, a lot of people find climate change and all that political. I mean, it's used in a bunch of political stances, but I'm not going to get into the whole thing. That's just a waste of time. The whole political aspect of it is crazy. Just do your part, you know? By the way, I do this every night. You know, if you have any things that you have on in different rooms, like Alexa, for example, just unplug it, you know? It saves electricity. It saves you money, too. You know, a phone charger, if you have little phone brick plugged into the wall, just unplug it. I mean, it also uses electricity, even if nothing's even plugged into it. So there's actually a lot of ways you can save money, and a lot of people don't realize that. And also toasters, blenders, unplug those overnight, you know. Those also use electricity occasionally when, you know, they're plugged in, but they're not even being used. A lot of appliances. But Alexa, Google Home, all those things, they take up actually a decent amount of electricity. And you don't realize it, but when they're off, or even if you have like one of those screens, just turn it off for the night, you know. This is currently North Dakota, by the way. There you go, Doug. There you go. I'm plugging 2 cords. That's a great start. And I've even, like, I have a TV in this room. I've literally unplugged it because TVs actually use a little bit of electricity even if they're off. I think they do, at least. I can't remember if they do. But I turned it off just in case. Cable boxes do when you're not on, by the way. Cable boxes actually use a lot of electricity when you're not on. But those are a little bit harder to unplug. Climate's always changing, though. Yep, there you go. Yeah, Bob, I know. I'm not getting to the political side. I don't care about the politics of climate change. I just, you know, it's always been my mission to conserve and stuff like that, regardless of that whole, you know, craziness of political stuff. I don't go politics. I am so against politics in general. I just don't. I never discuss it. No reason to. Just a bunch of arguing. Also, if you ever leave your house, and by the way, this is a big thing. Hotels are crazy about this. A lot of hotel rooms put their temperatures at like 68 degrees when it's like 90 degrees out. If you ever leave the room, just turn it up to like 10 degrees or something. I mean, it's not going to make much of a difference, and it saves a lot of electricity. And a lot of the time, hotels are actually losing a lot of money from doing that. I can't believe how much, like, some resorts literally turn their temperature down under 70 degrees when it's like 90 degrees out. Just waste so much electricity. They could say, you know, you could save a lot of money too. I mean, you could possibly like save $5 to $10 on a hotel room if they actually turn the temperature up a bit. I'm so used to 80 degrees. I mean, that's the temperature I'm usually at. Hey, Pro Magic, how you doing? Welcome back. Yeah, I'm not making a political thing. I know, Cassandra, I know. I'm not gonna get too political though, so make it. Yeah, no politics here, please. I'm just kind of going over what I do. Again, I'm into conserving in general on everything. Like if somebody, but I do this at restaurants all the time. If somebody says, you know, if somebody gives me a straw, I'll say, no, you keep it. I'm not taking your straw. Because I don't, you know, causes pollution too. No reason to use a straw when you have literally a glass cup like this and you can just drink out of it. I have no issue with it. That's about it. That's kind of my whole thing on the whole stuff. Yeah, I'm not gonna get too political on it, but and just do your little part. And again, you don't have to, you know, do anything crazy. Just unplug things that you're not using. Turn up the temperature when you leave your house. You know, just do some of those things, and it makes a big difference, actually. You know, when you think about it, saves you and your family money, and it also saves, you know, the other stuff. Doesn't use as much electricity and stuff. Was there a tornado warning at 9:56? I'm not entirely sure. I think there was. That was about an hour ago. There was one in Kansas, I'm pretty sure. Yes, Georgiana. That's actually what I grew up watching. The Weather Channel was. 103 in St. Louis tomorrow? Really? I knew it was going to be hot tomorrow. Especially in the Central Plains. $68 to $90? 90? I would feel like that would turn on the heat, to be honest. Unless it was on cooling mode. Okay, I would never go as high as 90, but 80 to 83 is kind of a reasonable range if you're not in your room or whatever. 90 is a little bit excessive. But honestly, I mean, if it's on cool mode and, you know, it's not cooling down at all, it's not bad. Yeah, I agree. But I think, honestly, overall, I think we're in a positive direction overall. So I'm not concerned about it. I think they'll be able to make the right adjustments over the next several years. I don't think electric cars are a future either, but if they're solar powered, that's really where we got to go. Because solar does not consume any pollution, doesn't really do much in terms of CO2 either. So, what I'm hoping for at least, but you never know. I don't think a lot of people think electric cars are a future, which they might be a little bit, but definitely not completely. That is just my whole spiel on global warming. Virginia. He's you know, I know Graham's a bit of a troll, but he's been here for a while. I just let him, whatever. Yeah, wind turbines though, the only thing is it can kill birds and stuff. Wind turbines always good too. Our lines are sparking, really? If we can get high mile per gallon gas cars, they're not terrible, but even then, I don't know. I honestly, I couldn't tell you what the answer is to vehicles, to be honest. Not using them is really the only answer I can give you, but I mean, that's not realistic. We can't just all go on bikes. Those would take like an hour to get to work, and some people have to commute like hours. So, like, sometimes people commute like an hour to get to work. That's the only problem with the whole thing. Yeah, I don't have an answer for vehicles, to be honest. The only thing I can think of is solar power. Solar power is pretty hard to do right now. But solar panels have actually been getting a lot better recently. Believe it or not. Lovely. It's currently up in northern plain. We're in North Dakota right now. We've had it in North Dakota as well as in portions of Kansas. We also have we actually have a severe thunderstorm warning still north of Kearney in Nebraska. It's been a pretty active evening. We've had at least 6 confirmed tornadoes so far. And a funnel cloud also up here in North Dakota. It's what I know so far. Yeah, here's the line of storms right now up in northern portions of Nebraska. Again, this is an ongoing potential for a flash flood threat over the next several hours. These storms right now, I'm going to go on the past radar here. These have been very stationary, unfortunately. Let's go and take a look at this. This might be another repeat of the Knoxville occurrence that we had the other day. See how stationary this rain is right now right here? Look how stationary that rain is. It is extremely, again, this is over the past like hour. The rain has not moved there at all. It is still raining there. I'm wondering if we can get an hour report on this. Let me take a look. There's a lot of ongoing flooding throughout this right now. Flash flooding, though, is not what we want to see here. Our radar's going to update here. We'll see what we're looking at. Oh, God. Four hours in, it's kind of hard not to laugh at what he just said. All right, let me go over to the radar here. Let's look at the flash flooding, by the way. Not to laugh about this, by the way. This is insane. We're talking right now 3 inches in the past hour. This is just the past hour, by the way, in northwestern portions. It looks like just northwest of Kearney. So 3 inches of rain so far there. And this is west of Pleasanton. So definitely some significant rain so far out of this. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Graham is just, he's a different breed. And honestly, what you just said actually kind of made me laugh, and I don't know why I'm laughing at it. I know, I know he's made that. He said that before. I never laughed at it until now. I think it's just because I've been live for so long and it's midnight. So that might be why. Yeah, definitely a dangerous situation over here. Unfortunately here, in terms of the flash flooding threat, this storm has, again, not really moved at all over the last 60 minutes. But by the way, it's not what he just said, by the way. It was a different line, not what he just put. I removed it. It was a completely different line. I don't know where the hell, I don't know where it went. That's way back at the top. I'm good. Good, though. Hey, have a great night, lovely. See you again soon. Yeah, it was the toilet bowl comment. That was not the one that was dead, by the way. But completely different. All right, back to the radar, though. Again, this has been a stationary storm over the last hour. You can see it here near 183. North of 40. I just did official, by the way. Here's a look, though, at right now. You can see how it's just stationary right now. This is the last hour. Very stationary storm. That's probably going to pose a flood. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a flash flood warning here pretty shortly, but unfortunately, it's just an unfortunate event. Again, this is a similar situation that we saw over in Knoxville, Tennessee, not too long ago. Right over here, we had that same issue. We had 6 inches of rain from a storm. So yeah, it's unfortunate we're going to see that same similar event potentially unfold there as well. We have a new update, though. A new severe thunderstorm warning was issued for Devil's Lake, as well as Cavalier, 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds, and as well as quarter-sized hail possible for these areas. Latest warning here. Hey, we'll see, Quad. We'll see. How you doing, Pro Magic? How you doing? Welcome back in. Awesome, Shelly. Awesome. Yeah, I'll take a look at them. I'm actually not reviewing them, but I'll look at them. Dosey Drew will be in charge of that. All right, I'm going to be back in about 30. Guys, I've actually been live for 4 hours. I haven't taken a break. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in about 30 seconds. Stay tuned. Again, ask a question in chat if you have any questions. And we'll be back in a second. Stay tuned. This is my first break again. While I take a quick 30 to 45 second break, I'd like to remind you to hit that like button down below. It really helps our page out a lot. Also, if you have not already, make sure to hit that red subscribe button down below. It'll give you our latest forecasts and live streams here on our YouTube channel. Also, make sure to hit that little bell icon to the right and click all so you get notified on when those live streams and videos come out. And if you'd like to support our page above and beyond, click the first link in the description. It'll redirect you to a membership page. For as little as $2.99 per month, you can become a member on our YouTube channel, which includes exclusive forecasts, and as well as a chat badge in both the live streams and comment section, and some emojis to go along with it, which you can use in live streams and as well as in our comment section. I'll also give you a shout out here on stream. We'll be back in about 15 to 20 seconds. All right, we're back. Hope everybody's doing well. Everybody got to stretch a little bit because I have literally not gotten up in the last 4 hours, which is probably not healthy, but we're back. All right. Hey, Zero, have a great night, by the way. We'll see you again soon. Appreciate you stopping by. See you again soon, though. Try to catch up on stuff here. Let's see. Sky's lit up northwest of Green Bay. Is it? Might be some storms developing out that direction. We were supposed to start seeing some storms tonight. And actually, yeah, there are some storms northwest of Green Bay. They're not severe, but there are a couple storms up that direction. A little complex, maybe some gusty winds, nothing too crazy. How many severe thunderstorm warnings are there? Let me update that. We are at 6. Actually, one less than what we had. Whether I stay up until, you know, late anyways, it doesn't really matter. I mean, you can say I need to go to bed. If I were to go to bed right now, I probably wouldn't be in bed until 2 a.m., to be honest. So, it's not a big deal. But again, I have stuff going on tomorrow, so I'm not entirely sure if I can even stream yet. But I'm going to try to see if I can. We will see. I should go on a walk. It's midnight. So you're talking about walking in this room. Thanks, Ian, as well as Tristan, by the way, for subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. Welcome. Thank you, thank you. Go to bed around 4? That's late. I don't usually go to bed that late, but that is just me. And I try to stream tomorrow. Nice. Guy was under a marginal risk tomorrow, and slight risk and enhanced risk is close. I don't know, Larry. Let me actually take a look at the latest mesoscale, or the new model update. I know Weather was talking about it. Let me take a look. Take a look at Chicago. Chicago. All right, let's take a look. So here's a look going tomorrow afternoon. Or I'm looking at my screen. I don't think so. I don't think they will. Maybe a slight risk, though. Maybe a slight risk for Chicago, but that would be about it. Honestly, I'm kind of thinking tomorrow. I don't think we're getting a moderate risk. I've kind of said it. I don't think we will. I'd be surprised if we do. We'll probably say an enhanced risk. I do think damaging winds is the main concern. Tornado threat, as I kind of said before, it's kind of up in the air right now. And I've been saying that I don't think this is an overhyped event by any means, but I just don't think it's going to be nearly as significant as past events that we've seen, you know, recently. Because we had an MCS recently. I can't rule out maybe a couple of tornadoes, but I think the main threat again is going to be damaging winds. There might be some very large hail, possibly early afternoon in Minnesota, but yeah, to me, I feel like there's a little bit. I think the right risks are in place. I don't think there needs to be more, but we'll see what happens. I think damaging winds though is going to definitely be the main threat tomorrow. That's kind of my main concern at this point. LCL heights are quite high. Lifting condensation level? Are you talking about that? Yeah, lifting condensation level. They might be a little bit high. I didn't look at that yet. Minnesota Vikings? What about the Minnesota Vikings? What, are you talking about that song? I've never actually looked at tropical tidbits for severe weather, I'm not gonna lie. Weather is not a command, by the way. I cannot give you the weather for Mississippi. Are you talking about Mississippi? Mississippi won't see anything today or tomorrow, I don't think either. Maybe some isolated storms. Pretty typical summer storms, I think, tomorrow for those areas. Yeah, our main threat really is going to be up across the plains. Or not plains, excuse me, Midwest tomorrow. Why does National Weather Service have to overlap the warnings? Because the storm, when this warning got issued right here, for example, the storms were likely back in here. That's why a new warning got issued, and this warning was about to expire to begin with. That's why they do typically overlap like that. And this storm right here, this warning is still ongoing. This warning got issued though because the storm started going a bit further to the southeast. That's why there's an extra warning there as well, just for reference. Oh, Minnesota Vikings. Yeah, Minnesota Vikings aren't very good though. They haven't been good for a couple of years now. Hey, Antonio, how you doing? Welcome back. Is anybody in the chat, by the way, from a different country? I know some people come from different places. Sometimes I have somebody from Australia, but I don't think we're going to have one today. Moxie. Oh, Lord. You guys are actually getting me tonight. Hey, have a great night, Sam. Appreciate you stopping by the way. Have a great rest of your night. We'll see you again soon. England. Okay, cool. Wait, Quad, you're from England too? I didn't realize that. I thought you were from New England for some reason. Huh. We got 2 people from England in the chat. Nice. It's only 5 a.m. It's interesting. I didn't even know that. Lucas, that is a good one. I'm not going to fall for that, though, tonight. Let's not talk about any stuff like that tonight, please. Thanks, Lucky. I appreciate that a lot. Appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying the content. I'm in Canada. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I have a decent amount of Canada viewers. Not like a huge amount. I think talking about percentage-wise, at least maybe a 33rd of the people that watch these streams maybe are from Canada. Who knows? So I have no clue. I don't really look at statistics, but I think that's where we're at. We are now currently 46 subscribers from 12,100. If you haven't hit the subscribe button, by the way, make sure to hit the subscribe button. If you're enjoying the stream, by the way, make sure to hit the like button. I would appreciate it. And again, if you want to support our page above and beyond, you can become a member for as little as $2.99 per month. Again, it helps our page above and beyond. And we are currently 9 members from our monthly goal of 75. Again, you click the top link in the description if you're interested in supporting our page a little bit above and beyond. Paul, I'm not sure. Probably soon, though. We do have new severe thunderstorm warning, though, for New Rockford and Cheyenne. This does include the potential for ping pong ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's our new warning. No, Hocus, you're good. It's all good. It's all jokes. Yeah, frankly, it was kind of a weird day overall. We had a few tornadoes. We had like 5, I think, but there were a lot of brief ones. There were more landspouts more than anything, so it wasn't a significant risk, luckily, but we did have a few. Today was interesting. I know, it's been a very interesting day. PDS is a particularly dangerous situation. PDS happens typically when we have a tornado or a large tornado or strong tornado on the ground. And luckily, we're not seeing any of that tonight. We have a lot of rain ongoing. Actually, we've had almost 4 inches of rain in some spots along the coastline down here in South Carolina and eastern Georgia. Had some of those reports coming in. I'm sorry, I was checking something. When I first doing live streams, I've been doing them for a while. I first started doing them back in 2020, probably early 2020. I think the first one ever I did was back in April of 2020. But I've been doing weather for a pretty decent amount of time. But live streams on YouTube did not start until May of this year, so they were always on Facebook. No, Devin. At least not on stream, I don't. I'm a professional person. Quad, where's that? Never heard of it. I actually gained a lot of followers on Twitter recently. Why is the NATO cast actually used by a lot of people? Kind of curious. They actually have almost 17,000 followers. Yeah, I don't know. NATO cast to me was just kind of way off the charts when I looked at the first one. The first time I ever looked at NATO cast, I literally heard of it like a couple days ago. And the first time I ever heard of it was actually for that New England or Northeast event, and there was not really any tornadoes. There was like one. It was only a 5% chance anyways. They had it at like a 15% chance, I think. Hey, Bill, have a great rest of your night. We'll see you again soon. Appreciate you stopping by. Quad, I don't think I've heard of that. Ryan Hall uses it? No, does he? Yeah, I just don't see NatoCast being that accurate. Honestly, I only used it once so far, but it feels too, I don't know. I don't know how many times they're accurate compared to not accurate, but the one time so far that I've used it, it was so off the charts. It was just not anywhere close to accurate. They just really overestimated completely one of the tornado events that we had recently. Or it wasn't even really a tornado event, but yeah, I honestly, I'll probably just stick to what I use anyways. I just didn't see it being that accurate. But maybe it's a bit more accurate some days maybe it isn't. I don't know. Tons of overhypes a ton. Yeah, I would assume so much. Yeah, I don't try to overhype stuff. I really try to prevent it. And I know I have occasional comments that say, you know, your title or your thumbnail or something like that is just overhyping something. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Now, everybody on the internet, like, clickbaits and all this other stuff. I try to do it to the least extent. I try to keep everything very real. And that's always what I'm going to do. I'm not going to try to change my ways by any means. Even if it, you know, made me an extra 2 cents. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to change what I do. I honestly, I hate the whole overhyping stuff. I try to prevent it the most I can. I try to go with my own knowledge, but there's a lot of that out there. And there is a page on Facebook, that none of you guys I don't think have heard of it, but there's a page that has like 150,000 followers on Facebook. They overhype everything in hurricane season. I mean, it is just insane. They post 2 weeks out, they'll post this tropical storm or this massive hurricane's coming to the United States. 2 weeks out? I mean, like, seriously, models are not that accurate that far out. They always change. It's crazy. And that page really annoys me. But I'm not going to say what it is, but man, there are some pages out there that really overhype stuff. And a lot of those people, by the way, they're not, you know, meteorologists. They just kind of post a bunch of computer models. And they mention it occasionally. They're like, this is a computer model showing this. And it's like, it's a very low confidence, but I'm going to post it anyways. But man, if you have very low confidence, why are you even posting it to begin with? Especially when it's 14 days out. So yeah, that's the whole thing. Again, it's a crazy. It's just, there's a lot of people that do it. And I don't know how some of them have so many followers. One of them has 150,000 followers. They have more followers than me. Like, but again, I mean, I could have 10 times more followers if I posted a bunch of crap on, you know, the internet, which isn't even true. It just makes no sense to me. And unfortunately, they don't get banned or anything, but I mean, it's the world. It happens. It's fine. I'll never do it. It's just, I want to stick to my ways anyways. I appreciate that, bro. The big hurricane was coming. I've seen people rename their titles and stuff like that are like, you know, a hurricane's coming, and it says like in parentheses or something 2022 when the video was literally made in 2017 or something. I've seen that before too. Hey, have a great night, Georgiana. Appreciate you tuning in. See you again soon. Oh, snowstorms too? I haven't experienced the whole snowstorm stuff yet, but I've experienced the hurricane stuff. It happens a lot more than snowstorms, I can tell you that. I haven't heard really too much of snowstorms. Hey people, let's not, please let's just prevent ourselves from like disrespecting other people. No, it does not mean anything. We do not need that here. I've never watched David. I just, everybody please, let's be chill. Very nice people here. By the way, we're only 13 likes away from 800. If you haven't hit the like button, I would appreciate it. Have a great night, Magic. Appreciate you tuning in. We will see you again soon. By the way, this is my longest live stream I've done since probably mid-June. I've done a 4.5-hour live stream in a while. Hey, the bots are here. Let's go. Time that out. We have a new damage report coming in, by the way, of a 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind gust over in north of Devil's Lake, north of Route 2 or Highway 2. So a new report just came in there. We also had an 80-mile-per-hour. I didn't see this. An 80-mile-per-hour report came in over in Leeds. So we actually had a damage report or damaging wind report of about 80 miles per hour coming over in Leeds from about 10:42. That's interesting. Didn't see that. Weather, my longest stream was 8 hours. I think my peak concurrent viewers on that one was like 1,100 too. That was actually before, I think I only had like 7,000 or 8,000 subscribers when that happened, or maybe even a little bit less than that. Can't remember. That was the that was back on June 11th, I think it was June 11th. That severe weather outbreak. But again, we had a 79-mile-per-hour wind gust report just come in, or damage report over in Leeds. The new update. June was a crazy month. We had a lot of crazy months. And June was definitely crazy. I don't know if you guys noticed, by the way, but I've not actually run any ads during these streams anymore. I've just kind of stopped doing it. There's like mid-roll ads that you can run, but I just don't find any use of it. Try to prevent doing it. Especially during severe weather, makes no sense, but initially I was doing it like every 30 minutes, but nah. Catch up on some stuff real quick. The only ads that you ever see will be at the beginning of, before you actually get out on the stream though. It's actually a pretty decent hail core, by the way. We're still talking ping pong ball sized hail here near Highway 281. Roan, I don't think so. Let me take, how many tornadoes have we had so far this year? Larry, I'll take a look in a second. Stay tuned, I'll look at it in a second. I want to take a look real quick though at the tornadoes. Count 2022. I'm curious. I don't know how many tornadoes we're up to. So far there's been 751 confirmed tornadoes so far this year. I don't think that's below average, but it has gone down significantly. Here's actually a look, by the way, at the overall. This is actually very interesting. I'm going to show you guys this. This is a look at the actual amount of tornadoes that we've seen. This is what actually transpired so far, and this is a very interesting graph to look at because there's a lot of reasons why this is actually interesting. So let me zoom in on this. So basically what we're looking at is the overall tornadoes over the year. And this is how many we're at right now. We're at 825 apparently. That's the number. I'm not sure how accurate that is, but that's what we have as of right now. 825. We were on track for a record-breaking year back in March and early April. And a lot of these happened down in the Southern Plains. I was aware of this, and I knew that we might be on track for a record-breaking year. Recently, though, it's really gone down. I mean, you can just see it's kind of a big curve, and it kind of goes down. Now, The minimum that we could have had, it looks like, this is kind of all like projected though, but I believe the record was not the red line, but it's a little bit above that. But you know, what was projected, this is basically like how the National Weather Service or whatnot, or the whole National Weather Service kind of predicts this whole thing. You can kind of see there's different percentiles here. So this is, for example, 1. This is like the highest count that we could have had. This is the lowest one that we could have had this year. We are on track at this given time actually to be slightly below average. So the average, I think, is like 1,300. So we're currently on track for a below average year, actually, which is kind of surprising to think. But, you know, there's a lot in between now and then. We're only halfway through the year, but definitely interesting to think about that. It's a pretty interesting graphic. Very interesting overall. No, this is not worldwide. That's United States. Devin, those are the easiest ones to do, though. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. And, you know, the whole tornado thing, I mean, I don't know if there's, like, one that compares it to the worst season on record, but the most tornadoes we've ever had in a year, though, what's the most we've ever had? Isn't it, like, 1,800 or something like that? I know our average is, like, 1,200. We're currently on track, though, for a slightly below average year, but obviously a lot of things could change. You never know what happens. Hey, Gene, by the way, welcome back. How you doing today? Hope you're doing well. I'm trying to look up the statistic online. Does anybody know what the most tornadoes in a year was? A bunch of stuff state by state. And if you know what year, how many were there? I'm not able to find that statistic. I thought it was like 2011 or 2013, one of those 2 years. But I might be wrong. I see 2 people saying 2004. Do you know the exact count? 2011 was second, okay. We'll look it up on here. Find the exact number here. There's 1,717 tornado reports. That's the reports, though. Like 1,800? Might be right. They have it on the Storm Prediction Center page, do they? 2011 had 1,894. I don't know why I can't find the information online. I'm trying to look for it, but... Oh, this actually has year by year, I think. (2019) was 1,500. 2020 was about 1,000. Last year was 1,300. This year, so far, it says preliminary, though. Not actual, but preliminary are 972. But only, I think, about 700 or 800, I think, right now are confirmed. Let me take a look. 2011, I know, was a big year. It's kind of hard to read. Let's see. 1894 back in, yeah, so we were close. We were kind of on track for record-breaking year the first 3 months, or for about first 4 months, but it's really calmed down since. We haven't seen nearly as much activity. What we've seen so far. Are we in active hurricane season for 2022? Honestly, I thought this season would be pretty average. So far, we've been pretty much on average so far. So I didn't see it being a record-breaking season by any means. I know a lot of people are saying this could be a record-breaking hurricane season. I don't think it will, especially at the rate we're going right now. But I think we'll be pretty close to average. If not, maybe slightly above average, maybe slightly below average. I think it's going to be very close, though, to average hurricane season overall. But I do think my prediction right now for this season, and it's kind of unfortunate, but I do think Florida is due for some sort of hurricane, and it might come this year. I think there's going to be something maybe this year, if not possibly next year, but I think it's going to be this year. that we might see some sort of hurricane maybe near Florida or even hit Florida. So really, frankly, oh Lord, too much Saharan dust. Yeah, that's what that big issue so far has been, Saharan dust too. Actually, what's the Saharan dust looking like right now? See you again later, Essie. By the way, have a great rest of your night. Let me take a look at what the Saharan dust looks like right now. Jennifer, we're currently in North Dakota. Let's see if there's any other severe weather down here. We don't have a flash flood warning actually down here yet. Warnings, by the way, in Kansas have all expired. We have no warnings left there. Let's take a look. Yeah, the Saharan dust is still ongoing. I mean, we have a lot of Saharan dust. Just for reference, there is going to be a little break from Saharan dust off the Africa coastline there. So we might get a tropical wave to start developing. That is actually in the forecast on the GFS model right now. Here's like the Saharan dust for reference. And you might be confused on what we're looking at here. Are we just looking at a bunch of rainbow colors or something? No, we're actually looking at right now the yellow and reds. Reds are very thick Saharan dust. You can see that back out here. Yellow's representing some Saharan dust. Some actually just came off the coast of Florida, it looks like. But this Saharan dust is moving off this direction. Should hinder overall the most of the Gulf of Mexico development. But again, we have a little bit of an opening here, so we might see a tropical wave or two try to develop. But obviously, Saharan dust usually hinders the overall development of tropical storms and hurricanes. So that is currently what we're looking at as of right now in terms of the overall tropical spectrum at this given time. But yeah, it's been pretty hard to... Quad, I think it was on Track the Tropics. That's what the website's called. And it's on... There's like a certain thing there to find it. I'm having a good night. I'm having a pretty good night so far. It's been busy. But we had yeah, I'm trying to go for 5 hours. That's basically what I'm going for now. But yeah, good night so far. It's been busy though. We had a lot of busy activity the first 3.5 hours. We had a lot of tornado warnings, and it's been a busy evening for sure. Yeah, 2005 and 2020 used the Greek alphabet. Yeah, those were really busy hurricane seasons. It's interesting to think, but 2020. We actually had a below average tornado season, or pretty much close to average, just slightly below, I think, average. And then in the hurricane season realm, we had a well above average, record-breaking year. So, crazy to think. Sounds good, King Cheese. Appreciate you tuning in. We'll see you again soon. Significant hail in Buffalo, New York on Sunday night. I don't think we'll see too much. I don't think we'll see too much. We'll see. I think it's gonna be a low-end chance overall for any sort of hail threat or anything like that. '20 was the most active year. Yeah, it was the most active year, and it was, again, record-breaking. So, unfortunately. We just had a recent report, by the way, Devil's Lake. I know somebody was watching from Devil's Lake earlier. We actually had a 61-mile-per-hour wind report come in from Devil's Lake. And we also had, again, an 80-mile-per-hour wind report over in Leeds. That's over in Benson County, North Dakota. So, we have a new report. Again, that was from a little bit earlier, but we had an 80-mile-per-hour wind report. 62 over in Matic, by the way. And, again, we had a 61 over in Devil's Lake. So, those are our latest reports in terms of damaging wind and whatnot. Definitely been an active evening so far. If you're still in the chat, join our Discord server if you're not already. Again, it's free to make an account, and you can join our community off stream. We post a lot of content on there. You can make sure to join our Discord server. Or don't, or don't. Just say no. It's okay. Yeah, we've had years we've had, I think the most record-breaking year for a total tornado count, I think at least, was over 250. That was back in I can't remember what year. I think it was 2011. Or 2013, one of the two. I think it was 2011. That was like 600 or 264, I mean, one day. That's the exact number. That's crazy, Moxie. Yeah, I don't really look too much into tsunamis. I mean, they usually don't impact the United States that often, but tsunamis are also a pretty dangerous weather source as well. Yeah, there's been several days where we've had over 100 in a day. It's SC 1,700 in a year. We've had 1,800. I think we had almost 1,900 in 1 year. Back over here. Also, if you want to follow our Twitter, we're also on Twitter, we're on Facebook, we're on Instagram. You can, again, check the link down in the description below. All those links are down in the description below. Yo, a lightning strike hit a wind turbine over in Crowell, Texas. I didn't even see that. Bree Timmer actually posted it over on Twitter. Yo, did anybody hear about the live PD thing coming back tonight? It's actually, I'm kind of excited. I was gonna watch it tonight, but I don't know if anybody else watched it. On Patrol, I think it's called. I'm gonna watch it tonight. Yeah, like live PD, but it's called On Patrol now. It's on a different network. I was gonna watch it tonight. It was actually from 9 to 12, but obviously I was live streaming. Hey, Colleen, hope you're having a great night. Appreciate you stopping by. Can't wait for the snow. There you go. Snow is a long way from now, but it's not actually too far away. We're only a few months away from the first snow that we'll probably see this year. Probably, you know, September or October. Okay, it's good to know, Devin. Yeah, I missed it, Bob. I'm kind of excited to watch it. I think I recorded it tonight, so I should be able to watch it after this, but kind of excited to see how it goes. I'm not sure how different it is from what we saw before, but it's basically just like, it's, if you guys have heard of Cops, it's basically Cops, but it's live. Took off the network back in 2020, but it's back. And again, not to get political, because I know people try to make it political. Please leave political comments off our chat. But yeah, so it's a good show to watch. No, Devin. Yes, Ro, it really, it is. It's flying. It is flying. You think tornado will move with climate change? Zach, not really. I mean, probably not. And honestly, even if climate change impacted, you know, I mean, Tornado Alley would basically just be the entire United States if we had climate change at its worst extent. But again, I'm not concerned that much about climate change. I'm doing the things that I should be doing to prevent it all, like, you know, not driving a whole bunch for no reason or anything like that. Unplugging things that, you know, are plugged in that actually might be using electricity, even if they're off. I mean, I do that a lot too. Again, I had a little segment. I'll be posting it to my other second channel, a little segment on it, because I just literally made one on the stream. So I will be discussing it on that. I'll have a whole video on it, kind of how to save money and stuff. But yeah, I think that everybody just has to do what, you know, try to limit the amount of electricity used and stuff like that. There's ways to conserve. Again, solar power is kind of really where we're going at this point, I would say. It limits climate change, it limits pollution, all that sort of stuff. Got cops stuck in my head. Yeah, me too, Bob. I don't know if anybody watched it tonight, though. I'm going to watch it after the stream. Let me link my second channel. Let me do that. I haven't really posted a whole lot on it yet, but I'll be posting more on it coming here soon. All right, we're actually up to 60 subscribers. Let's go. Let me link it though in chat. Again, make sure to subscribe to my second channel. I'll put it in the link in the chat. Click the link. I'll put the link 3 times. It's called More Max Velocity. Again, we'll be posting extra content over on that page that doesn't make it to this channel, but will be on the second channel. And that second channel, again, there'll be some good content on there. So yeah, you can click the link, subscribe. I would appreciate it. And yeah, we'll be posting extra stuff on there. No problem, Bob. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I literally unplug the toaster every day. I unplug blender, all that sort of stuff. If we ever use it, we just unplug it. Or I do, at least. Alexa and Google Home are the big ones too. Those ones use a lot of electricity overnight. Oh, sorry, Essie. I apologize. I apologize for spamming. Excuse me. We apologize for spamming in the chat. But yeah, overall, the severe... I haven't really talked about the weather at all for the last several minutes. That's on the radar, but there's been a decent amount of severe weather here. Oh, man. Why are these bots keep coming, man? These are so annoying. I say I'll hide them from my channel. Actually, yeah, I should really ban myself because I literally just spammed my chat. I broke my own rule. Thanks, Clea. I appreciate that. Appreciate you subscribing to the second channel. Thank you, Ryan Benson, for becoming a or tornado chaser. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate that a lot. Appreciate you becoming a member. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate that a lot. Enjoy your benefits, and make sure to watch a little bloopers video, by the way. Again, members get that access, and again, if you want to become a member, you click the top link in the description, but I do appreciate that, Ryan, a lot. Thank you. You are now our 65th member, I think. Wait, no, 67th member of the month. We are 8 away from our goal of 75. Not the bots. The bots are on every stream. Honestly, I've watched other live streams on YouTube, not weather related, and they're on the stream all the time. And I wish there was a way to block them easier, but there just unfortunately isn't. Franklin, just don't. Luckily, I don't think that many people have. But apparently enough people do, because, you know, they get posted all the time. And Shelly, by the way, if you guys aren't aware, Shelly was actually the one that recommended the name change to Max Velocity. So give credit to Shelly for the new name. By the way, this name is a bit new. I think I changed it around 5,000 or 6,000 subscribers, maybe. So, Shelly was the one that came up with the name change. And she deserves a lot of credit for that. Thank you, Knight, for subscribing, by the way. I appreciated that. My old name was North Texas Weather Center. And actually, I'm still North Texas Weather Center on Facebook and Instagram. Those are only North Texas weather. Those are linked down in the description, by the way. But, yeah. there's a oh, wait. Somebody asked about... Oh, my God. I'm so sorry. I don't know if the person's still here about Chicago. Somebody asked about Chicago earlier. I completely forgot. Look at Chicago, though, right now. Look at the live radar. Got a little storm east of Chicago. We also got a couple in the suburbs up in northwestern portions of Chicago. Those are just little ordinary storms. Maybe a little bit gusty winds up to 40. Nothing too crazy. Dakota, there's a little bit of rotation. You're talking about up here? I'm assuming that's where it is. Let's take a look. Dakota. Okay, up here. Let me take a look. Oh my lord, there's just so many glitches on this radar. I'm not seeing a whole lot. I think it's mainly damaging winds, honestly. I think it's more downward. I think it's mostly outflow driven at this point, so it's gonna be hard for any tornado potential to really exist with these storms. I don't know why I just went way over here. Yeah, I remember Shelly was the first one to ever... I think Shelly was literally the first one to ever suggest a name. I can't talk. But, you know, suggest a name on one of our live streams. And that was like literally the first one I went with. Great name for TV. Yeah, right. Actually, wouldn't be a bad name. Yeah, Quad, I definitely agree with that. Suggested a good name in our DMs. Did you? Wait, I can't remember. What was the name that you suggested? Why can't I find it in our DMs? Did you delete it? Wait, what was the name though? Wait, tell me. I don't remember what it was. Even if it wasn't good. I don't remember what it was. Can't find it. I'm actually kind of curious what you sent. We had a lot of name suggestions back in the day. We had a lot. We actually had a bunch of voting sessions too. But Max Velocity wasn't even the most voted on. Great Plains Weather Center, I think, was one of the most voted ones, but I like the Max Velocity change. I think I can do a little bit more theming with it too. Holna? I'll take a look. Yeah, not a whole lot here. Not a whole lot, nothing too tight. Again, a lot of this is outflow driven. It looks crazy on my radar for some reason. It's horrendous sometimes, but yeah, overall, mainly damaging winds tonight. How about max storm? Nah. Max velocity sounds cooler. Max McSlayer cape. If my name was that, people would just not subscribe. They'd be like, what in the world is wrong with this guy? What does this name even mean? Most viewers do not know what cape means or McSlayer or any of that stuff. So it's top 3 for sure. Oh, yeah, that's actually possible too. There was a lot of crazy names that we got suggested. One of the crazy ones was Max Instability. Yeah, I'll put it in chat. This is literally a suggestion that we had, and I put it in the poll that we had a while back. That's what it was, Max Instability. And people were like, people would think you'd be unstable if you had that name. I'm like, that was a pretty funny name. I didn't think of the really thinking about it until then. Max Instability was a good one though. I should have changed it to Max Instability. That should have been my second channel, Max Instability. I'm unstable. That's a funny name though. Max Windshear. Oh man, there was a lot of names that I can just say that you could put Max in front of and then put another word after that just wouldn't work well. Really wouldn't work well at all long term. Nah, I'm keeping my second channel, I think, more max velocity. Oh man, it's crazy to think back though on some of the things. I got a lot of name suggestions. I don't think. Let me go back and look at a few of them. I think I have polls out there. The polls are the ones that I went with, but I had some other crazy name changes too, or excuse me, name suggestions that I had. Well, if you're just tuning in, make sure to hit the subscribe button, and make sure to hit the like button. By the way, if you're just tuning in, I would appreciate it. We are currently 28 likes away from. Oh, bro, why do these things keep coming back? We are currently 28 likes away from about 850. And man, whenever I go to another tab, these bots come in my chat. It's actually the weirdest thing. It's the weirdest timing. Max correlation coefficient. Yeah, I don't. That one just doesn't sound good to begin with. Not very catchy. What about Max? Yeah, I should have changed my name to literally just Max. Oh, that's gonna be my name change, guys. I'm changing it to Max. That's it. Let's see. All right, so these were some of the name suggestions. So I had Great Plains Weather Center. That was actually the most voted on one. Tornadic Weather Center, Max Velocity, which was the second most voted actually on one of my polls. Maximum Velocity, Severe Weather Center. That was another one. And then let's see what else I had here. Also, I had Tornado Alley HQ, Max Velocity again, Sky Max Weather with two X's. So Sky, then Max, capital M-A-X-X, those are all capital. Plains Weather Center and Tornado Alley Weather Center. Now, I didn't do Plains Weather Center because I knew I was expanding so quickly. I was just going to do the entire United States. That was back on, I think, May of some sort, sometime in May. And I think I changed my name around 5,000 or 6,000 subscribers. Max Instability, that had 2% vote. By the way, out of 295 votes, 2% voted on that name. Sky Max Weather, and that was about it. Sky Max Weather, but that was with no 2 X's. That was just with 1 in lowercase. Southern Storm Central is another one. Yeah, there's a lot of. There was more names than that, by the way. I would have to go back through the comments, but there was a lot of crazy names that were suggested. Max-based. There you go. Thank you, the show, by the way, for subscribing. Appreciate it. Max Mischief. Max Velocity with a bunch of X's. Yeah, I like my name. I think it's good. I don't know if it's the best name I'll ever figure out, but I'll probably keep Max Velocity for, you know, the remaining future. I don't expect to change it again. We actually had a 70-mile-per-hour wind report over in Devil's Lake, by the way. Report from the Devil's Lake RWIS. I actually don't know what that means, but sort of measuring device. We just had a 70-mile-per-hour wind report over that direction. I appreciate that, also. Appreciate it. Honestly, the last about 60 to 90 minutes, we've not been talking really much about weather, but yeah, it's been a lot of general talk at this point. Oh, Bob. Oh, it did get posted in chat. Andrew just knows he just deleted that, but oh my god. Oh, Bob, that was funny. Yeah, it's been a pretty chill stream for the end of it. We had a lot of stuff at the beginning. Oh, Lord. I wish you guys saw that in chat, but not appropriate, but that was actually kind of funny. A severe thunderstorm warning back down near Kearney right now. Not a lot of rain over here, by the way. This has been very stationary. Let's see the last couple of hours here. Max Hub. Thanks, Dayline. I appreciate that. Yeah, Floyd, right? That's like the rain, by the way. We've had a lot of rain here. I'm surprised there's not a flash flood warning, but luckily it's starting to move a little bit more to the east, but there's just a lot of rain here, unfortunately, over the last couple of hours. Second career. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my. By the way, do you guys see my poll today? The poll about if I should go live. Did anybody laugh when they saw the cheese curds option? Or is that just me? I found it funny, but I don't think anybody else did. I was like, should I go live? Yes, no, or I'm picking this option because I like cheese curds. I don't know why cheese curds are on my mind, to be honest. I haven't had cheese curds in a while. My software just crashed. That is the first time in about, I don't know, 4 hours at least that we've had that crash. That's a record. Realize that. That is a shocker. Thanks, K Jack. I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. Selected the cheese curd option. Has anybody in the chat not had cheese curds before? Like, just says anybody. Like, who's had cheese curds and who hasn't? Let's get a little... Actually, I could probably make a poll for this. Alright, I put a poll in chat, too. Have you had cheese curds before? And especially if you have had them, where? Like, have you had them at a restaurant or something like that? If you have, then let me know, like, where in chat. Because there are certain places that have really good cheese curds. There are some that are just so basic and kind of plain. Drew, I think you actually might. It's like the little poll bottom thing at the bottom. You might see it. It's next to the money symbol and the emoji thing, if it's there. All right, so 56% of 25 votes. Now 26 votes. About just over half of you have had cheese curds before, and just under half of you have not. Culver's. Okay, Culver's is the big one. Okay, I've had it at Culver's before. Culver's is actually not my favorite. You might be shocked when I say where my favorite Wisconsin cheese curds have been, but Chili's is actually probably the best cheese curds I've ever had. Chili's out of all places. Their cheese curds are actually really good. They are a little bit more greasy, but when you get them for here, they're usually not that bad. But they are really good. Now, when you go to... I've had them at Culver's, I've had them at Buffalo Wild Wings, and Chili's. Those are the only three places I compared them to. I'd say Culver's is 2. E-Dubs is probably last. Then Chili's is probably number 1 for me. Freddy's Steak Burgers, I've never heard of that. You don't have it? Oh, don't you not really? That's weird. Are you on mobile? Or are you on PC right now, Dozy? What's the weather in Louisiana? I don't think much is going on down that direction. We have really not been talking about weather for the last hour, unfortunately. But... I know, Hunter. I know. We just hit 12,000 tonight. You love B-dubs? Their garlic parmesan wings are so good. Wait, maybe if I end the poll. Okay, so just to end off the poll, by the way, 38 votes total, 63% of you have had cheese curds and 37 have not. Try to look now and see if there's a poll button down there. Oh, we actually had 40 votes. Deadlock, basically when a storm becomes outflow dominant, it's more of a damaging wind threat overall. So, like in this instance, for example, we're looking at outflow dominant storm here. You can see the outflow boundary here. And usually when we see this, it doesn't rotate nearly as much. We don't have a whole lot of rotation, and it kind of kills off the overall tornadic activity with any storms. In this situation, this storm was tornado warned at one point. It was mainly outflow dominant then as well, but outflow boundaries typically bring the damaging wind threat and usually develop storms out in front of it. It's just harder for storms to develop overall in terms of tornadic activity. We see more damaging wind threats with outflow boundaries though. So outflow dominant is just another way to say the tornado threat's going down, and it overall limits the tornado potential. If any tornadoes do happen though, we typically see them being very brief. What's a cheese curd? It's like a little ball of cheese. It's fried. Pretty good. Actually, I'm gonna make a poll in chat. Are you still awake? All right, if you're here in the stream right now, click on the poll. See how many people are actually here. Out of 340 people, I'm curious how many people are actually interacting with the chat. I know some of you guys watch on mobile and TV, by the way, so that's an exception. I don't think TV can comment or anything yet. No problem, Deadlock. Yeah, I'll have a better explanation sometime. Severe thunderstorm in northeast Illinois. Oh, we actually do have one over in near Chicago right now. Severe thunderstorm warning for $50 sized hail and damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. This is northwest of Chicago, near Crystal Lake, Woodstock, McHenry, Johnsburg, Spring Grove. New warning. Again, if you're currently watching the stream, click the poll and just vote on an option. Curious on how many people are actually here in the chat. Special weather statements are basically for strong thunderstorms. That is prior to a severe thunderstorm warning, for the most part. They are usually gusty winds, I think between 20, I don't know if it's 25, I think it's at least 30 to 58, or 57, I should say. So 30 to 57, and then a hail threat is typically under quarter size. So nickel-sized hail or less is non-severe. So that goes with the special weather statement. So yeah, just kind of for reference. Thank you, Dozy, by the way, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, again, new severe thunderstorm got issued just off to the northwest of Chicago. We also got another strong storm up here, northeast of Twin Lakes, for our latest updates here. Zach, I'm pretty sure that's just how they determined what damaging winds is and what isn't. 58 must be the special number. I'm not entirely sure, though, about the whole back history to that, but I'm pretty sure that's kind of what they mean. Family friendly, yes, this is a family friendly stream for the most part. Unless you see any of those bots in chat. They don't happen very often, but they occasionally do. Oh yeah, cheese curds. I'll go and show you guys on the screen real quick. This is what a cheese curd is. Little balls of cheese. For somebody that might be just tuning in, they are thinking this is a weather stream. They see the cheese curds on the screen, they immediately click off. That's funny. Nah, frankly, they're just for strong storms. They are needed. Special weather statements are definitely something that is needed. Because some people think, you know, a storm's ongoing and it's not warned for anything. There's not going to be any wind. There's not going to be any hail. But, you know, occasionally there is. That's about Aldi, really. I didn't know they were at Aldi. Maybe drinking your water. I got you, Nula. Yeah, or Nala. I don't know how to say your name, but yeah, I got you. Yeah, I won't be live again for the rest of the night, but I'll be live for at least another few minutes. I've been live for over 5 hours. We've just been basically general conversation. I'm honestly still shocked over 300 people are still here. Really, we're just talking about random stuff. Say we got 76 votes. We'll take it. Deadlock, I have not seen any damage reports. I will take a look real quick though at Granville and look if we have any damage there. Whenever I look up Granville, it's showing other stuff. I'm not sure what's up with that. Let's look at Plainville. Yeah, Plainville, I'm not seeing any damage reports yet. There was again a few tornadoes. I just haven't seen any damage yet from any of them. Must be a middle of the country thing. I mean, cheese curds are kind of all the United States, I think. They're at Chili's. Right, Culver's. Those are, Chili's at least are like all over the place. I voted to sleep. Yeah, a few of you guys did. Is it PDS severe thunderstorm warning? What do you mean? I think we have a PDS anywhere. Oh, we actually have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Up in North Dakota. 80-mile-per-hour winds with this cell. Apparently radar indicated. Again, this is a destructive supercell right now going towards Sharon, Findlay, Northwood, Hatton, Hannaford. Hannaford is a grocery store, but it's apparently a city over here as well. But again, this moving down to the east and east-southeast, producing damaging winds around 80 miles per hour. Chili's gives the most food poisoning. I've eaten Chili's at least about 100 times. I'm not gonna lie, I've at least 100 times in the past like 3 years. I've never had food poisoning there. Hey Karen, how you doing? Welcome. Again, 80-mile-per-hour winds possible with this storm. I'm curious what the velocities are. Well, that would explain it. Very nice. Does not really help us at all. But very high winds apparently from Michigan down here to McVille. This area here looks to be the highest wind speeds. Again, destructive supercell. Interestingly enough. But yeah, this is not a PDS, this is an EDS, I think, right? It's an EDS, let's take a look. Extremely dangerous situation. Or maybe it isn't. EDS might be 90 miles per hour. EDS is extremely dangerous situation. That is used for certain storms. That's 90 mile per hour winds and I think over 3-inch hail. We do have a flash flood warning, by the way. I mentioned this before. We had a lot of rainfall in here, and obviously flash flooding potential does exist there south of Broken Bow. That area's been nailed with storms recently. They've had some really bad storms, so that's going to continue, unfortunately. Applebee's soup, don't have it. I've never had Applebee's soup. I never have soup anywhere. Max Omega. We're still going with names. Oh, we got over that conversation a while ago. Velocity showing 90 mile per hour winds. I wish I could see it on here. It doesn't really show. Like on here, it's really bad. I know on radar scope it does though. On radar scope, it's definitely higher. Yeah, again, we're at an 80 mile per hour destructive supercell right now, west of Mayville, where the radar site is. There's a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. Is it this one? Or is it this one? There isn't really many severe thunderstorm warnings. I don't think this one would have it. Maybe it's the one up here, but I'm just not seeing it on here. Really many severe thunderstorm warnings out here. Oh yeah, there's a tornado possible tag on this one. I think that's been ongoing though for a while. Yeah, this cell has had some rotation. It's been pretty broad, but main threat again is damaging winds. We could see a brief or weak tornado. It will likely be like an EF0 or something like that, probably on the low scale. But definitely make sure, again, stay in shelter if you're in any of these locations. Definitely some dangerous storms right now in North Dakota. Those will eventually be crossing into Minnesota, by the way. Still here, Christian. How you doing? Yeah, I know, Moxie. I've been going for 5 hours. I'd go for longer, but I do want to make sure, just in case I can go live tomorrow, I do want to make sure I don't go to bed too late. Because, again, we have a pretty big day tomorrow, but I'm hoping I can go live. I just don't know yet. We'll see. Yes, Devin. I've seen as high as 98 or 96. Hey, appreciate that lead. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. But yeah, the highest I've ever seen is like 96, 98 range. I don't think I've seen 100 miles per hour, at least when I'm live. Those were recent, by the way. Just realized we've been streaming for over 5 hours. Yes, I've been live for 5 hours. And I've only taken one single break, and that was 4 hours in. Northwest of Sharon. That's where the rotation is. I don't know where Sharon is, honestly, to begin. Oh, it's over here. Yeah, there's a little bit. Maybe a little bit of rotation. Maybe a little bit of rotation up here near Niagara as well. Both fairly broad, but a couple areas there. I'm hoping that I can get like a monitor set up here, that I have a monitor up here, so I can look at chat up instead of, you know, to the left and down, because looking left and down hurts my neck. Fix that. Colorado had 100 miles per hour this year. Did they really? Yeah, 100 miles per hour is extremely rare, but it has happened before, so. The cell right now is 80 miles per hour. It could very well be a size 90, though. I've seen somebody posting in chat around 95, estimated by radar, but I would say it's closer to 80 to 85 probably right now. No, Scholar. There's nothing down in Louisiana tonight. There's no such thing as a PDS tornado or severe, excuse me, there's no such thing as a PDS severe thunderstorm warning. They classify them as an EDS. An EDS is an extremely dangerous situation thunderstorm warning, and then a PDS is for a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. There is a difference, but that's for another day. Near needs a possible rotation. Yeah, I just looked a second ago. There was a little bit of rotation. It wasn't anything too crazy. A lot of high winds. The winds are almost as... There's a 92 popping up here. It's probably at least 80, though. I don't think it's 100. I don't think it's 90, I mean, but it's definitely probably around 80. Maybe 85. Yeah, they changed the system. Yeah, that's right. There is a difference now, because PDS Severe Thunderstorm Warning just kind of makes it sound like, you know, it's... I don't know. It sounds a little bit better when we have two different ones. No, frankly, I did not. I see you. Lead. That's kind of for a different time. I did a little climate change segment earlier in the stream. I'll be posting that to my second channel pretty soon. And if you want to check out my second channel, link it in chat here in a second, if I can find it. But that's from this is from today's stream. I don't know when the timestamp was, but I'll be posting that segment over on our second channel. I'm going to post it in the chat. If you want to subscribe, by the way, to our second channel, we'll be posting a lot of forecasts and stuff like that over there. It's the link that I just posted 3 times in chat. If you want to check it out and subscribe real quick, I would appreciate it. But yeah, I'll be posting that little segment on there probably in the next few days. Oh, it's definitely not 122 miles per hour, but... Wow, I've had my most liked tweet on Twitter ever. We have 22 likes on my latest tweet. I'm gonna like my tweet. Go like it. Yes, I know. I'm gonna ban myself for spamming. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. I'm spamming a lot of stuff in chat. How 350 people are still up right now watching this is it's still really beyond me, but you know. I heard that, Bob. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think it was supposed to happen a few days ago, wasn't it? Some people were really making, you know, crazy articles about it. Like, it's doom. That's not really. Solar flares don't really do that much. Do a little bit of damage, but... Will I be live on Sunday? We'll see. I mean, I went live today when there was a marginal threat for severe weather, and we saw like 5 or 6 tornadoes today, and serious storms still ongoing, so, you know, maybe. We'll see. It's kind of crazy to think. I mean, I wasn't planning on going live tonight. I was going to watch the new On Patrol PD or whatever, and this really, I'm telling you, it really just did come out of nowhere. Just, a lot of people were not expecting this tonight. And similar to what we saw last week, the Nebraska severe weather outbreak. It was only in Nebraska. We had significant winds up to almost 100 miles per hour in Broken Bow and stuff like that. And we also had I think we had a tornado maybe. We had a few tornado warnings, and that was also another event that was crazy, and I was the only one live streaming it again, because, you know, it just kind of happened out of nowhere, similar to this one, so. The reason you came to this channel is that tweet? Really? That's cool. I don't usually tweet on Twitter that much. Yeah, I know, Shelly. You're in Pacific time. It's different. Okay, man. Have a great rest of your night. See you again soon. Watching this while falling asleep, that's a good way to fall asleep. You know what you should do, and this is a good thing for everybody. If you ever want to fall asleep, just watch one of the tail ends of my live streams, like this one. Good white noise. Gets me some more views and get you to fall asleep, maybe. No, Skylar, there's no severe weather threat for Louisiana. You are good over there in Louisiana tonight. The SBC has not been very accurate recently. I mean, it's only really today. We've had good... the only 2 ones they were not accurate on was this one today. And the Nebraska one. Those are the only 2 recent ones that come to mind in terms of accuracy. Actually, honestly, this past week, they haven't been overly accurate. Really on any... not really any of the events they've been that crazy accurate on. But the New England one was pretty accurate, in my opinion. The one that just happened a couple days ago. Thank you, Dozy. Yes, apparently all my live streams are white noise, so. Graham, I'm just curious. Whenever you get untimed out, do you have like... Oh, I don't even know what to say. You're just like, you're here all the time and you just troll a bunch. Oh, really, Patrick? Did they? Oh, did that start on time? Do they have like any stuff from the first hour? I recorded the episode. I'm gonna have to take a look after this, but sounds good. I appreciate you. I appreciate you really tuning in. Do appreciate it. We had an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust, by the way, reported in Pekin. So, yeah. So we had an 80-mile-per-hour damaging wind report just come in. This storm is again producing damaging winds around 80 still. Moving off to the east. Wisconsin. Yes, he's been a troll watcher ever since, I think, at least since May. Been here for a while. This cell right here, this looks to be severe in my opinion. I think it's probably quarter-sized hail, but this is a special weather statement in extreme southeastern Wisconsin. Paddock Lake, Camp Lake, Pleasant Prairie, I can't speak, as well as Kenosha, those areas included. I would say that the hailstones are a little bit higher than that, though. I think they're probably closer to at least nickel size. They ran commercial free. Oh, that's cool. Okay, let's check it out. You say mod them? Yeah, I really should mod the person that said there was rotation in the toilet bowl in our channel. That's really a good, smart idea. Rotation in a toilet bowl. I still can't believe I can't get over that comment. That was just that made me laugh earlier. We got some stuff forming on this one. Axe rotation. That name's already been out there. Yeah, we got a little bit of a QLCS situation going on, but overall, I think the tornado threat should still stay pretty low. If any tornadoes happen, they'll be brief. Yeah, we might have a couple of little areas that get those small little brief tornadoes overnight. All right, we're 35 likes away from 900. If you haven't hit the like button, I would appreciate it. And also subscribe if you're new here. I would appreciate that as well. All right, we've had great conversations tonight, guys. I'm gonna end the stream though. My neck's killing me. I've been live for 5.5 hours. So again, I do appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. Again, if you're new here, hit the subscribe button down below. I would really appreciate it. Like the live stream if you've enjoyed this crazy amount of talk and stuff in the last hour, as well as obviously the ongoing severe weather that we had. It's been a great live stream though. I do appreciate it. Again, I'm going to link our Discord in the chat. Again, if you're not in a Discord server, you can join our server. It's our community off the stream. We post a lot of stuff on there as well. It's going to be linked by Nightbot in the chat. Also, follow us on our social medias. We are on Facebook. We're on Twitter. I would really appreciate if you follow us on those, as well as Instagram. Those links will be in the chat from Nightbot as well, and it just got posted now, so check that out if you want to follow us on our social medias. Again, I'm not entirely sure if I'm going live tomorrow. We'll see. I have stuff going on, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to, but if I don't, I might go live Sunday. I'm not gonna have any live streams, by the way, on Wednesday or Thursday. Those are my days off at this point. I need a little bit of a break. I've been doing a lot of live streams recently, so I'm gonna take a little mini vacation, if you will. Not really anything crazy, but other than that, I do appreciate everybody tuning in. Again, hit the subscribe button down below, like the video. If you want to support our page above and beyond, again, we always have our donation links down below. If you donate off stream, I'll definitely make sure to thank you next stream. And also, you can become a member for as little as $2.99 per month. Again, we are only about 7 members, I think, away from our member goal for this month of 75. So if you haven't hit the member, or if you haven't become a member, if you want to, click the top link in the description. All right, guys, appreciate you guys all tuning in. I'll have our little outro music, as always. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We'll see you guys again soon. Have a great rest of your night. Stay safe if you're in any of these warnings. And again, we'll see you guys again soon.